Chapter 85, Chapter 085 Star Holy Sword vs Sky Strike. Unlike her previous relaxed and casual attitude, this time Jibril's slender body trembled slightly. Condensing such enormous energy to the limit was something that required full effort even for Flugel. As compensation, the power obtained this way was considerable enough. Lancelot and Guinevere, who had still somewhat looked down on the opponent, now had completely grave expressions. To actually possess this scale of energy, this is more than 10 times. At the tip of that light spear, Lancelot sensed extremely dangerous aura. She knew Jibril had a lot of energy, but hadn't expected this much. Even steel protection couldn't possibly preserve her life under this level of energy difference. She had a premonition that if she faced this strike head-on, she would certainly be completely pulverized and evaporated along with the mountain ranges behind her, and even an entire continent. Such a massive difference couldn't be made up through authority advantages alone. Energy capable of breaking continents had far exceeded the range her spiritual core could bear. To condense magical power to this extent, this is already technique reaching the sacred realm, even approaching authority level. Guinevere's pupils also flickered with intense shock. Although the Flugel before her was completely ignorant about magical power utilization, in terms of precise magical power control, even ordinary heretic gods might not compare to her. Extracting all energy from one's body, then bursting it out all at once, this technique seemed simple but was almost impossible to achieve. Even the strongest heretic gods almost couldn't exhaust all divine power within themselves in one strike. Yet the opponent had done it. Not only could she project all her power out, she could even control it. Without exaggeration, this level of control had approached the realm of authority. The opponent seemed born for constructing this technique. After condensing all power in this extreme way, Guinevere was absolutely certain that the Flugel girl before them could really achieve piercing continents in one strike. Such a strike was definitely not something normal heretic gods or campiones could withstand. Even Lancelot, who had received Sword Codex protection, couldn't. Ryuga S.A. Master, Master. Unable to hesitate, although she wasn't completely convinced by this new master, at the crucial moment, Guinevere still lowered her head, wanting to seek a solution from Ryuga. Uncle's power cannot handle this attack, please understand. Not wanting Lancelot to die meaninglessly, she frantically issued a warning. Facing this warning, the usually strong-willed Lancelot rarely didn't object. She didn't mind continuing to charge forward, but couldn't let her master misjudge the battlefield situation due to her meaningless competitive spirit. I know. Ryuga's answer made Guinevere slightly relieved. Since he knew, he should have a way to deal with the enemy before them, right? She didn't notice that facing external enemies, she unknowingly began viewing her new master as someone to rely on. Not just her, everyone in the chat group was currently holding their breath, watching Ryuga with complete focus. If Ryuga lost to the Flugel before them, the model the chat group had built up to now might change completely. Everyone in the group might be shrouded under Jibril's tyranny. Except for Jibril herself, no one wanted to see Ryuga lose. Fortunately, Ryuga's expression was as calm as always, allowing them to maintain confidence. Under everyone's incredibly expectant gazes, Ryuga stated his countermeasure with incomparable calm. Saber, it's yours. Yes. Master. Altria stepped forward with determined expression, her golden ahogue moving without wind. Ah! Seeing this scene, Guinevere was immediately dumbfounded. Tosaka Rin. Kane. Erika. Master, this is... Lancelot also couldn't understand for a moment. In terms of combat power as heretic gods, although Altria was stronger than her, it should only be by a little, right? Having Altria tank the enemy's full output, wasn't this sending her to die? Jibril obviously thought so too. After maintaining the formed light spear to its limit, she ignored Altria and aimed Sky Strike at Ryuga. I acknowledge that you possess qualities equal to gods. Let me use this strongest Sky Strike to grant you defeat. Ryuga didn't respond to this declaration. Instead, Altria continued stepping forward. I take this body as a sword, serving my master. Before defeating me, you have no right to make master act. Boring. Hearing this same line as Lancelot's, Gibril didn't even bother to acknowledge it, raising both arms high. The light spear condensed with all her body's power shone with dazzling radiance, the concentrated power shooting out directly. Boom! The light pillar capable of cutting continents pierced through, the vast attack engulfing all enemies before her. Be sure to survive. I have great expectations for you, Campione-sama. While exhausting all her power in a killing strike, while sincerely hoping the opponent could survive, for Gibril, these were two non-conflicting emotions. Although she didn't think the opponent could survive Sky Strike's power. Just as she watched the battlefield before her with expectant eyes, thinking Sky Strike could devastatingly destroy these small fry, a resolute voice appeared along with a golden light torrent. This is a battle to save the world. This is a battle for survival. This is a battle to protect human reason. This is a battle against evil. At first, the golden light torrent was very weak, like a candle flame that might extinguish at any moment under Sky Strike's impact. But each subsequent voice made the golden light torrent explode with several times more power, gradually expanding that weak candle light. By the eighth voice, the golden light torrent could already contend with Sky Strike. By the ninth voice, the golden light torrent could already counterattack. Finally, Altria wielded the sword of promised victory in her hand, or rather, what should now be called the Star Holy Sword. This is a battle of honor. In the name of the Star Holy Sword's wielder, I release 10 of the 13 restraints. For my master Ryuga, I shall subjugate the great enemy of the stars before us. After defining Gibril as an outer enemy of the stars, borrowing the energy supply from the magical grail, Altria burst out all her current power at once. Boom! The collision of light torrent against light torrent made the entire moon shine like the rising sun. People in Earth's nighttime regions quickly discovered that the moon overhead suddenly emitted sun-like radiance, almost capable of illuminating the entire night sky. Finally, the golden light suddenly surged, covering everything so people could barely open their eyes. Several seconds passed before this astronomical phenomenon finally disappeared. Those with telescopes wanted to observe what exactly had happened. Looking carefully, they found that telescopes weren't even needed. People familiar with the moon's surface patterns could see with naked eyes that irregular cracks had suddenly appeared on the lunar surface. Noticing this, people were immediately horrified. What had happened on the moon to cause such massive changes to this satellite's surface? Even the world-ending meteorite that destroyed the dinosaur age couldn't cause this level of damage, right? On the moon. Master. Mission accomplished. Having completed her task of protecting her master, Altria reported back with meticulous attitude. Although nothing showed on her expression, anyone noticing her constantly spinning a hogue would know she was actually very excited and wanted praise. Ryuga never stinted on praise for his subordinates. Well done, Saber. Hearing this, Altria's hogue perked up, her sacred green pupils filled with joy, though her mouth remained very modest. Without Master's Grail magical power support, I couldn't have unleashed the Star Holy Sword's full power. That was clearly my Grail, oh no, I mean, what's mine is Master's. Guinevere muttered, then realized she'd spoken aloud and frantically looked at Ryuga, anxiously explaining. Seeing the obviously much more obedient Guinevere, Lancelot shook her head without helping. I didn't expect you, Altria, to still have such power. Worthy of the knight-bearing King Arthur's name. She was shocked by the power Altria had displayed. From what Altria had said, this Star Holy Sword had 13 seals total, and she'd only released 10. With just over half the power being this strong, if all seals were released, wouldn't it be able to directly destroy the entire moon? Looking at it this way, the so-called Star Holy Sword's power was completely on par with the Salvation Divine Blade, possibly even surpassing it. Tosaka Rin, meow meow meow. This wins? But Ryuga-sama hasn't even acted yet. Tosaka-rin, that's right. I originally thought Master would have to act personally, but didn't expect Altria alone would be enough. Erika, I thought Master would act personally, but didn't expect Altria-senpai alone would be enough. Madoka, I completely didn't expect this result. Tosaka-rin, indeed, I was actually worried about whether Ryuga-sama could win before, now I see I was too naive. Tosaka-rin, although I'm not qualified to say this, but for Ryuga-sama, even Tier 4 seems somewhat just so. Kane, normal power rankings obviously can't evaluate Ryuga-sama anymore. Kane, but am I the only one curious about how that newcomer Jibril-san is doing? Tosaka-rin, I'm curious too, didn't she say she was certain to win before? Tosaka-rin, at Jibril. Erika, going for the kill, Rin, you're so scary, but I like it. Erika, daring to offend Ryuga-sama, serves her right. United in righteous indignation, Erika directed the live stream toward the battlefield. After the smoke cleared, everyone quickly saw the massive ravine on the ground, a scar observable on planetary scale. At the deepest part of the ravine, a figure very similar to Jibril but obviously much smaller was lying in an embarrassed heap. Seeing this Flugel, who looked only about 6 or 7 years old, everyone was stunned. Erika, a little girl. Tosaka-rin, how did she get beaten back to child size? To be continued. Advance 50 chapter are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/redastree. Chapter 86, Chapter 086, Jibril's Great Failure, Flugel becomes slave. As mentioned before, Heavenly Strike is an ultimate skill of trump card nature for the Flugel race. Once released, the Flugel will regress to their juvenile period, and even with the help of a treatment room, it would take several years to recover to normal. And now, Jibril, defeated by the Holy Sword of the Stars, has regressed to her lowly state. Her disheveled appearance, damaged clothing, combined with that juvenile body, quite resembled a crime scene. Ugh! Thanks to Artoria's restraint, Jibril only shook her head and wobbled as she climbed out of the crater. After looking down at her small body, she raised her head to look at Ryuga and his group. Did I lose? Her voice carried confusion and difficulty accepting reality. Tosaka-rin, that's right. You lost, and lost miserably, without even seeing Ryuga-sama take action. With such a good opportunity, Tosaka-rin naturally chose to kick her while she was down. This is what you get for being so arrogant before, finally hitting an iron plate, right? She originally thought that with Jibril's arrogant personality, she would never easily admit her defeat. However, unexpectedly, after just 2 seconds of recollection, the young Jibril immediately nodded and acknowledged this fact. That's right, I indeed lost to this sword. She cast a curious gaze at the holy sword of the stars in Artoria's hand. Could you let me take a look? She made a very presumptuous request. Facing this enemy, Artoria naturally wouldn't agree. No way. If the holy sword of the stars were taken away, wouldn't that be dangerous? Stingy. Jibril grumbled dissatisfied, then spread her hands, facing Ryuga with a completely giving up attitude. According to our previous agreement, I am now your property, no matter how you use me, I won't have the slightest complaint. After saying this, she swayed and lifted her tattered skirt hem, bowing slightly to everyone. My name is Jibril, please call me by this name. Seeing the previously crazy girl suddenly acting so obedient and docile, everyone felt surprised. Tosaka-rin, suddenly so obedient, is this a trap? Kane, hard to imagine her arrogant appearance when challenging before. Erika, what exactly are the Flugel? Their attitude switches so fast I can't keep up. Even Ryuga was slightly surprised. Looking at the petite lowly before him, he spoke. You're not going to renege on the deal. According to his knowledge, the Flugel weren't exactly a race that must strictly adhere to honesty. Although Flugel rarely lie, when facing bets with their own lives at stake, being flexible with standards would be natural. Facing Ryuga's question, Jibril proudly puffed out her small chest. Of course I thought about reneging. I was even planning to run away just now. As an invited member, she could interrupt the crossing and return to her own world at any time. If so, she wouldn't need to worry about the constraints of defeat. Tosaka-rin, it's clearly something shameful, why does she say it so righteously? Tosaka-rin was shocked by Jibril's thick skin. Is this something that can be said? Kane, speaking of which, this is also a kind of honesty, right? Madoka, so, why didn't you run away? Ryuga asked the same question. And Jibril's answer was, I thought about it simply. If I ran away, you would probably block me, and I'd never be able to visit other different worlds again, nor see new powers, right? In that case, I could only watch you chat and traverse worlds. How could I endure that? The reason she gave was unexpectedly realistic. Tosaka-rin, to be honest, indeed. Tosaka-rin, if you really ran away, we definitely wouldn't want to interact with you anymore, and would actively warn newcomers. The chat group is ultimately a place for making friends, and those types who want to dominate everyone from the start would be unconsciously excluded by everyone. So this is the result of weighing pros and cons. Ryuga looked at Jibril. He could roughly guess the reason why she would rather become someone's property than give up contact with otherworldly powers. You could say that. Jibril nodded. Besides, if Artosh-sama knew that I clearly lost but didn't fulfill my loser's obligations, he would expel me from the Flugel. In that case, I might as well honor the agreement. Speaking, she glanced at Artoria, then at Ryuga. Furthermore, I'm very interested in your views on power and the strong. If you could fulfill one small request of mine, I would wholeheartedly obey your commands. No matter what you want me to do. Speaking to the end, she deliberately raised her head, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation, clearly having something to ask for. For such obvious tactics, Ryuga naturally wouldn't take the bait. Although I don't know what your so-called request is, since you've already chosen to honor the agreement and become my property, you should naturally obey my commands. What temptation does the bargaining chip you're offering now have? Faced with Ryuga's calm counter-question, Jibril, whose cute act failed, didn't give up. Even if obeying commands, there's still a difference between active and passive, right? Aren't you worried that I might resist your commands later? I might cause trouble. She blinked, her gaze sly. No problem. Ryuga shook his head. Ah. This time it was Jibril who was confused. You can try to resist my commands, provided you can do it. Ryuga added. Seeing Jibril still somewhat puzzled, he spoke again. Jibril, sit down. Ah. Jibril was slightly stunned. Before she could react, her body had already sat down on its own. Suddenly sitting duck-style on the ground, she looked completely bewildered, not knowing what had happened. What's going on? What happened? My body completely won't listen to me. After a moment of surprise, she immediately turned her gaze to Ryuga. What did you do? I possess divinity related to contracts. Ryuga explained simply. The agreement you made with me is equivalent to signing a contract. Once the contract takes effect, it cannot be violated. The wild boar incarnation symbolizes Varethragna's aspect of maintaining contracts. Ryuga extracted this authority through mythological techniques and combined it with the command spell system. So, anyone who signs a contract with Ryuga, even just a verbal agreement, would be bound by Mithra's divinity. Now, even though Jibril only verbally confirmed becoming Ryuga's property, under the contract divinity's effect, she had actually become Ryuga's subordinate and couldn't refuse his commands. Of course, the contract's binding isn't absolute. As long as one is willing to pay the price, there's still the possibility of breaking free. However, for Jibril in her lowly state, this is completely impossible. Now she only has the power equivalent to a heretic god level. So regardless of whether I'm willing to honor the agreement, the outcome was actually decided from the very beginning. Only now did Jibril realize this. You should be glad you made the right choice and don't have to bear the punishment for breaking your word. Ryuga nodded. Since the other party had delivered herself to his door, how could he let Jibril have the possibility of easily leaving? Fine. Realizing she had no possibility of resistance and no bargaining chips, Jibril immediately became dejected. Jibril-chan has failed completely. This time it's over. Not only did she trap herself, but she completely became a prisoner. With her previous arrogant attitude, her current master probably wouldn't tell her what she wanted to know. Just as she was completely giving up on negotiation, Ryuga suddenly asked. What was the request you wanted to mention earlier? I wanted to ask you to demonstrate what true power is. I provoked you specifically for this question. If you want to hear the specific reasons, I can tell you everything. Jibril said dejectedly with drooping wings. Originally, she wanted to explore Ryuga's power by observing him in action. Who knew the other party hadn't even acted before she lost? She couldn't blame the opponent for being too strong, only herself for being too weak. Just this. Hearing Jibril's words, Ryuga asked back. Just this, Ryuga-sama, do you mean? Jibril casually nodded, only realizing something was wrong halfway through. She widened her eyes looking at Ryuga, even her form of address became more affectionate. As my property, you have no qualifications to negotiate with me. Ryuga began. However, I don't mind occasionally fulfilling my subordinates' wishes. Speaking, he slightly raised his hand. Massive cursed power torrents gathered in Ryuga's hand, finally forming the very familiar spear of light. To be continued. Advance 50 chapters are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/redastree. Chapter 87, Chapter 087, Divine Strike, Ji-chan's Loyalty. This is Heavenly Strike. Seeing this power with exactly the same nature as what she had released, Jibril's pupils contracted sharply. How was this possible? The opponent had only seen Heavenly Strike once, and it had been only tens of seconds. How did he learn Heavenly Strike in such a short time? Before she could understand the situation before her, she saw another spear of light appear beside Ryuga, followed by the next one, and another. Although the energy scale was weaker than normal Heavenly Strike, those were undoubtedly all Heavenly Strike-natured power. Soon, the spears of light directly changed from one to a matrix-like forest of spears. Though dozens of independent attacks, they combined under mutual resonance into one larger, stronger spear of light. Through such arrangement and combination, Heavenly Strike's power multiplied, achieving power far exceeding simple addition. Seeing this familiar scene, Jibril was even more astonished. Combining individual Heavenly Strikes through resonance to gain power far exceeding additive calculation was clearly the Flugel race's strongest ultimate technique. The Flugel, with only 6th place individual spirit adaptability, became the dominant race in the no-game no-life world precisely by relying on this combination technique. Giant species that individual Flugel couldn't defeat could be easily subjugated by just 4 or 5 Flugel combining Heavenly Strike. Dragon spirit species that individual Flugel couldn't even scratch could be easily subjugated by dozens of Flugel combining Heavenly Strike. Even legendary divine species could potentially be subjugated by a small squad of 200 Flugel combining Heavenly Strike. If Heavenly Strike was the greatest trump card of individual Flugel, then combined Heavenly Strike was the greatest trump card of all Flugel. For over 10,000 years, the Flugel had dominated the world with this innate ability, virtually unopposed. However, this technique unique to the Flugel was completely cracked just from being seen once. The opponent not only learned Heavenly Strike on the spot but even learned combined Heavenly Strike. Just as Jibril was shocked and wanted to ask Ryuga how he did it, Ryuga finally spoke. True power doesn't have a fixed standard. Some things, even if demonstrated, you might not understand. For example, the victory sword technique, or the holy sword of the stars, those were things beyond Jibral's current understanding. Since you want to see true power, let's demonstrate it in a way you're familiar with. Saying this, golden light emerged in Ryuga's palm, and the aura unique to war god divinity rose, forming a brilliantly shining golden spear. If I'm not mistaken, your Flugel's body functions should be based on the manifestation of the heavenly strike technique. Your individual heavenly strike is actually just a basic component of collective heavenly strike. After casually revealing the key to Flugel power, he gripped the war god spear in his hand. However, this isn't your Flugel's true power, nor your strongest power. What do you mean? Jibral looked completely puzzled. She herself was Flugel, so how could Ryuga speak as if he understood Flugel better than herself? I mean that even collective heavenly strike is actually just part of an ultimate technique. The technique finally formed is your Flugel's true power. It's just that usually, you lack the necessary conditions, so you haven't noticed this power. Necessary conditions? Jibral was even more confused. Could the Flugel have some hidden power? The key lies in the war god's power. Ryuga raised the spear containing war god divine power, and the previously prepared spear forest immediately followed like vassals at the golden spear's flanks. The collective heavenly strike technique became mere accompaniment at this moment, while the war god's spear became the main body. This scene was so smooth and natural that it seemed as if from the beginning, collective heavenly strike was a technique designed to amplify the war god's spear's power. Although lacking Artosha's key data, working backward from the heavenly strike technique, I can roughly deduce this move to about 70–80%. Saying this, Ryuga pointed the golden spear's tip at Jibral. Under the divine power fluctuations, Jibral only felt a tremendous force before her that could explode like a supernova at any moment. The incredibly familiar weapon plus suffocating pressure made Jibral almost unable to breathe. But she didn't call for a stop. On the contrary, she widened her eyes, desperately observing the scene before her. She had a premonition that she could see power by Ryuga's side that she had never seen before. Indeed, a scene like heaven and earth changing occurred. Using war god power as the core, commanding all heavenly strike techniques, this is a skill that can bring war god power to its extreme. Dazzling light flashed, and a golden light pillar grazed Jibral's body, all venting onto the earth behind her. Although only a pseudo-canon, it's still worthy of the name Divine Strike. Accompanying Ryuga's words, the blazing light beam tore through the earth and split the stars. Boom! Golden light once again enveloped the entire moon, and the huge dust cloud raised submerged half the moon. In one night, two consecutive celestial phenomena, even the most confident physicists couldn't give convincing reasons, finally only able to use supernova explosions in the same direction or collective hallucinations to appease the public. But soon, as the golden holy light disappeared and the golden spear-like phantom vanished, after all the dust on the moon's surface settled, these expert explanations could no longer work. Even the most gullible people wouldn't believe that so-called supernova explosions or collective hallucinations were the real reasons. Because, anyone not blind could see by looking up at the night sky, that moon clearly missing a corner. Like a small fan-shaped piece cut off by a sharp knife, a corner of the moon was broken. Tosaka-rin, am I seeing this wrong? Tosaka-rin, Ryuga-sama actually, shattered the moon. Looking at the round satellite missing a corner on screen, Tosaka-rin was completely shocked. Just what level had Ryuga's strength reached? He could actually change a planet's appearance? This level can't be called shattering. For the moon, it's not even close to a fatal wound. Ryuga shook his head calmly, correcting Tosaka-rin's exaggerated terminology. Just looking at power, this strike is far from the original's effect. It seems the energy invested was still too little. The original author once mentioned that the divine strike released by war god Artosh could pierce through more than 10 planets in one go. Now, with magic power far lower than the opponent's, and alone undertaking both the war god and all Flügel's work, Ryuga perfectly replicated the nature of that ultimate kill, obtaining the skill pseudo-cannon, Divine Strike. Using minimal energy, he recreated the strongest Divine Strike. Although the power hadn't completely reached planet-busting level, the effect was already satisfactory to Ryuga. Divine Strike. Witnessing this godlike power firsthand, Jibral's expression became completely stunned. The cursed power Ryuga used this time wasn't even 1/20th of her previous output, yet the destruction he caused far exceeded Heavenly Strike's power. When the Divine Strike's light beam grazed past her, Jibral experienced the premonition of death. After feeling the power of pseudo-cannon, Divine Strike up close, she was absolutely certain that if this strike's power hadn't shot into space after piercing the Earth, the Moon's disaster area would have been much larger. If the opponent went all out, destroying the satellite beneath their feet wasn't impossible. If this Divine Strike is truly the ultimate technique used by Artosh-sama. Recalling Ryuga's previous words, Jibral looked at Ryuga with increasingly shocked and horrified eyes. Then wouldn't it mean Ryuga-sama deduced even the most secret Divine Strike just by observing Heavenly Strike once? Only now did she finally understand what Ryuga's previous words meant. For the Flügel, the strongest technique used by war god Artosh, Divine Strike, naturally represented true power. But thinking carefully, one could understand. Compared to the so-called Divine Strike, Ryuga, who could comprehend Divine Strike with just one glance, was the key representing true power. Although somewhat contrary to her common sense, at this moment, even the most stubborn Flügel would have to admit. In technique mastery, Ryuga before her indeed possessed talent that could crush Artosh. The so-called strongest war god was at least not the strongest in this aspect. Ryuga-sama. Realizing this, Jibral looked at Ryuga with extremely fervent eyes, her face carrying fanatical flush. How about it? Did you see what you wanted? Ryuga inquired. I saw it, and Ryuga-sama gave me even more than I wanted. Jibral showed an extremely satisfied expression, as if she had just been filled up. Good, then let's go back. Ryuga spoke. This battlefield had completed its mission. Please wait. Ryuga-sama, no, my lord. At this moment, the lowly state Jibral actively reached out and grabbed Ryuga's sleeve. Then, she very seriously knelt down. The pair of wings at her waist submissively pressed against her body, drooping to the ground, and the geometric halo above her head also moved slightly backward. This was the submissive posture Flügel would only show to their master. Before this, please allow me, Flügel Extra Individual Jibral, to formally pledge loyalty to you. This pledge has nothing to do with our previous agreement, but is my personal judgment that you are a lord worth giving everything to follow. Your wisdom and power are both too profound. Please allow me to serve as your attendant and follow in your footsteps. To be continued. Advance 50 chapters are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/readaztree. Chapter 88, Chapter 088, The Perverted Flügel, Moon-Shattering Demon Lord. If the previous Jibral chose to submit for otherworldly power and their previous agreement, then after seeing Ryuga casually manifest Divine Strike, she genuinely wanted to submit. If Azrael were here, she would surely feel incredibly shocked. Getting the proud Jibral to choose submission was no less difficult than personally challenging the war god himself. Regarding Jibral's sudden change, Ryuga wasn't too surprised. Pledging loyalty means that even if someday I take action against the main god who created you, you would still follow behind me. Take action against Artosh-sama. Hearing Ryuga's words, the small Flügel widened her eyes in surprise. She asked incredulously. Do you mean you want me, your familiar, to serve as guide to kill the main god who created me? As she spoke, her small body trembled slightly, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Her head also lowered slightly, hiding her facial expression in shadow. This. She became somewhat incoherent. Tosaka-rin, isn't this a bit too difficult for her? Tosaka-rin, although this girl was hateful when arrogant, she looks a bit pitiful now. Kane, although I don't quite understand, for created familiars, gods are probably like parent-like existences, right? Kane, although this is a basic loyalty requirement, it still feels very difficult. Jibral's juvenile form easily aroused sympathy. The people in the chat group remembered Jibral's previous arrogant appearance, so they didn't think Ryuga's question was excessive, just feeling a bit sorry now. The two knights, Lancelot and Artoria, also showed some pity. But they didn't speak to dissuade. Jibral's difficulty was her loyalty, supporting all of Ryuga's decisions was their loyalty. No matter what, the opponent was a great enemy, and there was no reason to sympathize with enemies over such small matters. The one who could empathize most with Jibral was probably Guinevere. In a sense, she also belonged to spoils of war casually obtained by Ryuga. Just as Guinevere was about to speak to comfort the other party, Jibral, who had been incoherent from excessive excitement, suddenly raised her head and said to Ryuga with sparkling eyes, expressing her most genuine inner thoughts. "This is too wonderful. Tosaka-rin. Kane. Madoka." Ah! Guinevere was dumbfounded. Lancelot and Artoria were also dumbfounded. They all thought Jibral had fallen into a situation where loyalty and filial piety couldn't coexist, which is why she couldn't speak. Therefore, they still had some sympathy for this flugel. But now, looking at her appearance, the other party not only wasn't sad at all, but even seemed to have some strange excitement. Indeed, Jibral was very excited. She directly hugged Ryuga's thigh with sparkling eyes and exclaimed, "Not only are you willing to accept my loyalty and let me follow behind you, but I can also work with you against Artosh-sama, granting him the defeat he most desires. The world's two greatest happiness intertwined together. Could I be dreaming?" Everyone fell silent. Recalling this flugel's previous arrogant appearance and current nonsensical words, they couldn't help but have a thought. Could this flugel be mentally ill? Good that you can accept it. Ryuga replied. He wasn't very surprised by Jibral's attitude. Originally, war god Artosh created the flugel to learn what strongest meant. In human terms, he had been invincible too long and wanted to commit suicide. Jibral could be said to be the first among flugel to notice this and the only one who could acknowledge it. So for Jibral, slaying Artosh wasn't a burden but rather the reason for her birth, the responsibility she must shoulder. Ryuga bringing this up was perfectly aligned with Jibral's thoughts. After confirming the other party's loyalty, Ryuga cancelled the command to sit on the ground and picked up Jibral. Like an obedient chick, Jibral stood obediently in front of Ryuga, gazing at him with extremely fervent and longing eyes. "Since you're willing to accept my loyalty, would Master be willing to fulfill one tiny wish of mine? Really just a tiny one." "What wish?" Ryuga was slightly puzzled. "I'm very interested in Master's body structure, so could you let me touch you a little? You can also do anything you want to me, hee. While saying such terrible lines, Jibral fanatically approached Ryuga, crystal clear drool almost dripping from her mouth. She seemed truly very interested in Ryuga's body. "Tosaka-rin, is this something I should be watching?" "Kane, no matter what, this form is too young, right?" "Madoka, I feel like my impression has been completely overturned." Seeing this flugel go from extremely arrogant, to complete submission, to extremely perverted, the people in the chat group were a bit overwhelmed. Doesn't this newcomer have a few too many attributes? Even Ryuga felt somewhat speechless hearing this. Although he had some expectations, how could this flugel be even clingier than Pandora? However, speaking of understanding bodies, he was indeed somewhat interested in flugel anatomy. So, let's go back first. The group quickly disappeared, leaving behind the broken lunar landscape. On Earth, the consecutive celestial phenomena drew massive global attention. Perhaps for Ryuga such things weren't worth considering, but for magic associations worldwide, covering this up was too difficult. Especially after the moon directly lost a corner, a change even 3-year-olds could see, they naturally couldn't pretend nothing happened. So magic associations quickly unified their announcement of the event's cause, declaring that a small asteroid had impacted the moon, breaking off part of it. As for why there had been strange flashes before, these details were left to experts to improvise. After barely covering it up, magic associations quickly realized another problem. They also didn't know where the lunar anomaly came from. Previously, when facing unexplainable large disasters, it was either a heretic god problem or necessarily a Campione problem. But now, the anomaly occurred on the moon. Even if Campione had the ability to reach the moon, they shouldn't have moon-shattering level power, right? Just as everyone was puzzled, a message came from the Southern European Magic Association Red Copper Black Cross, stating that the small disturbance on the moon was caused by the new king experimenting with authorities, so there was no need to panic. Hearing this answer, magic associations worldwide were stunned. After repeated confirmation, even Princess Alice testified, and they realized Red Copper Black Cross wasn't joking. No one dared joke with Campione's dignity. Although most still couldn't believe Campione could do such things, even if they could, it shouldn't be the new king's turn. But thinking of Marquis Vauban and Sword King Tony, who had already become complete prisoners of the new king, they had to believe this. Thus, the title Moon-Shattering Demon Lord began circulating in the global magic world. The new king Ryuga, who casually destroyed celestial bodies, successfully surpassed all Campione on every Magic Association's Do Not Provoke list, reaching the number 1 position. After all, other Campione at most destroyed countries, but the moon-shattering demon lord existed on a world-destroying scale. Completely different dimensional power. Naturally, such achievements couldn't only affect magicians. The Campione who once stood at the world's peak also received great impact. For example, Black Prince Alec. And for example, cult leader Luo Hao. To be continued. Advance 50 chapters are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/readaztree. Chapter 89, Chapter 089, Campione Alliance, Unwinnable Opponent. A bit earlier in time, just as Ryuga had defeated Athena and, due to Gibral's challenge, set the battlefield on the moon. Rome, Red Copper Black Cross Headquarters, Underground Prison. Marquis Vauban, do you really not plan to come out? A man in a dark suit who looked very young questioned the old man inside the cell. Although I have no means here, if we unite with other Campione, we might be able to remove the shackles on you. Ha, lightning boy, put away your useless thoughts. As a loser, I haven't lost enough dignity to want to escape. Marquis Vauban snorted coldly, not even looking at him. Though his attitude could be called cold, in this world, there were only a few people qualified to be treated as equals by him. And as he called him, the young man outside the cell was indeed the Campione known as the Godspeed Noble, Black Prince Alec. As the odd one among Campione who liked using his brain, hearing Marquis Vauban's words, he wasn't angry but continued persuading. If you want to restore dignity, shouldn't the most important thing be to unite and defeat the new king who wants to dominate? In the situation where most Campione only wanted to fight solo, he was rare in holding the opinion that everyone should unite to defeat Ryuga. By general reasoning, this was also the most normal response. A mere newcomer daring to make all other Campione submit, shouldn't he get a lesson from his seniors? But facts proved that Campione's thought processes weren't normal. Even Marquis Vauban, who had already suffered losses, didn't change his thinking as Alec expected. On the contrary, he completely scorned Alec's proposal. Unite? Have you seen pack hunting beasts? His attitude remained very rejecting. The Black Prince felt somewhat troubled. Just then, Tony from the opposite cell suddenly chimed in. I have, wolves hunt in packs. Are you getting senile, old man? As a fellow prisoner, he was becoming increasingly uninhibited. Shut up, sword boy, it's not your turn to speak. Marquis Vauban glared at Tony, who perfectly ignored him. The Sword King makes a good point. Even beasts sometimes travel together. Alex seized this opportunity to continue persuading. Besides, one defeat doesn't represent everything. You don't really plan to stay in the new king's prison for life, do you? As far as he knew, Marquis Vauban wasn't the type to be so contractually honorable. Whether imprisoned for life or uniting with us to defeat the new king, this shouldn't be a difficult choice, right? He extended his hand, making an extremely sincere invitation. However, no need to say more. Marquis Vauban still shook his head, rejecting his proposal. Just as Alec found this strange, Tony beside him sneered. Don't bother asking. No matter how much you say, he won't agree. This old man has been scared. Hearing this, Alec couldn't help but feel moved. This sword fool was really good at stirring things up. With Marquis Vauban's temper, he definitely couldn't tolerate such contempt, right? If provocation could work. Wait. Why isn't Marquis Vauban saying anything? Noticing something wrong, he turned to look and saw Marquis Vauban's deeply darkened face. Facing Tony's mockery, he unusually didn't retort. What was going on? Could Tony be telling the truth? Had Marquis Vauban really been beaten into submission? How was this possible? Before Alec could ask further, Marquis Vauban spoke first. You can't win against him. Not an exclamation or question, but a statement as if describing an objective fact. Such a tone undoubtedly confirmed Tony's words. But Marquis, didn't you already analyze part of the new king's technique effects? With your intelligence, plus our other campioni uniting, how could we possibly lose to the lone new king? Alex still couldn't understand. 5 against 1, how could they lose with such overwhelming odds? Regarding such naive words, Marquis Vauban had no intention of explaining. It's useless. You're bound to lose, whether you know the technique's effects or not. Seeing his certain attitude, Alec realized this old man wouldn't cooperate with him. So he turned to look at Tony. Since the Sword King said that just now, then you. The invitation had barely begun when he saw the other party immediately wave his hand. Don't bother. I think this place is pretty good. I won't go out with you. Seeing both of them treating the prison like home, Alec was confused. What's your reason? I've been beaten into submission. Tony puffed out his chest shamelessly. Anyway, my friend's strength isn't something you can imagine. No matter how many campioni you gather, it's the same. I have no intention of participating in a doomed action. Rather, when Erica comes back later, I'll actively report your attempt to incite us to break out. He, with this merit, she should be willing to arrange better pizza for me, right? Saying he'd report him right to his face, this thickness of skin was astounding. Even Alec felt a bit overwhelmed hearing this, his face turning somewhat green. He came here to find allies to resist Ryuga, never expecting not only to find no allies but to be reported. If the new king found out he had tried to raid his home while he was away, wouldn't the new king hunt him down afterward? Seeing the plan backfire completely, and not knowing when the new king would return, Alec couldn't help but want to retreat. No matter what, knowing part of the new king's technique effects was still a decent gain. Since his Godspeed authority was key to dealing with the new king, no matter how he cooperated with other campioni, he could maintain the initiative. If they really couldn't win, he could just run away. Before leaving, Alex suddenly had a thought and asked Marquis Vauban one more question. Marquis, do you mean that even if I brought cult leader Luo Hao, we absolutely couldn't be the new king's match? Marquis Vauban glanced at Alec, guessing his intentions. But he still said what the other expected to hear. Of course. That's an opponent you can't possibly win against. Dozens of minutes later, on the other side of Earth. Mount Lu. Outrageous. How dare the Marquis look down on me so? Such insult to my Luo Hao's reputation. After hearing Alec's description, Luo Hao was indeed furious. Whether she was angry at being looked down on by Marquis Vauban or being woken up by a guest was unclear. Seeing the provocation work, Alec felt relieved and continued. The new king's strength is indeed extraordinary, otherwise Marquis Vauban and the Sword King wouldn't have been so easily defeated. If the cult leader is willing, we can unite. The Hades King and I have already made contact. We can make the cult leader the leader and jointly oppose the new king. He couldn't help being so active. Tony really wasn't human. Originally Alec wasn't too afraid of the new king, even if he couldn't win, couldn't he run? But after witnessing Tony and Marquis Vauban's attitudes, he immediately abandoned such casual thinking. Someone who could beat Marquis Vauban into submission must be ruthless. Facing such a person, going alone definitely wasn't enough. Especially now that he'd been reported by Tony, he would surely face focused attacks from the new king. Therefore, to maximize his safety, he had to establish a defense line capable of opposing the new king. Defensive counterattacks had always been his specialty. So after failing to communicate with Marquis Vauban, he found Luo Hao, attempting to use provocation to establish a Campione alliance capable of opposing the new king. As he expected, hearing his retelling, cult leader Luo Hao was angry. As Marquis Vauban's mortal enemy, how could she tolerate such contempt? Unfortunately, unlike Alec's expectations, Luo Hao was also stubborn. Joint opposition to the new king? Unnecessary. Otherwise, people might think I fear the new king. She waved her hand grandly, rejecting Alec's proposal. The new king seems to also be our Chinese compatriot. Even without this matter, I plan to see what the new king is made of. To see what kind of person dares challenge me, the pinnacle of martial arts. Seeing her battle-ready appearance, seemingly wanting to challenge the new king immediately, Alec got anxious. Cult leader, calm down. Marquis Vauban was also so confident before, and ended up captured in one battle, completely losing his fighting spirit. His intent was to use this to dissuade Luo Hao from solo combat. However, after drawing out her tone, Luo Hao's eyes sparkled. Doesn't this mean that if I can defeat the new king alone, then the Marquis is merely the defeated subordinate of my defeated subordinate? Faced with such a narcissist, Alec was completely speechless. The new king's authorities are extremely strange and hard to guard against. Hasn't the cult leader considered that you might lose? Ha! Hearing this, Luo Hao showed displeasure but didn't get angry, instead confidently raising her head. I, Luo Hao, am the strongest Campione ruling at the pinnacle of martial arts. Facing a mere new king, what need is there to ally with others? As a senior among Campione, being so wary of juniors would make me a laughingstock. I, Luo Hao, disdain such behavior. So stop mentioning alliances. I'll let the new king know what true power is. Faced with such passionate and narcissistic words, Alec had no response. Only now did he deeply realize a fact: Campione couldn't unite. Realizing this, he completely abandoned the unrealistic notion of establishing a Campione alliance. Fine, worst case he'd just run faster later. Thinking this, he shook his head and bid farewell to Luo Hao. Then I wish the cult leader victory in battle. If Luo Hao could really defeat the new king, that would be good too, at least he wouldn't need to worry anymore. Thinking this, after saying goodbye, he hadn't taken 2 steps outside when the moon overhead suddenly blazed like daylight. A celestial phenomenon occurred. Is this a heretic god or Campione? Luo Hao also noticed the celestial phenomenon and immediately looked toward the moon. At this time, could it be the new king? Having only dared enter the underground prison after Ryuga left Italy, Alec calculated the timing and confirmed this. How did the new king get to the moon? Is he fighting a heretic god? Alec was puzzled. Wasn't the new king's luck a bit too good? How did he encounter another heretic god so quickly? Going to the moon to fight, our new compatriot has good courage. Luo Hao evaluated with a senior's attitude. After he returns from the moon and recovers his cursed power, I'll respond to his challenge and let him taste defeat. Tens of seconds later, another light torrent appeared. This scale of energy. Alex's expression suddenly became grave, looking very worried. And the next instant. Crack! Though no sound came, the scene before them made one think of this sound. Under the gaze of two campioni, the full moon overhead was directly shattered by Ryuga's strike, losing a corner. Looking at the broken satellite overhead, the two campioni on the ground stared at each other, completely dumbfounded. Even Alec, who was most wary of the new king, hadn't expected such a situation. What had they just witnessed? The new king shattered the moon? Though only a corner, this absolutely wasn't something campioni could do. What was going on? Martial arts King Luo Hao fell completely silent. As the pinnacle of martial arts, as one of the formerly strongest campioni, she understood perfectly how difficult it was to destroy a country, continent, or planet in one go. She naturally understood deeply what the scene before her represented. No wonder even Marquis Vauban had been defeated. Facing this level of enemy, victory was impossible. After long silence, she spoke with a trembling voice. Black Prince, what did you say earlier about a Campioni alliance? The one who had just declared she would show the new king true power immediately went back on her word, no longer caring about becoming others' laughingstock. Facing a moon-shattering level demon lord, solo combat was pure suicide. Only now did they understand the deep meaning in Marquis Vauban's words. The new King Ryuga was indeed an unwinnable opponent. To be continued. Advance 50 chapters are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/readaztree. Chapter 90, Chapter 090, Heading to the God Realm, You Really Judge People Accurately, Advancing to 4th Tier. Tosaka Rin, the newcomer's matter has finally been resolved, congratulations. Kane, as expected, Ryuga-sama had to personally intervene. Tosaka Rin, indeed, although I knew Ryuga-sama's strength was definitely not just 3rd tier, I never imagined that as long as Ryuga-sama was willing, he could become a 4th tier powerhouse at any time. After the battle, Tosaka Rin specifically checked and discovered that Ryuga's strength had indeed reached the 4th tier land-sinking level. This display of becoming stronger when facing stronger opponents made everyone sigh with admiration. If the newcomer this time had been a 5th tier Star Destroyer level powerhouse, wouldn't Ryuga possibly advance directly to Star Destroyer level? Madoka, no matter what, it's great that there was no conflict. Madoka also breathed a sigh of relief. If Jibril had dominated the chat group, who knows what would have happened. Tosaka Rin, speaking of which, Jibril was so arrogant before, but she submitted so quickly afterward. Tosaka Rin, although it doesn't seem like she's playing any tricks, we should still be careful. Kane, looking at her, she probably wasn't pretending. It's hard for normal people to act that perverted, eccentric. They were slightly puzzled by Jibril's lightning-fast submission. Jibril, how can you talk about someone behind their back like this? Are you trying to sow discord and steal my position in Master's heart? Seeing the chat in the group, Jibril became anxious. Even if Ryuga trusted her completely, being constantly told by these people that she was unreliable would inevitably plant seeds of doubt in his mind. She had finally found a lord who could accommodate her ideals. How could she let these people ruin it? Tosaka Rin, getting anxious. Tosaka Rin, by the way, we're not talking behind your back, we're discussing it right in front of you. Since the opponent was already a defeated general, there was naturally no need to worry. Thinking of the threats the other party had made against her earlier, she wouldn't be herself if she didn't get some revenge now. Kane, you can't blame Rin for being suspicious. Jibril-san, your previous behavior was indeed likely to make people harbor doubts. Even someone as gentle as Kane could only point this out tactfully. Regarding this arrogant flugel who had offended everyone upon joining the group, even if they didn't want to hold grudges, they would subconsciously feel some resistance. Madoka, Indeed. Jibril, Hwaya. I'm sorry. Ryuga-sama, what should I do now? Jibril, at Ryuga. Being cornered, she immediately sought help in panic. To this, Ryuga gave only a simple reply. Ryuga, show sincerity. Jibril, sincerity. The flugel tilted her head, pondered for 2 seconds, then immediately showed an expression of understanding. Jibril, I understand. Jibril, I'm sorry, everyone. I shouldn't have called you all weaklings who can't even match the forest elves. Although that's the truth, I shouldn't have said it like that. Jibril, after all, you are group members who interact with Master as equals. Showing disrespect to everyone present is equivalent to ignoring Master's dignity. As a servant, making such an error is simply inexcusable. For this, I want to offer you all my most sincere apology. Jibril, kowtowing.jpg. Tosaka Rin. Erika. Madoka. Jibril, is there something wrong with my apology? Please speak up, I'll correct it. Tosaka Rin, what kind of apology is this? Didn't you just humiliate us again? Jibril, but, these are my true thoughts. Ryuga-sama's requirement was to show sincerity. Wasn't I sincere enough? Jibril felt she had been sincere enough. As for the so-called belittling, wasn't that just the truth? These weaklings who hadn't even reached the second tier were indeed inferior to those forest elf weeds. Tosaka Rin, although what you said is indeed factual. Tosaka Rin, but why do I feel like I've been humiliated again? Through this apology, Tosaka Rin roughly understood Jibril's worldview. For this flugel, strength determined the right to speak. Right now, she was indeed expressing her thoughts with the most sincere attitude. In her heart, there was nothing wrong with mocking weaklings en masse. The problem was mocking people that her Lord Ryuga knew. If they weren't acquainted with Ryuga, in Jibril's eyes, they would probably be no different from weeds, right? With modern values, it was indeed difficult to accept this kind of thinking that lacked basic etiquette, but from a Magus' perspective, Tosaka Rin deeply understood that Jibril's survival of the fittest mentality wasn't fundamentally flawed. Rules have always been used to constrain the weak. Tosaka Rin, although I can understand it, I'm still angry. Madoka, +1. Jibril, it still doesn't work? I can't very well lie, can I? Although I wouldn't mind doing so, Ryuga-sama asked me to show sincerity. Ryuga-sama, help. Feeling she had been sincere enough, Jibril called for rescue again. And this time, Ryuga's evaluation was equally simple. Ryuga, not practical enough. Jibril, I understand. Thank you, Ryuga-sama. Seeing Jibril cheer again, Tosaka Rin's mouth twitched. What did this girl understand now? She wouldn't try to humiliate them again, would she? Tosaka Rin, don't think we're the type to be bought off by trivial benefits. Before she could finish her complaint, system notifications arrived. Group member Jibril has purchased your mana refinement method. Group member Jibril has purchased your basic gem mage craft. Group member Jibril has purchased your. Looking at the series of notifications in her rapidly increasing point balance, Tosaka Rin quietly deleted her previous message and typed out a smiley face. Tosaka Rin, you really judge people accurately. Tosaka Rin, suddenly feel all my resentment has disappeared. Thank you, boss. At Jibril. Although Jibril's way of thinking was indeed infuriating, she was truly generous with her spending. All the mage craft skills from the Tosaka family that Rin had uploaded, including many obscure magical techniques that had never sold, were completely swept up by Jibril, bringing Tosaka Rin's point balance to over 10,000. With so many points, she could directly purchase the greater source mana refinement method she had been longing for. Besides that, Ryuga had previously uploaded a bunch of materials, including many useful spells. If she could purchase them, her strength would quickly surpass her father's. With such great benefits, suddenly being humiliated earlier didn't seem like much. That's over 10,000 points. The same experience happened to Erika, Kane, and Madoka. Except for Madoka, who had few uploaded items and didn't benefit much, Erika received the most points, even exceeding Tosaka Rin's. Although Kane got slightly less, all her uploaded items were still completely bought out. For her, this was already an enormous gain, exceeding more than half a year's accumulation. Kane, thank you, boss. Erika, thank you, boss. Madoka, thank you, boss. They finally experienced the power of a rich woman. Jibril, so everyone forgives me. Jibril blinked, not expecting to pass so easily. With her strength, she naturally possessed points in the millions. The points spent on buying everyone's items this time weren't even a fraction of her account balance. Tosaka Rin, of course. Remember to patronize our business in the future, rich lady. Tosaka Rin clenched her small fists, already starting to think about how to trick her father into lending her his magic crest. Magic crests often contained all the accumulated knowledge of a magus family over hundreds of years, making them far more valuable than ordinary mage craft. Jibril, no problem. Jibril, speaking of which, Master, shouldn't we be departing now? Jibril's comment caught everyone's attention. Tosaka Rin, departing? Is Ryuga-sama going to battle again? After leaving the moon, Ryuga had turned off his live stream, so they didn't know the current situation. Ryuga, yes. Tosaka Rin, suddenly I think it's quite normal for Ryuga-sama to get stronger so quickly. It's only been a few days, and Ryuga-sama has been fighting constantly with basically no rest. The twin-tailed young girl sighed thus. Besides his heaven-defying comprehension, Ryuga's proactive nature was also why he could grow stronger so quickly. Otherwise, there would be no way to break through to the 4th tier in just 4 days. Hearing this, Ryuga shook his head. Ryuga, this time doesn't count as battle, just a trip to the God Realm. Earlier, he had already decided to head to the God Realm, which was why he had specifically lured Athena over and defeated her. He had only been interrupted midway by Jibril's situation. After dealing with Jibril's matter, he would naturally proceed according to the original plan. Tosaka Rin, doesn't count as battle. Does this mean the enemies are too weak to be worth worrying about? Kane, I remember we were a bit nervous when the God Realm was mentioned before, but now, having witnessed the moon-shattering scene, they indeed no longer worried about Ryuga's plans. Ordinary gods, let alone Ryuga, probably couldn't even pass the hurdle of Altria and Jibril. The times had changed. It was no longer Ryuga standing alone at the peak, but both his retainers could also stand at the pinnacle. Erika, I used to worry about Ryuga-sama, but now I'm starting to worry about the God Realm. Erika, are they really prepared to welcome Ryuga-sama's arrival? To be continued. Advance 50 chapters are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/readaztree. Chapter 91, Chapter 091, The Christian Divine Realm, Michael, Jibril's power increase. Whether the gods of the Divine Realm were prepared to welcome Ryuga's arrival was still unclear at this point. In any case, after entering the Divine Realm, Ryuga was quite surprised by the scene before his eyes. Whoa, is this the Divine Realm that Ryuga-sama mentioned? It certainly looks very interesting. Following behind Ryuga, flapping her tiny wings, was Jibril, who appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old in her young girl form. Interesting. Hearing this evaluation, Ryuga looked around at his surroundings, where hostile gazes filled every direction. For the warlike Flugel race, perhaps it truly is so. Yes, I love watching others fight. However, Master, there's one thing that really bothers me. Jibril shook her head, looking somewhat dissatisfied at the dense crowd of figures before them. Why do these guys look so similar to me? Is this plagiarism? It must be plagiarism, right? Can I sue them? And why are there black-winged versions too? As soon as Jibril said this, the hostility around them immediately deepened. These are angels, fallen angels, and demons. Their appearance is indeed similar to the flugel. It's probably because in human eyes, wings have always been a symbol of divinity. Ryuga casually explained. However, more than that, I'm more concerned about why we arrived at the biblical divine realm when it was clearly Athena's summoning. That's right, the place he now found himself in was the territory of Christianity. Before the two of them stood two distinct massive armies. The left army was overall shrouded in thick black mist, with the main force consisting of fallen angels, various demons, magical beasts, and serpentine dragons. The right army was overall bathed in holy light, flames, and thunder, uniformly composed entirely of angelic legions. The pure white army of light and the pitch-black army of darkness were arrayed before the Garden of Eden, their colors distinctly separated, with the war situation ready to explode at any moment. If not for Ryuga's sudden descent from the sky, these two legions would probably have already started fighting. At this moment, everyone was staring at the uninvited guests before them. Seeing Jibril with her pure white wings, the fallen angels and demons naturally cast hostile gazes at both Jibril and Ryuga, considering them to be enemies. As for the angelic side, the hostility in their eyes was even greater, surpassing even that of the fallen angels and demons. This wasn't strange at all. Although Jibril's appearance leaned more toward a light angel, her physical structure was completely different from normal angels. This type of similar yet different individual was most likely to trigger the killing intent of the angelic legion. Because this represented a heretical angel, and heretics were more hateful than demons. A heretical angel, and a god slayer. A few seconds later, a brilliantly shining angel flew out from the army of light. He possessed broad white wings, held a crimson cross-shaped sword, had features with extremely strong divinity, and his pupils seemed to contain thunder and flames. Just by looking at that face filled with divinity, Ryuga could recognize the other party's identity. The similitude of God, Michael. There weren't many who could lead the angelic legion, and there weren't many angels with such powerful divinity. Indeed. Michael acknowledged his identity, then looked toward Jibril. God Slayer from another world, in the matter of slaying evil gods and demons, you have indeed established some merit. However, no matter what, you should not have brought a heretical angel into the Lord's domain. Leave behind this heretical angel and convert to the Lord's embrace, and I can let you leave. Saying this, Michael raised his rose-like sword, pointing the tip at Jibril, with killing intent surging in his pupils. As a battle angel, guardian of Eden, and prince of light, he was an angel who resisted oppression, but also an angel who slayed heretics and maintained the faith of the Lord. Such an existence might be able to tolerate a god-slayer, but absolutely could not allow an enemy like Jibril to leave. Heretical angel, are you talking about me? Hearing these words, Jibril widened her eyes, then actively stepped forward. Do you have any dissatisfaction with my power? Stop! Michael immediately shouted to halt Jibril. Seeing that Jibril continued on her own way without any change, his crimson sword directly slashed down. Thou must repay thy transgression with pain. Accompanied by a judgment voice like thunder, Michael directly chose to attack. Humph! You think you're worthy of fighting me? Jibril struck back with a wing, showing no sign of weakness. Her current state had only 1/10 of her power from her prime period. However, even having lost the power to instantly kill heretic gods, the power she retained was still sufficient to match gods. I may have become weaker, but that doesn't mean you've become stronger. A spear of light condensed instantly and was released, with immense energy directly piercing through Michael's wing. Lord! Protect me! Jesus Christ, protect me! Michael cried out in pain, but his facial expression didn't change in the slightest. After realizing the opponent had the advantage in energy, he had no intention of retreating whatsoever, and his attacks became even more fierce. Help me defeat the unjust angel. Help me punish the arrogant enemy. Under the sacred words of power, Jibril, who was judged as arrogant, immediately felt an additional layer of pressure on her body, as if she had been invisibly judged as a criminal. Divine authorities often possessed the power to reverse strength and weakness. Even though Jibral's power currently held the advantage, under the effect of the authority, this advantage was quickly reversed. Jibral, who was deemed to bear sin, directly received punishment. If this were Jibral at her peak, she would naturally not need to worry about authorities and could simply use her strongest power to achieve a crushing victory. However, now with only 1/10 of her power remaining, Jibral found it difficult to completely ignore divine authorities. Unable to use Heaven's Strike, if she were still in that previous state of not mastering any techniques, this battle would inevitably be quite arduous. Even with carrying a huge advantage, the final fight would be very difficult. But there are no what-ifs in the world. When she was thoroughly defeated by Ryuga and apologized to others, Jibral naturally wouldn't miss the merchandise that Ryuga was selling. Products that were too expensive for others were something Jibral could buy without looking at the price. Among them was the conceptual armament worth 990,000. So, conceptual armament Longinus spear. Jibral added the god-slaying attribute to the light spear in her hand. The power of the flugel, plus Ryuga-sama's wisdom, watch me strip this knockoff flugel completely bare. With slight personal emotion, Jibral launched herself at Michael. The power that could originally contend with authorities through sheer energy, after gaining the blessing of sanctuary-level god-slaying techniques, directly transformed into overwhelming waves of destruction. Boom! Under the violent and swift clash, before Michael could use his trump card, the god-given right light, Jibral achieved the feat of god-slaying by directly piercing through his divine core with absolute advantage. To be continued. Advance 50 chapters are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/readaztree. Chapter 92, Chapter 092, Heaven's Strike and Magic Sword, Fusion Technique. Michael's strength should have been at first-class level among heretic gods. As the strongest battle angel of the Christian pantheon, his position was similar to Varethragna, both being war gods who protected their faith. Even more so, the two had considerable origins in their spiritual foundations, with part of Michael's spiritual foundation originating from Varethragna. With his strength, if he cooperated with his judgment and condemnation authorities, he could easily enhance his special attacks while applying debuffs to Jibral. If he just extended the battle time slightly and prepared the strongest authority right light bestowed by the Lord, the outcome of this battle would really be uncertain. After all, although Jibral had compensated for her disadvantage in technique through conceptual armament, she still hadn't recovered to her peak period. In her young state, her spiritual power was only 1/10 of what it was before, unable to maintain that crushing level advantage. However, in this kind of one-on-one duel, it was still Jibral who achieved complete victory. There was no helping it, the flugel fighting style was too crazy. The approach of consuming half the energy in one's body in a single burst wasn't something ordinary heretic gods could adapt to. Therefore, with quick strikes, Michael was cut down before he could display all his advantages. Humph! You dare challenge me in front of Master with just this? Looking at Michael's gradually disappearing body, Jibral proudly raised her head. When she turned back to look at Ryuga, her expression immediately changed from arrogant to seeking praise, staring at Ryuga like a loyal dog expecting its master's compliment. Ryuga-sama, I won. Well done. Ryuga nodded and praised her. His gaze, however, remained fixed on Michael's gradually disappearing body. When heretic gods are defeated, their bodies disappear because their main bodies return to the divine realm. But right now, they were in the divine realm, so his main body couldn't go anywhere else. The authority has begun to transfer. The Sword of Original Sin technique activated normally, proving that the conditions for slaying a god have been met. I have already obtained Michael's divine core. But I didn't feel the power of the original divine core. Feeling the additional power within his body, Ryuga confirmed his suspicion. Actually, this was shown in later parts of the original work. Even if you slay gods in the divine realm, what you get in the end is only the god's ordinary divine core, not the original divine core that serves as the template for divine cores. In this regard, there was no difference from slaying heretic gods. Ryuga's purpose for this trip was the original divine core. If he could only obtain ordinary divine cores, then this would be equivalent to a wasted trip. However, he didn't feel anxious, because the current changes were within his expectations. Sword of Original Sin is like the Ring of Usurpation, it still cannot directly interfere with original divine cores. Here, I must use power that's closer to original divine cores. While he was thinking, seeing Michael's death, the angelic legions directly went berserk. Damn heretics, how dare you attack the Prince of Light! The Lord will punish sinners with thunder and flame. Army of Light, engage in full battle. The enemies are heretical angels and blasphemous evildoers. Uriel, the archangel who controlled hellfire, was immediately enraged, completely ignoring the fallen angels and demons, their mortal enemies, and locked his battle target on Ryuga and Jibril. Those fallen angels who should have taken the opportunity to attack also tactfully chose to observe. Hellfire descended from the sky, igniting the wings of tens of thousands of angels, burning the sky red. Besides Uriel, the angelic legion was not lacking in famous angels. Among them, the strong ones had strength equivalent to surviving heretic gods, and even the weakest unnamed angels, under the legion's enhancement, could display power at the level of top-tier subordinate gods. The lineup before them could basically be called an entire divine legion. Facing this formation that could almost crush her, Jibril held her head high and chest out, showing no fear on her face, but instead wearing a contemptuous smile. A legion-level heretic god was not such an easy opponent to deal with, even for her at her previous peak. No matter how much energy she had in her body, she couldn't compete with an entire army. However, she remained completely calm, because Ryuga stood behind her. Her master was an existence who could directly use divine strike. Even a legion-level heretic god would have absolutely no chance of survival under such a world-destroying blow. Jibril maintained this confidence until Ryuga's next words. "Jibril, I'll leave these guys to you." Ha! Hearing this, Jibril was slightly stunned, then turned around in shock, pointing at herself with her finger, completely confused. Me? Like a carp spirit ordered to kill Tang Santang and his disciples, Jibril began to suspect whether her master was dissatisfied with her and wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of her. Otherwise, with her current state, how could she possibly defeat an entire divine legion? "That's right, you." Ryuga nodded slightly, repeating once before extending his hand and passing a golden glowing divine artifact to her, while patting Jibril's head. "Is this enough?" "Enough. Master, I'll go tear through these feathered birds right now." Taking the golden grail and feeling the blessing that Ryuga transmitted to her, Jibril's attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn, and she eagerly spread her wings. After receiving the grail, Jibril's body immediately began to change, gradually growing from a 7-8-year-old girl to about 12-13 years old. Although she still hadn't recovered to her peak period, the aura she displayed was completely different. And on the back of her hand, a silver sword pattern could be seen. That was the mark of sword blessing, representing that Ryuga had opened the mythical technique permissions of the Steel Hero God system to her. "Don't let them disturb me," Ryuga casually instructed while directly reaching out toward the light points scattered from Michael's body. At such close distance, even Jibril couldn't understand what Ryuga was doing. Clearly Ryuga had only extended one hand, yet for some reason she saw 3 overlapping shadows. With the Flugel's talent, she could easily determine that the first layer was a physical shadow, the second layer was an energy shadow, but that third layer, she completely couldn't understand. The flickering blue, star-like thread of light was as illusory and beautiful as nebulae. Although she couldn't tell what substance it was, she could see that after Ryuga made his move, similar light points in Michael's body vibrated and separated, forming golden structures. In that structure, she sensed the aura of gods, even purer than gods. Yes. Jibril immediately acknowledged the order. Although she didn't know what Ryuga was doing, her master's trust in her was very apparent. He directly entrusted his back to her, not worrying about anyone's sneak attacks at all. Clearly, she was just a servant who had recently sworn allegiance. Faced with this level of trust, even Jibril couldn't help but develop the thought of absolutely not betraying this expectation. So, I'm truly sorry, but Ryuga-sama needs a quiet venue. She slowly turned around, showing an extremely elegant smile to the army of light before her. So, could you please go die? The moment her words hit the ground, killing intent filled heaven and earth. Two pure white wings spread open, all energy in her body was constrained to the limit. This was the extremely familiar starting stance for the Flugel's strongest technique, Heaven's Strike. However, this Heaven's Strike was different from usual. Besides Jibril not having recovered to her peak period, with energy scale reduced by more than half. More importantly, this time what she condensed wasn't the usual light spear, but a crescent moon-like silver sword light. I swear here that this body is the strongest sword possessed by Ryuga-sama. I will not allow the existence of anything that can interfere with Master. So goodbye, everyone. The moment her words fell, energy magnificent enough to shake heaven and earth spread out under the drive of silver sword light, like silk cutting through everything before them in an instant. In that instant, except for a few archangels and some grand angels who managed to dodge in time, the entire army of light was pierced through by the silver sword light. Like a beautiful painting being cut in half at the waist, the angels didn't even feel pain in the first instant, nor did they sense the killing intent. They only felt the cool breeze, and their heads were spinning and falling along with their upper bodies to the ground. Like cutting wheat, the angels fell to the ground one after another, completely scattered. The army of light, numbering in the tens of thousands, was more than half annihilated in just one encounter. The young version of Heaven's Strike combined with rending silver hand burst forth with unprecedented destructive power. Not only did it far exceed the original Heaven's Strike, it even had a trace of Divine Strike's essence. That energy torrent capable of easily destroying countries was amplified to the extreme by the sword's authority. Even if God had given the army of light multiple layers of blessing and defense, before this unmatched energy torrent and the steel authority that could tear through everything, it was all meaningless and completely reduced to nothing. Seeing this scene, whether it was Uriel of Hellfire or the fallen angels watching from the sidelines, all were completely shocked. They had never seen such magnificent sword light, nor had they ever seen such a fierce enemy. One person had cut down an entire army of light? In the divine realm where the Lord didn't exist, even Satan, the strongest devil of Christianity, didn't have this level of power, right? This heretical angel, what exactly was her background? To be continued. Advance 50 chapters are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/readaztree. Chapter 93, Chapter 093, Mythology Controller, Analysis of Original Divine Cores. Whoa! Is it really this strong? Looking at her handiwork before her, even Jibril was surprised. If before she had relied purely on massive amounts of energy to be superior to gods, then now, after gaining the shared authority from Ryuga, her strength could be said to have undergone a qualitative improvement. Energy that surpassed ordinary gods, plus authority that could sever divine power, brought her power to its extreme. Under such an all-out strike, even steel blessing wouldn't be sufficient to preserve oneself. As expected of Master's power, Jibril felt sincerely convinced. No wonder Ryuga had said before that she didn't understand power. Who could have thought that divine authority effects would be so abnormal, using one portion of energy to achieve 10 times the results? With her current strength, she felt she could probably already solo hunt dragon kings. Of course, compared to the god Sama of her own world, there was still a bit of difference. After all, even with similar authorities, her world's god Sama had far more energy than herself. However, no matter what, she now had the qualifications for god slaying. Even the main god Artosh probably couldn't just stand still and take her strongest attack now. The current her had taken a big step toward responding to Artosha's wish and granting him defeat. While Jibril was happily thinking about these things, Uriel, who had been observing from the side, suddenly showed joy. The heretical angel is exhausted. Attack! After releasing Heaven's strike, Jibril indeed returned to her young girl form. Just by seeing this change and noticing her weakened aura, one could naturally understand that the previous strike had consumed most of Jibril's power. Realizing this, Uriel felt reassured. Indeed, such powerful strength inevitably required a corresponding price. Although they had suffered heavy losses, as long as they could capture the enemy, it wouldn't count as defeat. Under Uriel's call, several grand angels who had escaped disaster through divine speed rushed toward Jibril together. Uriel took out his flame sword, pointing the tip directly at the young Flugel. Thou hast committed the great sins of pride, wrath, and greed. In the Lord's name, punishment shall be inflicted upon the sinner. As the angel who ruled hell, his mastery of judgment and condemnation was even superior to Michael's. Seeing himself make Jibril even weaker, his confidence surged. 6 against 1, advantage is mine. Just as 6 angels were about to launch a group attack on Jibril, to annihilate this weakened Flugel in one strike. At this critical moment, the young Flugel smiled sweetly. You really took the bait easily, didn't you? The moment her words finished, under Uriel's astonished gaze, she once again returned to her 12-13-year-old lowly form. The magic power in the Grail was enough for her to transform like this several more times. Seeing Jibril's death-like smile at the corner of her mouth, some angels wanted to use the same trick again and escape through divine speed authority. But they didn't expect Jibril to slightly raise her hand and directly seal the surrounding space. As a Flugel, manipulation of spirits and manipulation of space were both instincts they were born with. Divine speed authority might be swift, but before space manipulation abilities, it was completely meaningless. Don't worry, you alone aren't worthy of making me use Heaven's strike. Come, let me properly test the power that Ryuga-sama has given me. Accompanied by spine-chilling laughter, Jibril condensed a silver light scythe in her hand, then directly launched a fierce assault on the angels before her with physical abilities that even divine beasts couldn't match. In just one encounter, an angel had his chest pierced through. Even holy light couldn't heal wounds caused by divine authority. Seeing Jibril massacre the angels, the fallen angels and demons looked at each other, also becoming restless. However, before they could act, they were stopped by their leader, Azazel. Rather than the angels' side, we should perhaps pay more attention to the God-slayer on the other side. He locked his gaze on Ryuga, who seemed completely defenseless. Capture the leader first, isn't that right? Azazel clearly hadn't noticed that the moment his gaze turned toward Ryuga, Jibril's eyes had already locked onto him. The task Ryuga had given was not to be disturbed, so anyone who wanted to disturb Ryuga was her enemy. While Jibril was cleaning up the angelic and demonic legions, Ryuga was studying the original divine core. Using his physical body, etheric body, and astral body simultaneously, under triple interference, Michael's original divine core was completely exposed and grasped in Ryuga's palm. From the surface, the so-called original divine core was just a regular polyhedron emitting golden light, appearing only fist-sized. But in Ryuga's eyes, this fist-sized regular polyhedron contained information complexity even greater than analyzing Go. Oppression of heretics, believers' blood, the cross of the divine son's suffering, slain serpentine dragons, righteous people's lamentations, saints' perseverance. Countless historical image fragments, in the clearest possible way, gradually flowed into Ryuga's mind through astral body resonance interference. It was precisely these histories carved into the planet's chronicle, and the people who once existed in history, who shaped Michael, this faith-protecting angel, with their prayers. He held the sword of judgment, slaying evil dragons that persecuted faith, demoting heretical evil gods to demons, protecting every believer who dared to resist, and guarding humanity's future against demonic temptation. It could be said that Michael's image was the phantom of a rebellious hero jointly constructed by Christian believers when facing persecution and desperation. The one true God didn't need to struggle with demons, so all of the good God's combative aspects were bestowed upon him. The sleepless angel, the Holy Spirit who hated evil, the warrior who slaughtered dragons and serpents. Various prayers layered together created Michael's divine core and condensed the original divine core that symbolized this God. So much information. Feeling the massive fragments washing over his mind, even with Ryuga's understanding, he momentarily felt pressure. Indeed, the core of original divine cores is stellar particles and mythological information. At this moment, Ryuga had completely analyzed the structure of divine cores. The material structural foundation of original divine cores was stellar particles. So Ryuga could use stellar particle resonance for transcoding, thus absorbing and mastering the original divine core's astral body through his own astral body like now. Once absorption was complete, as long as there was sufficient energy, Ryuga could mass-produce Michael's divine core. The information structure of original divine cores was mythology itself. If stellar particles formed the basic structure of original divine cores, then mythology determined the differential structure between different original divine cores. Overall, original divine cores were a dual structure that packaged specific mythological content and handed it to stellar particles to realize the mythological information content. The mythological conceptual information body was responsible for determining the content and effects of divine cores. The stellar particle body was responsible for turning the information body's blueprint into an entity that could interfere with energy and matter. Mastering original divine cores was equivalent to mastering the related mythological concepts themselves. If I incorporate original divine cores into mythological techniques as well, I'll gain higher matching freedom and be able to achieve more comprehensive control over mythology. Previously, when Ryuga constructed mythological techniques, the basic units for technique construction were still divine cores, at most broken down to avatars. This was because his mastery of divine cores themselves only reached this level. But now, through mastering original divine cores, Ryuga's mastery of divine cores had been refined to the level of human faith changes. If divine cores were compared to software, then the previous Ryuga was only familiar with all software operations, while the current him had already delved into the software's code writing level. Under this minute level of control, Ryuga could maximize the power of divine cores and also maximize their disassembly and recombination. If so, the power and applicable range of mythological techniques would dramatically increase, reaching levels that ordinary gods simply couldn't understand. At that time, Ryuga would no longer be a divine core holder, but a mythology controller. If he could reach this level, Ryuga's advancement to 5th Order Planet Destroyer would have no difficulty whatsoever, and even 6th Order Stellar System wouldn't be unthinkable. The transition from divine cores to mythology is definitely the correct direction. Ryuga was quite certain about this point. It's just that before this, there's still an important problem to solve. Thinking this, he focused his gaze on the gradually shrinking original divine core in his hand and absorbed it all at once. Massive torrents of information once again flowed into Ryuga's mind. Rather than mythology, he felt what he was receiving was completely a history of mythology, equivalent to the extremely compressed lives of a million people. Even with my mental capacity, it takes this long to completely absorb one original divine core. Thinking this, Ryuga looked at the army of light that had been instantly killed by Jibril, where original divine cores were scattered everywhere. Wouldn't these require at least several months to completely absorb? To absorb original divine cores, he had to translate and understand the mythological core within the original divine cores into Ryuga's mind through astral body resonance. Only after Ryuga understood could he interfere with his own astral body and completely absorb the original divine core's power. If he didn't interfere, before long, these original divine cores would completely return to mythology and then breed new gods. But if he absorbed them now, Ryuga's efficiency in absorbing original divine cores couldn't keep up. For Ryuga, the difficulty in absorbing original divine cores wasn't in understanding whether human prayers or changes in faith were quite easy to understand. The real problem was that the amount of this information was too large. So large that even though Ryuga's computational power was comparable to quantum computers, he still needed a certain processing time. If facing a single god, that wouldn't take much effort, but wanting to use this method to completely absorb the divine cores of a divine group was too difficult. It seems I must solve the computational power problem. To be continued. Advance 50 chapters are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/readastree. Chapter 94, Chapter 094, Ex Machina's Computational Power, Ryuga who creates gods. Ryuga-sama, are you finished with your work? The young flugel bounced over, her face wearing a pure and lovely smile. Behind her, gods and demons lay scattered across the field, golden divine blood staining the earth. The task Ryuga had given her was not to be disturbed, and Jibril had indeed completed this task, just in a somewhat special way. Killing all the angels and demons meant no one could disturb him, right? You've worked hard. Ryuga nodded, feeling divine cores flowing into his body one after another. Although Sword of Original Sin was temporarily ineffective against original divine cores, it was still effective against ordinary divine cores. The divine cores of all these angels and demons that Jibril had killed were transferred to Ryuga's body. Including the Angelic Legion and Demon Legion, Ryuga had gained dozens more divine cores in one go. Now, the total number of authorities Ryuga possessed had long since broken 100. Even if they weren't original divine cores, these ordinary divine cores were still quite decent power. Of course, if he could master these original divine cores as well, that would naturally be even better. Looking at the original divine core materials scattered across the battlefield, Ryuga suddenly asked. Jibril, you mentioned before that in your world, there's a species called Ex Machina, right? That's right. Is Master interested in those scrap metals? Jibril blinked, somewhat puzzled. Those scrap metals have nothing special except for their relatively strong calculation and learning abilities. Although their heads are quite rare, Azrael ordered us not to engage in combat with Ex Machina, or our combat skills would be stolen. Speaking of this, Jibril showed an expression half disdainful, half eager to try. She was personally very interested in Ex Machina but also wary of their terrifying learning ability, having never fought with Ex Machina before. After all, Ex Machina's learning ability was strong enough that any tactics or weapons couldn't be effective a second time, and they could even analyze and reproduce the Dragon King's roar, a life-risking technique. If they rashly engaged, the Flugel's Heaven's Strike would definitely be learned. Besides this, all Ex Machina thinking could be merged through their full connection collective, which meant declaring war on one Ex Machina was equivalent to declaring war on the entire Ex Machina race. Even the Flugel were unwilling to touch this kind of time bomb that would become completely irreconcilable once hostile and would stake the fate of entire races. However, Ryuga didn't have such concerns. Good computational power? That one point is enough. With Ryuga's understanding, if he could have Ex Machina's computational network to assist with calculations, the original divine cores before him wouldn't be a problem. They could be completely digested within a few hours, or even tens of minutes. And once he mastered all these original divine cores within himself, Ryuga could be called a walking human mythology. Oh? Does Ryuga-sama mean to go to my side? Realizing this, Jibril suddenly became excited. That's great, but wait, does Ryuga-sama have confidence in defeating Artosh-sama now? Although I don't recommend you contact Artosh-sama from the start, with your power, Artosh-sama might actively make a move. Thinking of the possibility of conflict between the two, Jibril's tone became slightly worried. Defeating Artosh was her duty, and Jibril wasn't resistant to this point. What she worried about was whether meeting too early might injure Ryuga. After bribing Tosaka-rin and others with sincerity, Jibril learned that the time Ryuga had spent becoming strong to this degree was surprisingly short. If so, shouldn't they wait until Ryuga was stronger to ensure safety? After all, the war god Artosh was definitely not something that could be measured by common sense. Hearing Jibril's concern, Ryuga shook his head unconcernedly. No need to worry. Gods with overly simple divine cores are hard to be my opponents, even the strongest war god is the same. For Ryuga, who had mastered divine cores to such a degree, gods were the easiest enemies to deal with. That's good. Jibril immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then when do you plan to go? I can go back and invite you anytime. No rush, let's first see Athena's situation. Ryuga shook his head, looking at the battlefield littered with corpses before him. If not dealt with, before long the stellar particle structure of these original divine cores would collapse and completely return to mythology, and then there would be no way to absorb them. Before that, I need to preserve the materials. Preserve materials. Jibril tilted her head, not quite understanding Ryuga's meaning. Ryuga had no intention of explaining. He directly extended his right hand and mobilized the power within his body. The original divine core located inside Ryuga's astral body began to vibrate, and thread-like stellar particles were born from Ryuga's hand, finally forming a dice-like golden regular heptahedron. Jibril sensed the aura of divine cores from it. Before long, the golden regular heptahedron was completely finished. Even after Ryuga withdrew his hand, its stable structure continuously absorbed the surrounding power and began autonomous action. Large amounts of energy formed divine power under the divine core's influence, and the unique divine power circulation pattern formed a unique structure. Under the shroud of golden light, pure energy constructed a flame-colored form, finally creating an extremely familiar figure. It was clearly the Prince of Light Michael who had just been killed by Jibril. Master, are you creating gods with your bare hands? Seeing this scene, Jibril was stunned. She had tried her best to understand Ryuga's power, yet found she still couldn't comprehend it. What kind of existence could casually create gods? Could it be that the current Ryuga-sama had already transcended gods? It's just basic application of original divine cores. Ryuga shook his head, not thinking much of it. As mentioned before, original divine cores were equivalent to templates for divine cores. As long as there was sufficient energy, let alone one Michael, even 10 could be created. Of course, currently the only one Ryuga could create was Michael. This is considered basic application. Jibril's mouth twitched, then suddenly remembering something, she asked puzzled. Speaking of which, why did Ryuga-sama create an enemy? No, he shouldn't be an enemy anymore. Ryuga shook his head. Jibril was startled and immediately looked at Michael in surprise. At this time, Michael had just opened his eyes. Surprisingly, he really didn't scold Jibril as a heretical angel like before, nor did he view Ryuga as a god-slayer. On the contrary, he immediately knelt before Ryuga, his pupils filled with fanatical faith. Lord! You have finally descended to this mortal world, finally appeared before your servant. The day of judgment will surely come, and this world will surely receive salvation from your hands. Ah! Seeing his fanatical appearance, Jibril was somewhat dumbfounded. Are you stealing my character positioning? No, wait. Master, he seems to have mistaken you for someone else. She keenly realized this point. Probably took me for the biblical god. After all, though I am his creator, I didn't rewrite the mythology he represents, so his thoughts remain the same as before. Ryuga was slightly surprised but quickly analyzed the true situation. As a protective deity of Christianity, bound by his divine core, Michael couldn't abandon his faith just because he was created by Ryuga. The Bible says clearly, I come not to bring peace to the world, but to bring the sword to the earth. In Christian theory, faith transcends everything, naturally including relationships like parents, friends, and country. Even if it were one's father, if he were a heretic, he would be an enemy. Under this worldview, creator status alone wasn't enough to gain devotion, but Michael was an angel who followed mythology, and only the Lord could create angels. Gods of the one God level not only couldn't descend as heretic gods, they were completely absent even in the divine realm. Therefore, Ryuga, who gave him second life, was also mistaken by Michael for an incarnation of God. As for Ryuga's naked words, Michael understood but didn't think he had recognized wrongly. Just like the previously descended Divine Son, it was normal for gods in incarnation state to be unclear about their identity. Anyway, it was the Trinity, and all glory belonged to the Lord. He only needed to follow Ryuga's commands. And Ryuga was completely unceremonious toward the archangel he had casually created. Michael, gather all the wreckage on the battlefield into Eden, and slow their time flow as much as possible. I have use for them. Yes. Michael immediately took the order. The concept of time in the divine realm was different from the outside world and could be manipulated. As the guardian of Eden, he indeed possessed such authority within Eden. By the way, is there wine in Eden? Ryuga suddenly asked. Yes. Everything in Eden belongs to you. Please rest for a moment, Lord. I will complete your command as quickly as possible. Like a gardener opening the door for his master, Michael opened the gates of Eden with an extremely respectful attitude. After Ryuga and Jibril entered, he raised his right arm shrouded in golden light and, according to Ryuga's instructions, transported and sealed all the battlefield wreckage into Eden. After completing this, he came to the garden and commanded the other angels stationed in Eden to pick all the grapes and brew them into wine, then personally harvested all the wheat and made it into unleavened bread. Ryuga-sama, why did you suddenly ask about this? Are you hungry? Jibril curiously came over, took a piece of bread, and took a bite. The taste is acceptable. She gave this evaluation. If you want to eat, you can have more. Ryuga took the now fist-sized, completely empty magic grail from Jibril's waist and casually tossed it to Michael. Jibril had won this battle cleanly and efficiently, but had also consumed a lot of energy, completely emptying the magic grail. After receiving the magic grail, without needing to ask, Michael directly poured the freshly brewed wine into it. Accompanied by this action, the endless divine spiritual energy within Eden continuously poured into the grail. In just a few minutes, it filled the magic grail's energy and even doubled it. You can drink more of this. Ryuga handed the magic grail back to Jibril, as if wanting to fatten her up. Jibril naturally wouldn't refuse Ryuga's request. At first she was somewhat puzzled, but when she drank a large gulp of wine, she suddenly widened her eyes, feeling an additional 0.1 God Slayer level curse power within her body. Continuing to gulp down several more mouthfuls, she directly gained a full God Slayer unit level of curse power. What was happening? Seeing Jibril's surprised expression, unable to speak due to nearly choking, Ryuga proactively explained. The effect of the communion ritual is maximally amplified in Eden. In Christian ritual, red wine represented God's blood, and unleavened wheat bread represented God's body. The so-called Holy Grail originally meant the wine vessel used by the Divine Son, containing red wine. Now, the magic grail had finally returned to its initial mythological appearance. Jibril, enjoying communion with this divine artifact, naturally received God's blessing. The power of the divine realm level dragon vein contained within Eden was absorbed by her through communion, allowing Jibril to gradually grow and recover to her peak form. To be continued. Advance 50 chapters are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/readaztree. Chapter 95, Chapter 095, Olympus, Zeus. Several minutes ago. Greek divine realm, in the center of the ancient Athenian Acropolis, within the Parthenon. The goddess of victory, no, she should now be called the tripartite ancient earth goddess Athena, was standing at the top of her temple. In the name of the ancient earth goddess Athena, I summon my lord to descend here. According to their agreement, the silver-haired goddess called out thus, to let her lord lock onto the coordinates here. Willing to accept defeat, plus Ryuga's purpose was originally her long-cherished wish, Athena naturally had no reason to go back on her word. Through the connection of their master-servant contract, she quickly contacted Ryuga and helped him lock onto the specific location of the divine realm. However, before she could send out her location coordinates, a thunder-like voice suddenly rang out from behind her. "My daughter Athena! Whom are you summoning?" Hearing this supremely dignified voice, Athena's heart sank as she immediately turned around. Descending from the sky behind her was Zeus, the god king wreathed in thunder. This god king, whose image in mythology wasn't particularly good, was definitely not as lustful as portrayed in myth. On the contrary, after usurping Metis's wisdom, he not only secured his position as god king but once transcended the prophecy issued by the fates, avoiding the fate of being replaced. Looking at all mythologies, there were very few who could achieve Zeus's level of accomplishment. Regarding contacting Ryuga, Athena had tried her best to conceal it, yet still hadn't escaped this one's observation. "Just curious about the god slayer who once defeated me. This isn't something that needs reporting, is it?" Athena answered with a natural expression. Which god in the divine realm hadn't gone to the real world as a heretic god for some fun? Therefore, explaining her behavior as being triggered by the god-slayer connection was a completely flawless reason. Of course, there was no unbreakable defense in the world. No matter how perfect the excuse, it ultimately couldn't withstand a simple question. If you were truly summoning a god-slayer, then I indeed shouldn't interfere. However, the lord you mentioned just now, what exactly is that about? Saying this, Zeus's pupils began to flash with thunder. Not expecting even such a quiet statement to be heard, Athena was momentarily speechless. "Also, can you explain your current divine core?" Zeus spoke in an icy tone. Tripartite ancient earth goddess, had a divine core prototype familiar to the point of disgust. "Don't tell me you plan to abandon your identity as an Olympian main god and become a rebel who defies the god king again." As the god king, he ultimately had exceptional insight. Even though Athena tried her best to conceal it, he could still see many problems. Hearing Zeus point this out, Athena no longer pretended. She coldly replied. "So what? Having lost the earth goddess's wisdom, can you still maintain your position as god king?" Extremely rarely, as a divine realm god, she chose to actively rebel against mythology. If described in contemporary terms, she was undoubtedly a true heretic god. Earth goddess's wisdom? Had. You're still indulging in delusions. Did the prophecy of the three fates give you courage? Zeus directly scoffed at Athena's words. According to the mythological prophecy, the child born of Metis would be able to replace Zeus and become the new god king. From a mythological perspective, this prophecy was itself a version of Zeus's mythology and had considerable credibility. However, to deal with this prophecy, in mythology, Zeus directly devoured Metis and gained her power. In the divine realm, the earth goddess lineage represented by Athena was completely suppressed and became a vassal of the steel hero god. Now, Athena actively recalling her ancient divine core could completely be said to be openly rebelling. "I need no help from the three fates. I can reclaim the earth goddess's glory and wash away past humiliation on my own." As expected, Athena assumed a confrontational stance. Seeing her appearance, Zeus shook his head slightly and didn't rush to attack. "I can give you one last chance. Abandon the Gorgonian and accept your identity as an Olympian main god, and I can still treat you as my daughter." "No need." Athena naturally refused to compromise in the slightest. "The era of showing off on the earth goddess's corpse is over. I have recovered as the tripartite god. God King Zeus, accept the earth goddess's judgment." She pointed her spear at the sky god before her, her attitude clear. After recovering her ancient earth goddess form, her strength had been considerably enhanced, no less than an ordinary god king. Even if her enemy was Zeus, Athena felt she might not lack a chance of victory. She was the goddess of victory. Foolish choice. Looking at the confident Athena before him, Zeus shook his head, his gaze indescribably disappointed. "Even now, you still think you have half a chance of victory." With his words falling, lightning thick as water barrels immediately struck down, forming a brief thunderstorm. The intense thunderstorm simultaneously enveloped both deities. Zeus bathed in the lightning, his entire aura beginning to rapidly rise. Lightning, like fire, could temper and enhance the power of steel hero gods. The thunderstorm's power far exceeded Athena's expectations. Even divine defensive power couldn't resist it, and even though Athena used the Aegis shield, she had trouble supporting herself momentarily. This scale of power, could it be? Using her temple's faith support, Athena quickly guessed the reason. She turned to look toward Mount Olympus, only to find this sacred mountain had quietly disappeared at some point. Before her, noticing her movement, God King Zeus revealed a sinister smile. "What are you looking for, Mount Olympus? No need to look. I am Olympus." With these words, the phantom of Mount Olympus appeared behind Zeus, and the Olympian gods had somehow appeared on the battlefield, completely surrounding the rebellious Athena. Facing the god's siege, Athena's gaze remained locked on Zeus. The god's siege was certainly terrifying, but she vaguely had the intuition that the Zeus before her was far more terrifying than all the other gods combined. To be continued. Advance 50 chapters are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/readaztree. Chapter 96, Chapter 096, The Only God, Heavenly Father Zeus, Invincible in the World? Boom! Brilliant thunder carrying the majesty of divine punishment struck down vertically. The shield of Aegis instantly crumbled, dense lightning scattered like splashing water. Bang! Athena abandoned her shield just in time, but was still affected by the residual power of the thunder. Her slender maiden body was directly smashed against the temple wall, and a corner of the temple was completely destroyed. With just one strike, the Trinity Earth Mother Goddess Athena displayed an extremely wretched state. However, Earth Mother Goddesses often possess dragon serpent level vitality. For Athena, such injuries could not yet threaten her life. Moreover, this was the Parthenon temple, her own shrine. Within it, she naturally gained inherent bonuses. The silver-haired goddess swallowed all the blood foam surging up in her mouth, refusing to show any sign of weakness before her enemy. Her owl-like pupils stared fixedly at the thunderclouds overhead. This nature of lightning. She sensed familiar power within it. "Oh? You've encountered the last king." Zeus noticed Athena's surprise and doubt, and after brief consideration, asked this question. "The last king?" Athena was slightly stunned, then immediately recalled. In her previous defeat to Ryuga, she had been instantly killed by Ryuga using lightning of similar nature. At that time, Ryuga had used the divine sword of salvation. Although she didn't know how Ryuga had obtained the last king's power, that lightning's power clearly originally belonged to the last king. Now, hearing Zeus say this, with the goddess's wisdom, she immediately noticed something. "The last king's lightning was a blessing you bestowed." "Precisely." Zeus nodded slightly. "Of course, besides myself, there are also the powers of foreign gods Indra and Odin. Otherwise, with the last king's strength alone, he might not be able to eliminate those blasphemous rebels and reshape the relationship between humans and gods. If the last king was the Campione cleanup machine appointed by the gods, the chief executive officer CEO pushed forward by the gods, then the god kings Zeus mentioned now were the board of directors behind the scenes. They were the true wielders of divine power. To them, even the last king was merely an employee. The source of the divine lightning of salvation was these god kings. Since Ryuga could easily defeat Athena using the divine lightning of salvation, Zeus as one of the sources naturally could accomplish the same. Athena was no fool, she naturally understood this point. But there was one thing she still couldn't comprehend. "Why are you this strong?" The opponent's strength had far exceeded the level of a chief god or god king, almost reaching another realm entirely. Such power, she had only seen before in the battle between Ryuga and Jibril. This was not the strength a normal deity should possess. "Why?" Hearing this, Zeus revealed a majestic smile, his golden pupils filled with ambition. He raised his lightning staff high, declaring to the world, "Of course it's because I am Heavenly Father Zeus, the King of Gods, the only supreme god higher than all else." Accompanying his majestic roar, even the phantom of Mount Olympus began to tremble, and all the Olympian gods surrounding the area bent down, showing attitudes of submission. Only God. Athena's eyes widened, keenly catching this keyword. As far as she knew, regardless of which pantheon, the only God and supreme God were concepts that should exist but would never manifest. Just as Christianity had no God or God's Son appearing, and Zoroastrianism had no Ahura Mazda or Ingram Manu, beings of this level would not appear in the divine realm. Yet Zeus now declared himself the only God. Although he hadn't truly reached this realm, Athena keenly sensed that he wasn't lying. At least, his goal was to become the only God. He was not content with his identity as God King and wanted to advance his power further. How is this possible? Athena instinctively found it absurd, not because she lacked sufficient imagination, but because in her view, Zeus's goal was inherently unachievable. As the son of Cronus and Rhea, grandson of Uranus and the Earth Mother Goddess, if you are the only God, then where does that place your parents? Even disregarding the Earth Mother Goddess's dignity, can you truly violate your own origins? Athena directly voiced her doubts. The only God in pantheons was generally like God, originally the creator God from the beginning. The only God created the world, differentiated angels and demons. Above him, there were no stronger deities. Only this could be called omnipotence. To become the only God, at minimum, one couldn't be a created being, right? Otherwise, compared to the created deity, wouldn't the deity who created him be stronger? And if Zeus were viewed as an only God who became stronger through battle and cultivation, that would cause even greater contradictions. If ordinary deities could become the only God by overthrowing god kings, then why couldn't other deities accomplish this? Under the constraints of these contradictions, Zeus could almost never be praised as the only God. The basic logic didn't make sense. Unless he abandoned his own mythology and erased the history of Uranus and Cronus, but that was obviously impossible. The myth of rebelling against his father god Cronus was the primordial construction of Zeus's divine core. Denying this would be equivalent to suicide. Humph! Faced with Athena's inquiry, Zeus snorted coldly, showing no intention of explaining. Looking at his murderous gaze and confident expression, he clearly felt he had a way to circumvent these paradoxes. This matter has nothing to do with you. However, since you dare betray me as Heavenly Father, you should be prepared to be struck down by thunder, shouldn't you? Magnificent thunder descended like an inverted tree branch, then was grasped in Zeus's hand and aimed at Athena for projection. All the spiritual veins of the Olympian divine realm boiled under Zeus's control. The lightning spear, like one picking up prey, aimed at Athena's heart. A bone-chilling sense of danger filled her entire body. Athena tried to escape, but Zeus's staff had already locked onto her. Even fleeing to other divine realms probably couldn't escape this lethal thunder. At the most critical moment, suddenly, a goddess interrupted Zeus's action. Glancing at Athena, who was completely locked on and would die on the spot in the next second, the hearth goddess Hestia suddenly spoke. "Great God King, could you please show mercy to Athena's transgression for my sake?" As Zeus's sister, her wording at this moment was quite respectful, clearly acknowledging Zeus's claim as the only God. But the moment she spoke, the Olympian divine power flowing within Zeus's body wavered weakly. As one of the three virgin goddesses of Greek mythology, Hestia belonged to the most mysterious deities with the fewest legends in mythology. However, the divine authority she wielded had always been quite important. Whether hearth fire, sacred fire, or sacrificial fire, all were within her domain of power. And given humanity's form of worship toward deities, the eternal sacred fire she controlled was precisely the most crucial faith fire, the key hub for converting human faith into divine power. In other words, all faith power obtained by the Olympian divine realm was provided through conversion via her divine authority. If she were willing, even if she couldn't completely cut it off, she could greatly affect Zeus's power. Zeus obviously understood this point. His movements immediately slowed, and his predatory gaze immediately turned to his sister. Hestia, do you want to betray alongside Athena? He asked expressionlessly. Absolutely not. Cold sweat immediately appeared on Hestia's forehead. Although she could influence Olympian divine power, she herself had no great combat ability. While Athena could withstand one lightning strike, she couldn't even endure half. If she truly angered Zeus, being stabbed to death on the spot would be getting off lightly. The atmosphere on the scene immediately became tense, with the gods keeping their heads down in silence. Only the young moon goddess Artemis, after hesitating, gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Supreme and omnipotent Father God, Hestia absolutely has no such intention. Athena was merely misled by outsiders. Please calm your anger. The three great virgin goddesses rarely stood on the same side. Outsiders. Zeus savored this word playfully, the might of his lightning staff neither increasing nor decreasing. At this time, the sun god Apollo voluntarily stepped forward. Reporting to the Supreme Heavenly Father God, I previously encountered a strange campione in the lower world. Athena's matter might be related to him. Having once faced Ryuga, he had an extremely deep impression of him. Father God, regardless of the reason, Athena is challenging your majesty. She must be executed here and now to demonstrate your divine authority as the supreme god. The wine god Dionysus also stepped forward. Unlike other deities, his attitude toward Zeus was clearly more intimate and casual, and his killing intent toward Athena was genuine. Seeing Zeus didn't immediately take a stance, Dionysus immediately became excited. Father God! Have you forgotten your goal? Since Athena has already violated the contract, what hesitation do you still have? You need only completely slay her and plunder her power, then you can completely break through fate's shackles, transcend fate, and become the eternally omnipotent supreme god. If you can cross that step, with the supreme god's power, you will be invincible in the world. Who else could become your opponent? Other pantheons without supreme gods cannot. That strange campione I once encountered cannot either. Just as Dionysus prepared to continue his fervent persuasion, a voice, unfamiliar to the gods but very familiar to Athena, rang out, a clear, pleasant girl's voice. Of course there is. Appearing along with the crisp, melodious voice was a girl who looked 16 or 17, resembling an angel. Before Master Ryuga, who dares claim invincibility? Who dares speak of being undefeated? Jibril gently covered the corner of her mouth, her gaze proud and sharp. Upon seeing the Flugel girl, the gods were slightly stunned with little reaction, but Zeus revealed a completely guarded gaze, his expression becoming thoroughly serious. When seeing the black-haired, black-eyed human youth who arrived together behind the Flugel, except for Apollo and Dionysus, all the gods showed puzzled expressions. Unlike when seeing Jibril, the wine god Dionysus almost instinctively stepped back, his expression incredibly panicked as he shouted the opponent's name. Campione. Ryuga. To be continued. Advance 50 chapters are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/readaztree. Chapter 97, Chapter 097, Failed Attempt, Mythology full of patches. Campione? Ryuga. Seeing the shock on sun god Apollo's face, the terror on wine god Dionysus's face, and the momentary relief on Athena's face, Zeus narrowed his eyes, wisdom's light flickering in his pupils. Although Athena had recovered her trinity state, due to mythological reasons, Zeus still possessed part of Métis's wisdom, so he easily judged the current situation. It seems you are the master Athena spoke of. His gaze turned to Ryuga, the lightning aura in his hand expanding again. Hestia, Artemis, retreat. Don't make me say it twice. Sensing the threat from Jibril, Zeus issued a threatening, low voice. If they didn't follow orders at this time, they'd probably be slain on the spot by the God King. Realizing the tension level, Hestia and Artemis exchanged helpless glances and retreated to their original positions. No one could oppose the current Zeus, not even if all the Olympian gods combined. Master! Seeing Ryuga appear before her, Athena's heart relaxed. She immediately stepped forward, wanting to report intelligence about Zeus. The heavenly father Zeus before them far exceeded the gods in power, even stronger than the previous Jibril. She believed Ryuga could handle an existence of this level, but also worried Ryuga might be careless without knowing the intelligence. However, before she could speak the intelligence, Ryuga saw through Zeus's current state at a glance. Fused with the Olympian pantheon's power, you want to walk the path of the only god. Hearing this, all the gods were startled. Those who could see this at a glance were extremely rare. Even Athena had only just learned of it, yet this human could see through it with one look? Correct. Since you know, you should understand you shouldn't have incited Athena to betray. That would only benefit me. Zeus sneered coldly. Of course, even if you hadn't done so, I would still become the only god. No matter what happens in this world, it will inevitably benefit me. These overly narcissistic words sounded somewhat like raving on the surface. In reality, however, they contained deep meaning. Interesting concept. Even Ryuga had to praise it. At least, compared to Michael who had been waiting for the Lord's return, as a deity, Zeus's attitude was more actively enterprising, making one feel this was truly an independent life. Too bad it's too late. Ryuga shook his head, not optimistic about it. Hearing this, Zeus's face immediately turned iron blue, clearly having been hit on something. Seeing the two engage in riddle-like exchanges and Zeus's dramatic change in expression, Athena began to doubt her value as the goddess of wisdom. Otherwise, why couldn't she understand? After hesitating, she quietly asked, Master, why can Zeus become the only god? With his origins, isn't this impossible? She still hadn't figured out this doubt. Not just her, even among the Olympian gods, few understood why Zeus would do this. But for Ryuga, this wasn't a problem. What if the only god Zeus, being omniscient and omnipotent, arranged the mythology, transcended the dimension of time, manipulated fate's threads, and controlled Cronus to birth himself? Whether parents or the Earth Mother goddess Gaia, everything could be explained with this theory. Why wasn't the only god the world creating Gaia, but rather third-generation god Zeus? The answer was simple: everything was the will of the only god Zeus. The mythology was this way because Zeus wanted it this way. Everything was Zeus's script, so it was reasonable for him to be the only god. Human logic cannot understand gods, they can only accept gods. Ah! Athena was confused by this rogue explanation. This could work too? If so, any deity could claim to be the only god, right? The reason would be simple: the deity's script ordained it. Such far-fetched mythology wouldn't be accepted by people, would it? She asked, unable to understand. To this, Ryuga's answer was simple. Egyptian mythology and Christian mythology have both done the same thing without problems. As long as your method of spreading faith is effective enough, the theoretical foundation can be left to theologians to explain. History has proven this viable. In Egyptian mythology, the first god born into the world was the primordial waters Nun. The creator god Adamare was hidden within Nun's body before gaining consciousness. However, although he was the second individual to gain consciousness, he was the creator god himself, because before realizing who he was, he had already given birth to all things and phenomena. Through this explanation, Egyptian mythology successfully resolved the bug of later-born deities being the creator god. As for Christianity's operations, one need only look at the Trinity concept full of patches and the Holy Spear that slew the Son of God to understand. No matter what mythology, as long as there were enough patches, it could be self-consistent. Logical flaws were never the problem. Actually, Zeus has already made similar attempts, they just failed. Ryuga added. In early Greek mythology, Zeus's divine power wasn't particularly outstanding. Even in the middle to late period, when facing Typhon, he had to rely on his lightning staff to match it. But by the late period, Zeus had already become strong enough in mythology to single-handedly defeat all the Olympian gods. At that time, his faith was infinitely close to only God faith. Almost all believers in Greek mythology prayed to Heavenly Father Zeus alone, his status no worse than gods. If this trend had continued, Zeus might very well have become a true only god. Unfortunately, his ambition didn't succeed. Greek mythology's gradual transition to only god monotheism was a historical trend, but this process was completely interrupted by Christianity. Christianity, which had been deeply cultivating monotheism for years, completely defeated the transitioning Greek mythology and seized all faith from the Greek divine realm. In only God theory, Christianity had too many advantages. Combined with Emperor Constantine's promotion, traditional mythologies like Roman, Norse, and Greek were directly swept away, losing all soil for existence. Zeus couldn't succeed even then, and it's even more impossible now. The Greek divine realm lacks much soil for change. Even if there were, it's not something you could grasp. Ryuga spoke truthfully. Hearing Ryuga say this, Athena and the Olympian gods finally understood the source of Zeus's thinking. Hearing him assert Zeus couldn't succeed, all the gods turned their gazes to Zeus. After hearing Ryuga's assessment, Zeus naturally couldn't remain unmoved. Worthy of being the fool's son, truly foolish. You've seen this far yet don't understand I'm only half a step away from that position. I need only resolve the final prophecy and completely absorb the Earth Mother Goddess lineage's power. Then I'll command the entire Pantheon's power, control the entire divine realm in the name of Supreme God, then inversely interfere with worldly faith. At that time, I'll completely destroy and replace Christianity, becoming the true master ruling myriad worlds. Zeus clearly didn't accept Ryuga's view, his words full of confidence. Considering the fate and time authority gods possessed, reverse causation wasn't impossible for deities. Exactly. Father God will inevitably become the supreme god. Then you'll be nothing but evil gods and demons. Infected by Zeus's confidence, wine god Dionysus also became confident, stepping forward provocatively. Dionysus. Looking at the wine god who was rarely this excited, Athena tilted her head, unable to understand. Usually you're not this close to Zeus. Seeing her puzzled look, Ryuga casually explained. If Zeus can ascend to only God, Dionysus can take the god's son position, completing the final piece of mythology and sharing 1/3 of the divine throne. All mythologies under heaven copy from each other. Looking at Zeus's operations showed that to ensure his plan to become supreme god, he would inevitably directly plagiarize Christian mythology. The mystery cult worshipping wine god Dionysus already existed. Without much effort, just publishing the mystery cult's content would let Dionysus debut as God's son. That's why the wine god was anxious. If Zeus failed, he couldn't benefit. Athena immediately understood. After clarifying the god's thoughts, she looked up at Zeus with slightly mocking tone. Zeus, you only see half a step, but have you seen the chasm contained within that half step? Being half a step away sometimes meant the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, the age of mythological competition had already passed. After hearing Ryuga's introduction, she also didn't believe Zeus could succeed. However, chasm? You mean the thing about to be crossed over? Zeus sneered dismissively, then looked at Athena and Ryuga. So tell me, you who found yourself a new master, what qualification do you have to discuss Earth Mother Goddess glory? At these words, Athena's blood pressure instantly spiked. Before she could explode, Zeus's thunder erupted again. Power transcending individual deities began filling the lightning. To be continued. Advance 50 chapters are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/readaztree. Chapter 98, Chapter 098, Third Mythological Arts, 7 Deadly Sins. Whether resistance or submission, none can prevent destined fate. The supremely majestic voice spread through lightning across the entire Greek divine realm. Hearing this voice, all Greeks knelt on the ground, beginning to pray to Heavenly Father Zeus, hoping he would temper his wrath. However, these faiths conversely fueled the thundercloud's ascension. In the thunder's war drums, Mount Olympus behind Zeus materialized from phantom to reality. All Olympian gods, whether willing or not, tremblingly ascended the sacred mountain and stood in their positions. Mount Olympus, containing the entire Greek divine realm's power, towered high into the clouds with a massive sacred fire burning at its peak. Above the sacred fire spread pitch-black thunderclouds, with blinding lightning occasionally illuminating the earth. The entire sky overhead changed with wind and cloud, finally condensing into Zeus's face. Thunderstorms were his left eye, sacred fire his right eye, storms his beard, rain clouds his skin. Magnificent energy transmitted from Mount Olympus into the sacred fire, finally sacrificed by the sacred fire to the sole heavenly father god Zeus. Under Zeus's majesty's shroud, the entire Greek divine realm began shaking and trembling. I am Heavenly Father Zeus, master of all things in the world. I come, I see, I dominate all. Zeus's phantom in the sky, wrapped in the Olympian god's power, made all Olympian gods tremble under his majesty. In reality, his power alone exceeded all others combined. Athena, my daughter, the Earth Mother Goddess's final fragment. Massive cloud vortexes and thunderstorms formed a giant eye several kilometers in diameter in the sky. This emotionless giant eye stared fixedly at Athena behind Ryuga. Today, I shall break the final prophecy, seize the Earth Mother Goddess's afterglow, control fate's power, and ascend the supreme throne. Whether refusal or acceptance, you have no power of choice. Accompanying the God King's declaration, thunderclouds in the firmament continuously condensed together, finally forming a massive thunderball reaching 10 kilometers in diameter. The thunderball's exterior was pitch-black clouds, occasionally torn by blindingly white internal lightning. Each lightning bolt contained power sufficient to kill an ordinary Campione-level being. Such enormous power, manifested in the form of lightning with destruction attribute at its extreme, would cause catastrophic disaster not just to the entire Greek divine realm but even surrounding divine realms if dropped. Unlike Jibril, who barely reached the fourth-order continental destruction threshold, this strike from Zeus was genuinely capable of destroying entire civilizations, easily turning the Eurasian continent to dust, even capable of cleansing the entire Earth's surface. This is too exaggerated. Looking up at this destructive scene, even Jibril was completely shocked. After receiving shared authorities from Ryuga, she had thought herself invincible relative to this world's deities, not expecting this world's gods' potential far exceeded her imagination. Heavenly Father State Zeus, even in the no-game no-life world, could be called strong among deities. Even sufficient to compare with the legendary final dragon Hartrem. Jibril even felt that facing war god Artosh, the Zeus before them might not lack fighting capability. Facing such genuine deity-level combat power, even Jibril, who had always been very warlike, had no playful thoughts at this moment. She didn't volunteer but looked at Ryuga expectantly. Master, I'll cheer you on. Based on her understanding of Ryuga, her master could surely defeat the God King before them. After all, Ryuga didn't even fear Artosh, no reason he couldn't defeat this one. Moreover, Ryuga hadn't even called out Artoria. If using the Star Sword's full power, he might not be unable to slay the God King before them. Ryuga nodded slightly, then looked up at Zeus in the sky. This state of Zeus. Ryuga briefly pondered which power to use against him. Sword of Origin wouldn't be very useful against Zeus, a god king born from steel hero gods. Or rather, Zeus himself was one of the Sword of Origin technique's sources, belonging to steel's origins. Using steel to restrain steel wasn't impossible, but Ryuga's steel divine core had no absolute advantage over Zeus. However, Sword of Victory's instant kill judgment could still take effect on Zeus in this state. Zeus approaching only god territory no longer had authority shortcomings. Whether divine speed, defense, realm-level martial arts, or resurrection authorities, he possessed them all. So even Ryuga couldn't defeat him by exploiting weaknesses. However, Zeus satisfied all other judgment conditions except one: his divine core. Greek mythology's well-known divine core held no secrets for Ryuga. Even though current Zeus possessed the entire Greek divine realm's composite divine core, even undergoing internal operations, appearing like a chaos system's black box. But to Ryuga, his divine core changes were exceptionally clear, nothing more than following Christianity's old path. Even a composite divine core of entire Greek mythology remained completely within Ryuga's understanding. Therefore, the golden sword capable of sealing all divine cores could still maintain its effect. Even though Zeus's current upper power limit exceeded Ryuga's current divine power reserves, he remained merely a turtle in a jar. For Ryuga, this was a battle he could end with a wave of his hand. His current hesitation was only considering which method to use for victory. The second mythological art's sword of victory? Or the third mythological art's 7 deadly sins that he comprehended after slaying angel and demon armies at Eden's Gate and obtaining hundreds of authorities. Using only God-sect techniques to end Zeus, who claimed to be the only god, seemed a good choice too. Ryuga's contemplation lasted only seconds before deciding. However, before he planned to try 7 deadly sins, a slender hand grasped Ryuga's hand from behind. "Master, I have a countermeasure. Please lower your head." The silver-haired goddess spoke with determined eyes. For Ryuga, contemplation was behavior showing leisure in battle, but for Athena, these seconds felt like years. Athena had witnessed Jibral's true power, but that wasn't enough to compare with current Zeus. She knew Artoria wielded the star sword but wasn't certain if such power could be used at any time. So seeing Ryuga contemplate, she instinctively thought Ryuga was also considering countermeasures. Although she wanted to trust Ryuga, battle waited for no one. She could only present her final power as quickly as possible. Ryuga didn't refuse her request and immediately lowered his head. The moment he lowered his head, the maiden's fragrance accompanied by cool breath blocked his mouth. Next second, the Earth Mother Goddess's hidden wisdom transferred from Athena's mouth into Ryuga's body. To speed up the process, Athena tried hard to stand on tiptoe, forcefully embracing Ryuga's back. Jibral beside them was full of question marks. "Include me, wait, what are you doing to Master?" She voiced dissatisfied questions, but unfortunately no one had time to respond. Several seconds later, Athena finally released Ryuga, breathing lightly as she stepped back. As a virgin goddess, this was probably her first such contact with the opposite sex. Seeing this scene, Hestia and Artemis were somewhat surprised. Heavenly Father Zeus's expression was even more coldly indifferent. Would rather entrust the Earth Mother Goddess's power to a mere human than surrender it to Father God. "Fine. Makes no difference, everything will ultimately be obtained from your corpses." Saying this, he showed Athena a mocking smile. "Speaking of reviving Earth Mother Goddess glory, in the end didn't you find a man to offer yourself completely? I knew it, no matter when, you Earth Mother Goddesses are always losers." This group mockery made all Olympian gods' expressions vary. Hestia, Artemis, Persephone, and other goddesses quietly lowered their heads without voicing resistance. Even Athena's complexion paled momentarily. Her submission to Ryuga was based on battlefield rules. She didn't regret this. Victor dominating defeated was worldly principle. However, her failure had indeed ended her long-cherished wish to revive the Earth Mother Goddess. As another's subordinate, she could hardly accomplish this. So what? Even when choosing a master, I'll only choose someone I acknowledge. After several seconds of silence, Athena answered with ringing strength. This wasn't stubbornness, well, at least half wasn't stubbornness. Regarding Ryuga, this master who completely overwhelmed her in both strength and wisdom, Athena was quite accepting in her heart. Just the inevitable inability to achieve her cherished wish left her somewhat dejected. "Those words are quite right." Jibral nodded approvingly, then noticed Ryuga stepping forward, half embracing Athena from behind and taking the silver-haired goddess's right hand. Master! The Flugel girl was immediately dumbfounded. I was here first. If anyone should be embraced, it should be me first. Wait, Athena did come slightly earlier, didn't she? Regarding Ryuga's actions, Athena was also puzzled. Before she could ask, she felt an unprecedented power from Ryuga's palm. Part of this power's nature was very familiar to her, precisely the knowledge she'd just given Ryuga. But its compositional structure and contained power far exceeded her imagination. Master! She looked up at Ryuga's profile in shock. If you care about Earth Mother Goddess revival, you can try this power. Ryuga didn't look at her, his gaze locked on the massive thunderclouds overhead, his expression as calm as ever. I just processed it slightly, compiling the 4th mythological arts. Now you have access permissions. Only then did Athena notice she had an Ouroboros mark on both her palm and lower abdomen. This mark connected to some extremely profound and vast power. From Ryuga's meaning, he'd specially created this technique for her use to fulfill her cherished wish. Realizing this instantly, unprecedented heartbeats and heat swept through Athena's entire body. Even when offering her kiss earlier, she could maintain basic calm composure. But now, for unknown reasons, her slender body trembled slightly, and the arm Ryuga touched burned like a branding iron. Faced with physiological conditions she'd never experienced, Athena's first reaction was to cover it up. Thus, she frantically triggered the mark in her hand, activating the 4th mythological arts. 1,000 dragons, 1,000 serpents, now all become blade. Under sacred word spirit chanting, corresponding to the blindingly white thunderball 10 kilometers in diameter in the sky, on Earth a dark star barely 100 meters in diameter slowly rose, swallowing everything around it like a black hole. To be continued. Advance 50 chapters are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/readaztree. Chapter 99, Chapter 099, Creator Mother Goddess, Greek Pantheon's Defeat. The dark star swallowed all things like a black hole, instantly devouring the entire Parthenon temple, even drawing Athens itself inside. White lightning shot down from above toward Athena and Ryuga, but this time, even lightning's power was completely twisted in the dark star's force field and directly swallowed by the pitch-black star. Even Heavenly Father Zeus's authorities instantly decomposed within this dark star, returning to their original forms. This is the Earth Mother Goddess's final power. Seeing this scene, Zeus became both shocked and furious, his gaze even more greedy. Current him was only one step from true only God. He need only use all power involving the Earth Mother Goddess to complete what he lacked, and he'd become a true only God. Merely old era's legacy, how could it resist Heavenly Father God's power? He immediately went all out, mobilizing Mount Olympus's faith power to its limit. All Olympian gods also began providing him power, all deities together opposing the dark star before them. Initially, the dark star's coverage was only several kilometers around, but as more and more Earth was devoured, the dark star's gravitational pull grew stronger. Like a black hole with continuously increasing mass, its suction also grew stronger. Blindingly white lightning covered all Greek divine realm's sky, while dark star storms swept across all Earth. Before long, both powers had reached the stage where they could contend. Actually this powerful. Looking at the dark star she'd personally created, then at Ryuga's profile, Athena was somewhat dazed. This power source was extremely familiar to her, the final part of Earth Mother Goddess wisdom she possessed. This technique called Black Blade, also known as beginning and end sword, heaven and earth opening ceremony. If manifested with ordinary heretic god power, it could contend with the divine sword of salvation, truly the Earth Mother Goddess lineage's ultimate secret technique. But even so, this technique's power absolutely couldn't compare with current only God Zeus. After all, this ceremony was ultimately just Earth Mother Goddess Gaia's power fragment. Current Zeus had already surpassed Gaia, achieving existence transcending all previous Greek mythology deities. Even just half-step only God shouldn't be something Gaia's fragments could handle. Yet now, after Ryuga's modifications, this technique's power could match Zeus, who unified the entire pantheon, seemingly even exceeding Heavenly Father Zeus. Even though Athena already knew Ryuga's special nature, she hadn't expected Ryuga could enhance her technique to this degree. Probably even the ancient mother of gods reborn couldn't achieve what Ryuga had done. After the excitement passed, remembering this technique was power Ryuga specifically developed for her, Athena's heart somehow surged with inexplicable joy. "Master, what is this technique's name?" she asked in an unprecedentedly submissive tone. "Not yet named. Do you have a recommended name?" Ryuga shook his head, asking casually. Just as the second mythological art's sword of origin came from steel hero god's characteristics, his newly compiled fourth mythological arts came from Earth Mother Goddess characteristics. As the Earth Mother Goddess representative, Athena indeed qualified to name it. "Me." Hearing Ryuga's words, the slender goddess's mind wavered even more. Her suspicions were completely verified. This truly was power created for her. After swaying slightly in Ryuga's embrace, Athena lightly bit her lip, shook her head, carefully sensed the dark star's nature, then spoke. "Then let's call it Creator Mother Goddess, to commemorate the Earth Mother Goddess, Source Mother of Gods Gaia." "Good." Ryuga nodded. During their conversation, the dark star's power continuously expanded, even faintly trending to surpass the white thunderstorm. "Impossible. Everyone attack with full power." Zeus's expression turned furious as he aimed blazing lightning at the Olympian gods. He understood well that not all deities accepted his rule. Once enemies showed power that could contend with him, his authority-based oppression might fail. So before anyone betrayed, he had to give them maximum pressure. Seeing lightning spears capable of slaying gods, Hestia and other goddesses were slightly stunned, immediately lowering their heads, not daring to resist. But invisibly, the gods' efforts no longer increased, instead stabilizing at levels that wouldn't be questioned. Plus Zeus had to divide attention threatening the gods, the white lightning star's power decreased rather than increased. Noticing the resistance in everyone's hearts, Zeus's gaze became cruel as he prepared to kill as an example. But just then, an ominous tremor came, darkness shrouding all earth. Sensing the direction of the anomaly, Zeus suddenly showed great alarm. "Tartarus!" Hearing this, most Olympian gods showed horrified expressions and looked in the same direction as Zeus. As the dark star continuously expanded, earth began shaking, mountains becoming ravines. At the Greek divine realm's border region, Lydia's volcanic plains, with Earth's disappearance, a massive volcanic cave appeared. For Olympian gods, this was an extremely familiar yet terrifying place, the abyss Tartarus. Though not hell, it surpassed hell, the prison Zeus used to confine enemies. The defeated titans from the Titanomachy were imprisoned in this abyss purgatory, including second-generation god King Cronus. Besides these, various demons were also imprisoned here. All confined here opposed Zeus. Bang! 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 Massive sounds emerged, like a giant bear pounding doors. Tartarus was wrapped in triple black curtains and triple bronze walls. Now the triple black curtains were torn by the dark star, and the internal Titan gods seemed to discover external changes, beginning to continuously pound the gates, trying to break this prison. Even more terrifying, violent tremors also occurred beneath Sicily's Mount Etna, as if something was breaking free from its seal. Gaia's youngest son Typhon. All gods changed color, even Zeus's expression grew grave. As Greek mythology's strongest monster, Typhon's strength could be said to be second only to Heavenly Father Zeus. In mythology, even Zeus wasn't his opponent when losing his lightning staff. Other Olympian gods needn't be mentioned. Almost all deities had experiences of being chased and fleeing by Typhon. This monster's strength similarly transcended all gods. If Athena released all these opponents of Zeus, even current Heavenly Father Zeus absolutely couldn't handle it. Under Zeus's furious gaze, Athena mercilessly tore apart both prisons. Zeus's opponents swarmed out, immediately targeting the enemy in the sky. Especially Titan King Cronus, overthrown by Zeus, he wouldn't miss such an opportunity. However, these titans didn't immediately attack Zeus. Some even targeted Athena. They were Zeus's enemies, but that didn't make them Athena's allies. But Athena also never truly considered them allies. Descendant of Mother of Gods, surrender what are you doing? Wait, wait. I can allow you to ally. We're allies. Zeus is our enemy. You can't. Except for a small number of Earth Mother Goddess allies, Athena completely absorbed all other Titan gods into the Dark Star, utterly reducing them to nothingness. As a war goddess, she clearly understood one point: war needed no rabble. All demons were ground down, even including Gaia's youngest son Typhon. Those Earth Mother Goddess incarnated dragon serpent monsters had their power completely absorbed by Athena, finally becoming the Dark Star's nourishment. Finally, the Dark Star's power transformed into a massive dragon serpent phantom, the Earth Mother Goddess's primordial form. Zeus, your era has ended. By Master's grace, now is the era of we Earth Mother Goddesses. Athena didn't speak, but the dragon serpent phantom coiled on earth issued an earth-rumbling voice. Having unified the Greek divine realm's earth, she now faced Zeus without disadvantage, even faintly holding superiority. Impossible. The only god's era won't end. Zeus naturally wouldn't accept this outcome. However, when he prepared to use all his power for decisive battle with Athena, his internal power suddenly stopped halfway. Looking down, Mount Olympus's sacred fire had only one small flame remaining. Only one person had authority to control the sacred fire. Zeus looked down in shock, discovering his eldest sister Hestia had stopped assisting. Sorry, Zeus. I'd rather support Athena. Hestia apologized once, her attitude extremely resolute. Equally resolute were moon goddess Artemis, underworld queen Persephone and other deities. After hesitation, Aphrodite and others also stood on Athena's side. Previously, when Athena couldn't fight, they dared not take sides. Now that Athena could fight, they naturally supported her. After all, as Earth Mother Goddesses, they all had similar experiences. Before new challengers, authority-built rule crumbled at first touch. The critical moment's chain-dropping made Zeus's lightning extremely vulnerable. Athena didn't miss this opportunity. Instantly, the Dark Star completely devoured Zeus's lightning, reducing it to primordial chaos. With the final decisive strike, so-called Heavenly Father Zeus and other Olympian gods were completely absorbed into the Dark Star, losing their lives. Heavenly Father Zeus and the Olympian gods officially declared defeat. To be continued. Advance 50 chapters are up on my Patreon. patreon.com/readaztree. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Earth Mother Goddess isn't a love brain. With only God Zeus's defeat, all Olympian gods' authorities flowed into Ryuga's body. This time, except for a few Earth Mother Goddesses who switched sides at the end, almost all authorities of the entire Olympian pantheon fell into Ryuga's hands. Receiving Zeus and other steel hero gods' amplification, the Sword of Origin technique welcomed another major enhancement. Athena. Seeing only God Zeus slain, Hestia looked at Athena with slight joy but hidden worry. Though this battle could be called an Earth Mother Goddess victory, Athena as Earth Mother Goddess leader was another's servant, making them instinctively uneasy. However, seeing Ryuga willing to entrust such powerful force to Athena, they felt this master was at least much better than Zeus. Just as she wanted to build relations with Athena to avoid purges. Athena completely ignored her sister's gazes, looking at Ryuga with unprecedented eagerness. Master. Seeing her appearance of craving praise, Hestia's heart went cold. Hey, seriously. What about becoming Earth Mother Goddess leader and reclaiming Earth Mother Goddess glory? This little girl attitude, could she really be in love? For a moment she was speechless. Though mentally complaining, she dared not interrupt now. Very well done. Ryuga naturally didn't stint on praising subordinates, just as he never stinted on fulfilling subordinates' wishes. Seeing Ryuga's agreeable appearance, Artemis and others relaxed, thinking with Athena's pillow talk, their future situations shouldn't be too bad. But just then, the silver-haired goddess looked back at these Earth Mother Goddess allies with some worry. Master, with current results, won't you be unable to obtain the entire Greek pantheon's authorities? Hearing this, the Earth Mother Goddess Camp Goddess's hearts shook, remembering Ryuga was a Campione. Wait, what do you mean, Athena? Wanting your master to obtain the entire Greek pantheon's authorities, doesn't this mean solving us remaining fish too? That, we also contributed and took certain risks. Athena, and this lord, burning bridges seems not quite right. Cold sweat appeared on Hestia's forehead as she spoke. She never expected that after victory, her greatest danger wasn't Ryuga but her own sister Athena. This ruthless person clearly wanted to sacrifice all their lives to please her master. What love brain! Previously in the divine realm, weren't you the one who most despised such behavior, Athena? As Hestia mentally complained, the Flugel girl approached with a gentle smile. No need to worry about this. Right. Seeing the other side willing to help, Hestia nodded eagerly. With our few weak deities' strength and authorities, not having them won't affect your authority. She'd never been this humble even facing Zeus. Who'd have thought that after winning, she'd still get this treatment? Of course, looking at the previous situation, whether she betrayed or not wouldn't have affected the final result. No, that's not what I mean. Hearing Hestia's words, Jibril shook her head, maintaining her smile. I mean, just solve the remaining people and master can obtain all authorities, right? Gentle smiles and murderous intent erupted simultaneously, making the Earth Mother Goddesses want to cry. How is choosing Zeus death and choosing Athena still death? Then their previous betrayal was pointless? More heartbreaking, Athena didn't immediately object to this proposal but showed a thoughtful expression. Seems like a solution too. Under the Earth Mother Goddess's completely despairing expressions, finally, Ryuga spoke. Unnecessary. If just collecting authorities, there are more harmless methods. Feel carefully. The Creator Mother Goddess technique itself has the effect of synthesizing Earth Mother Goddess essence. Hearing this, Athena's mouth showed a smile. Indeed, Master. As long as they're willing to sign vassal contracts and offer Earth Mother Goddess essence, I can completely perfect this technique and become primordial Earth Mother Goddess Gaia. You can also obtain the entire Greek pantheon's divine cores, simultaneously mastering primordial Earth Mother Goddess Gaia and Heavenly Father Zeus's complete power. After speaking, she turned to look at her former Earth Mother Goddess sisters. Are you willing to do this? Hestia was speechless. As wise Earth Mother Goddesses, how could they not see Athena was deliberately playing bad cop to make them compromise? Speaking of reclaiming Earth Mother Goddess glory, you changed faces so quickly for a man, playing dirty with sisters. Mentally indignant, she directly stepped forward with courage, answering quite resolutely. Of course willing. Master Ryuga is our savior who rescued us from Zeus. How could we refuse such a request? With Athena's achievements, you're fully qualified to be our Earth Mother Goddess leader. Entrusting Earth Mother Goddess essence to you is completely appropriate. I believe under your hand, we Earth Mother Goddesses will achieve the prosperity of Mother Goddess Gaia's time. In rage, Hestia, she compromised. This wasn't strange. After all, facing Zeus she'd been very tactful in not resisting. With Ryuga clearly stronger than Zeus, she naturally wouldn't resist. Moreover, with Athena's current achievements, she indeed qualified to make such requests. The reason Gaia's essence fragments were entrusted to them Earth Mother Goddesses was for eventual reunification. Other Earth Mother Goddesses had no objections to Hestia's proposal. Thus, they submitted to Athena's rule, acknowledging Athena's position as Earth Mother Goddess leader. Absorbing the essence presented by the Earth Mother Goddesses, the Creator Mother Goddess technique was completely activated. The massive dragon serpent phantom appeared above the Greek divine realm, and with its breathing, all earth began trembling. The world-creating Mother of Gods, primordial Earth Mother Goddess Gaia's divine core was successfully fused and completely mastered by Athena. Now she had transcended ordinary deities' realm, officially entering fourth-order continental destruction territory, reaching levels matching Heavenly Father Zeus. With a thought, continents could overturn and oceans flood. Undoubtedly, this was world-destroying power. Naturally, as Athena's master, through contract sharing, Ryuga also mastered this power. Thus, he not only controlled the entire Greek pantheon's authorities but greatly completed and enhanced both Creator Mother Goddess and Sword of Origin techniques to levels no less than Sword of Victory. Master, what shall we do next? The silver-haired goddess looked at Ryuga with bright eyes, her pupils reflecting only one person's image. Next. Ryuga looked at the corpse-strewn Mount Olympus. Though he'd obtained their ordinary divine cores, like the previous Eden situation, these primordial divine cores couldn't be completely absorbed at his current absorption rate. It seemed seeking the ex machina couldn't be delayed further. Thus, he turned his gaze to Jibril. Next I plan to leave briefly, to visit Jibril's homeland. Hearing this, Jibril, who'd regretted not attacking those Earth Mother Goddesses, immediately brightened and approached Ryuga. Master, let's go. I'll lead the way. Regarding such flugal treachery, Athena wasn't concerned. She only cared that Ryuga was leaving now. After hesitating, she asked. Can I come too? No. Ryuga immediately shook his head, making the silver-haired goddess dejectedly lower her head. Before she noticed her unconscious disappointment, Ryuga continued. I still need you to help me with something. What? Athena immediately looked up joyfully. Seeing this, Hestia covered her face speechlessly. This person was too easily appeased. Really embarrassing for Earth Mother Goddesses. If Guinevere were here, she'd certainly mock, you're qualified to criticize me. Seal and preserve the gods' remains. Ryuga explained carefully. I'll need them when I return. Yes. Athena's spirits immediately lifted. After Ryuga and Jibril departed, the massive dragon serpent phantom coiled around the Greek divine realm slowly tightened, finally wrapping around Mount Olympus, the gods' battlefield. Like a dragon guarding treasure, the pitch-black dragon head raised high to the clouds while icy winds froze time itself on Mount Olympus. The gods' battlefield along with all primordial divine cores was completely sealed. Finally, the massive dragon serpent symbolizing primordial Earth Mother Goddess Gaia slowly closed its eyes. As if falling into winter sleep, or waiting for its master's return to awaken it. To be continued. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, War God Artosha's Actions. In the world of No Game No Life, on a plain merely 1,000 kilometers from Avantheim, the headquarters of the Flugel. A certain rare lone Flugel girl was pacing back and forth on the ground, seemingly waiting for something. Why hasn't Jibril returned yet? Meow. Where on earth did she go? Don't tell me she went to challenge some unchallengeable opponent again and got bullied. Recalling Jibril's previous multiple attempts to challenge the Dragonia, her repeated failures, and how she nearly died, Azrael couldn't help but feel such worry. Will you, Jibril? My dear Jibril. What if she gets captured by bad people as a pet, gets treated this way and that, and comes back with a big belly? Meow. Wait. Wouldn't Jibril's child be a little Jibril? Meow. If Jibril is already so cute, little Jibril would definitely be even cuter. Guh-hee, thinking about it this way, it's not unacceptable. A Jibril mother-daughter set doesn't seem impossible to accept either, hee. What started as normal worry eventually turned into a complete perverted sexual fantasy venting. It was fortunate that no one dared approach within sight range of a Flugel, otherwise any life form hearing these words would definitely be executed on the spot by Azrael. After being perverted for a while, Azrael shook her head and returned to normal. Looking at the position where Jibril had vanished into thin air, she tilted her head and pondered for a few seconds. So where exactly did Jibril go? Meow. The spells the forest elves used to control other life forms have already been exterminated by us. Though it's a bit regrettable, things like hypnosis play shouldn't exist, and even if they did, they wouldn't work on us Flugel. As long as she doesn't challenge the Dragonia, Jibril shouldn't get into trouble, right? Thinking this way and recalling Jibril's confident expression before leaving, Azriel felt at ease. Jibril is so smart, she definitely won't get into trouble. Meow. When Jibril returns, I'll take her to clean up some forest elves to celebrate. Meow. In this world, the advantage of higher-ranking species over lower-ranking species was quite obvious. For the Flugel, even the forest elves, who were mid-tier combat power during the Great War, were nothing more than dust that could be brushed away with a casual gesture. To Azriel, sweeping the forest elves' main force was equivalent to going on an outdoor excursion. The only difference was that returning from an excursion might bring back willow branches, while returning from sweeping forest elves would only bring back forest elf heads. There was just this tiny little difference. Actually, Azriel waited for less time than she had anticipated. As a long-lived species, she had originally prepared to wait in place for 2 years. However, she didn't expect that after just a few hours, Jibril's figure would reappear before her. Master can ask me anything you want to know. Not to hide anything from you, despite how I look, I'm one of the most knowledgeable types among the Flugel. The moment she saw Jibril's figure, Azriel immediately pounced over. Oh wow! I knew Jibril wouldn't get into trouble. Come, let your sister examine your body. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Azriel's body retreated at an even faster speed than when she had pounced forward, directly crashing into the earth and carving out a deep ravine. Azriel, are you brainless? Jibril looked speechlessly at this idiot. Fortunately, she had recognized the other party's identity in time and didn't use her authority, only using the most common offensive methods of the Flugel. Otherwise, under the effect of the sword's protection, even a reflexive casual strike would have been enough to completely bisect Azriel, even making her unable to heal. Charging into me is one thing, at most you'd get a beating, but if you charge into Master, I really would get serious. She warned menacingly. She had originally wanted to boast about her usefulness, but was directly interrupted by this Azriel. What do you mean at most get a beating? Jibril, don't you have any reverence for your sister? Meow. To Jibril's scolding, Azriel reflexively retorted. How dare you be so insubordinate? If you don't let your sister hug you for a whole day, I absolutely won't forgive you. Wait, what did you just say? Meow. Who is this guy? Completely unharmed, she flipped and climbed up from the ground. After noticing the black-haired, black-eyed male behind Jibril, she finally realized Jibril's earlier form of address, and her entire person instantly petrified on the spot. No way, did she mishear? Facing this kind of self-deceptive fantasy, Jibril introduced with a very proud tone. Don't use such a disrespectful tone when addressing Ryuga-sama. He is my master. I'll kill you. Meow. Before the introduction was even half finished, Azriel charged forward like lightning, condensing death's scythe in her hand, aimed directly at Ryuga's chest. With her worst fears confirmed, her most beloved little sister had become another man's pet. Azriel held nothing back in her vengeful strike. However, boom! 10 meters away from Ryuga, Jibril instantly teleported above Azriel's head and mercilessly pressed down on the Flugel leader's head, smashing her toward the ground. The powerful weight attached to the sword's protection made it completely impossible for Azriel to break free. Her delicate face and head were pressed directly into the ground, creating a huge deep crater. I told you, didn't I? Don't attack, Master. Seeing that the other party was still trying to struggle, Jibril was quite decisive, directly activating the plundering nature of the sword's protection, absorbing all the spirits within Azriel's body into herself, completely stripping away the other party's power to resist. What's happening? Meow. Azrael had originally wanted to use Heaven's Strike, but before she could act, her body completely lost strength. She stared wide-eyed, looking with great surprise at Jibril, who had easily suppressed her. I was instantly defeated by Jibril. She couldn't believe this fact, yet had no choice but to believe it. As the first individual, leader of the Flugel, and also the strongest of the Flugel, she possessed execution techniques that could be used against other Flugel. The Flugel should not have been able to be her opponents, even the battle-tested Jibril. However, in that instant just now, she didn't even understand what had happened before being directly defeated by Jibril. How was this possible? How is this not possible? Looking at Azrael, who had written her thoughts all over her face, Jibril showed a proud smile. After receiving Master's blessing, I'm no longer the same Jibril as before. A mere Azrael can be suppressed with a wave of my hand. This wasn't a lie. The current Jibril, in this world, probably had no opponents except for the old Deus and the Dragon King of the Dragonia. However, the current Azrael definitely couldn't understand this point. She only understood that Jibril had become stronger, and that Jibril had truly acknowledged a master. So, even without any ability to resist, she still raised her neck like a fish flipping over, making eye contact with Jibril. Jibril, what about your promise to only target lower species that can't even compare to the Ex Machina? How did you become someone's pet meow? Jibril rarely showed an embarrassed expression. Remembering the confident declaration she had made to Azrael before the battle, she also felt somewhat ashamed. Who told Ryuga-sama to be so strong? Before this, I didn't know I was so weak. After mumbling embarrassedly a few times, she turned to look at Ryuga. Master, though I'm reluctant to admit it, this thing is indeed the leader of the Flugel and might still have some use. What do you mean this thing meow? Call me Sister Meow. Azrael immediately protested. Keep her. I originally had no intention of dealing with her anyway. Seeing Jibril's unease, Ryuga said casually. Don't look at how merciless Jibril was with her words and actions. She actually didn't want to kill Azrael either. Hearing Ryuga say this, Azrael realized she had just taken a trip around the gates of hell. Cold sweat slightly seeped from her back, but she didn't feel fear. On the contrary, her gaze toward Ryuga was still stern. Do you know what you're doing, meow? How dare you seduce a Flugel? Aren't you afraid of bearing the wrath of our Lord God? Before this, no one had dared to do something like seducing another's servants. First, it couldn't be done. Second, even if it could be done, they would be resented by the old Deus, equivalent to adding a powerful enemy. Especially when it involved war god Artosh, no one dared to do such a thing. In these 10,000 years, the reason not many old Deus had fallen was entirely because war god Artosh stayed home and no longer went out. If he took action, at least one god-level powerhouse would fall. After bringing up war god Artosh, Azrael glared at Jibril again. And you, Jibril? Even if the Lord God is tolerant of you, even if he permits your transgressions, that's not a reason for you to betray him. You'd better tell the Lord God that you were forced, otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you, meow. Although she had already been defeated, she had 200% trust in war god Artosh's strength. In this world, no one can survive under the Lord God's war spear. To this blind declaration from Azrael, Jibril smiled lightly. What if there is? She asked in return. Impossible. Azrael answered decisively. After answering, remembering what Jibril had said before leaving, she was suddenly startled and realized something. Jibril, your goal couldn't be to challenge the Lord God, could it? Before leaving, Jibril had personally said she was going to find a way to defeat Lord Artosh. Could it be that she and her current master came this time to commit deicide? Well, though I'm interested, I still have to listen to Ryuga-sama. Jibril chuckled and looked toward Ryuga. With Ryuga's style, committing deicide while searching for the Ex Machina wouldn't seem strange. However, Artosh didn't seem like the type who could be easily dealt with. Hearing Jibral's words, Azrael immediately looked toward Ryuga, discovering that his gaze seemed to be directed toward the Flugel headquarters. War God Artosh. Ryuga answered nonchalantly. I don't particularly care either way. It mainly depends on his intentions. The Lord God's intentions. Azrael was slightly stunned. Suddenly, immense pressure came from the distance, an overwhelming momentum directly pressed down on the entire planet. This was an incomparably familiar divine might. Lord Artosh. Feeling the Lord God's divine power, Azrael also looked toward the Flugel headquarters, that is, the direction of the War God's throne, and was immediately speechless. Golden light pierced through the sky, and the divine phantom with 18 wings sat high in the clouds. The deity's pupils penetrated everything, looking directly toward their location. Seeing this scene, the entire world began to tremble. All living beings, including the old deities, began to shake with fear. The war god, who had sat motionless on his throne for over 10,000 years, had actually stood up. What was happening? Was this planet finally entering its end times? To be continued. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Imaginary Internal Energy. He's giving too much. The war god's pressure towered above heaven and earth, with golden light piercing through the entire sky. Under the fearful gaze of all forces in the world, war god Artosh, towering high in the clouds, cast his gaze upon a black-haired, black-eyed human male. The two looked at each other, and although no confrontation had yet occurred, the entire atmosphere solidified. Will you? Lord God has come to save me, meow. Azrael immediately showed an expression of extreme joy. Although her body was still powerless, she still proudly raised her head at this moment. Jibral, it's still not too late to repent now. Otherwise, Lord Artosh might not spare you and your master, meow. She reminded half kindly. Faced with the suddenly appearing Azrael, Jibral looked at her speechlessly and directly stuffed her mouth with a rag. Shut up! Jibral, you'll regret this, MMPH. Azrael immediately couldn't speak. Before she could continue struggling, suddenly, War God Artosh spoke. The War God's figure, like a heavenly proclamation, crossed 1,000 kilometers yet remained crystal clear. Are you human, or deity? Hearing the War God's voice, Azrael finally quieted down and stopped making a fuss. Her gaze toward Ryuga also changed from previous hostility to complete solemnity. Those who could be personally addressed as equals by her Lord God in the history she knew, there was only the final Dragon King Hartrim. Other existences, even deities, were not qualified to make War God Artosh move a single step. The reason War God Artosh had sat high on his throne motionless for over 10,000 years was because there were no longer any opponents worthy of his serious attention in this world. But now, Ryuga's mere appearance here had attracted the War God's utmost attention. Not only had he stood up for the first time ever, but he had even developed a desire to understand him. Azrael was shocked while also becoming curious. What exactly was this person's identity? Human or deity? Did this question even need to be asked? Those humans who were merely like monkeys or beasts and nearly extinct, how could such a powerful individual appear among them? During the Great War period in the no-game no-life world, humans were beings that could be confused with wild animals, not even qualifying as a species. No one would associate this name with a powerful individual. Although Lord Artosh's words must have deep meaning, wasn't this possibility a bit too absurd? Just as Azrael was thinking this. Not a deity. Ryuga calmly shook his head and replied peacefully. Using human power to control mythological power, you can roughly consider me a poet. Campione, deity. Such labels couldn't completely correspond with the power Ryuga currently wielded. Compared to deities, a poet who recorded and sang myths was closer to what Ryuga was currently doing. Poet. Hearing this unfamiliar term, Artosh's tone showed slight confusion. However, dwelling on trivial worries wasn't the War God's style. He quickly ignored this point and looked toward Jibral and Azrael. Extra individual, Did you defeat the first individual? MMPH. Seeing the war god look at her, Azrael immediately became excited, but couldn't say anything. Meanwhile, Jibril proudly raised her head and chest. That's right. Lord Artosh, I've already received new power from Master. Amir Azrael is no match for me at all, so you should be careful too. The moment you've been waiting for might be personally completed by my master. As a servant of the war god, she brazenly declared her betrayal. Any Flugel hearing this would be stunned. However, hearing this, Artosh didn't become angry. Your master. The war god looked at Ryuga again, his majestic gaze carrying slight expectation. I thought the one to end me would be the weakest, but I didn't expect it to be a powerful individual from another world. Poet from another world, will you give me the battle I desire? Hearing this question, all the Flugel became nervous. Although they didn't understand what a powerful individual from another world meant, the atmosphere of battle was quite obvious. As long as the other party agreed. If you want a battle, any time is fine. Before they could think further, Ryuga nodded and accepted the battle. However, before that, may I ask a question? What is it? Artosh nodded in agreement. Does your current energy come entirely from spirits? Or rather, do you believe it all originates from spirits? Sharp vision seemed able to penetrate the war god's divine essence as Ryuga asked an extremely strange question. Naturally so. After brief consideration, Artosh answered thus. The power of the old deities came from the spirit corridors. This was common knowledge in this world. Or rather, all beings capable of using spirit power derived their strength from the spirit corridors. In the no game no life world, the spirit corridors were the source of the great source. It was precisely because of the inexhaustible spirits produced by the spirit corridors that life in this world possessed such powerful energy. If Lancelot came here, he wouldn't even need to do anything extra. His divine power would naturally surge several times over. I see, it seems the current you hasn't yet made contact with imaginary energy. Hearing this answer, Ryuga nodded slightly, confirming this point. In the original work, during the final battle, Artosh had violated the law of conservation of mass energy, directly drawing vast amounts of energy from the void. In that state, the increase or decrease of power meant nothing to him. He could have as much energy as he wanted. Regarding this phenomenon comparable to a perpetual motion machine, Ryuga had long had suspicions. As mentioned before, so-called true ether could be said to all originate from natural energy. Generally speaking, when true ether is mentioned, one would immediately think of a planet's great source natural energy that flows from the planet's own pulsations, like the spirit corridors. However, just as most people would equate planets with worlds, the conceptual scope of true ether wasn't actually so narrow. Within planets, natural forces dominated by the planet's great source were true ether. In cosmic space, at positions not close to celestial bodies, there were similar natural energies. This was another form of true ether. If the true ether within planets mainly came from the planet's great source, then the true ether in the universe mainly originated from imaginary energy. It could be called imaginary internal energy, or vacuum zero-point energy from the Dirac sea. The S superscript 2 perpetual organs of the angels in Evangelion wielded this type of energy. After the completion of the world-creating Mother Goddess mythological technique, as long as Ryuga was on Earth, he could receive support from the Earth Mother Goddess Gaia. This point directly compensated for his long-standing energy disadvantage. And this characteristic could also take effect on ownerless ley lines in other worlds, even in the current no-game no-life world. With Ryuga no longer lacking energy within planets, he naturally set his sights on interstellar space. Whether in scale or power, imaginary energy far exceeded ordinary planets' great sources. He had originally thought he could get some clues from war god Artosh's divine core. Now it seemed that Artosh, who hadn't been pushed to the brink, hadn't yet realized his own capability. But it didn't matter. The fact that Artosh could accomplish this already showed that divine cores in this world could indeed draw upon imaginary internal energy. If he carefully studied the divine core structure of this world, he might find the key to unlocking imaginary internal energy. Imaginary energy. Artosh felt confused again. He knew Ryuga came from another world, and many concepts definitely wouldn't be mutually comprehensible. He didn't mind this point either. Compared to the meaning of this term, what he cared more about was: is this your purpose for this trip? No, my purpose for this trip is the ex machina. I need them. Ryuga shook his head without any intention of hiding. Is it to become stronger? Artosh pondered for 2 seconds and asked further. You could say that. Ryuga nodded. If he could completely analyze the portion of primordial divine cores from Christianity and the Greek divine realm, Ryuga could truly advance from a divine core controller to a mythological controller. By then, his strength would probably improve to a level completely surpassing Father Zeus, that is, at least the 5th tier, planet-busting realm. I see. The war god suddenly withdrew his divine light and sat back on his throne. It seems now is not yet the time for the decisive battle. Question marks immediately popped up above Azrael's head. Not fighting anymore? Ryuga and Jibril exchanged glances and immediately guessed the other party's thoughts. Want to wait until I become stronger before fighting? If that's the case, it's completely unnecessary. The road ahead of me is still very long. With your strength, I don't need special preparation. Ryuga spoke frankly. By the time he stopped becoming stronger, Artosh might not even be able to defeat Jibril. No matter. Since it's the final decisive battle, naturally the more exhilarating the better. Artosh shook his head, his smile fierce and mighty. I've already waited over 10,000 years. I don't mind waiting a few more days. But I don't want to wait. Ryuga shook his head. If it could be resolved in one go, why split it into 2? Hearing this, Artosh was slightly stunned. After looking at his subordinate Flugel, he suddenly thought of something. Then so be it. I make an appointment for battle with you. At least wait until after you become stronger this time before we have our final duel. As compensation, until the day of the decisive battle arrives, my subordinate Flugel can be at your disposal. Who said war gods don't use their brains? When facing beings of the same level, he even made deals. Ryuga had originally wanted to refuse such things. But seeing the over 1,000-winged Flugel in the headquarters, and recalling that he had only cleared a corner of the divine realm, Ryuga couldn't help but silently change his mind. Deal. No choice. Artosh was giving too much. To be continued. Chapter 103. Chapter 103, The Ex Machina's Deity, the Flugel Legion. Lord Artosh. After exchanging glances with Ryuga, Jibril completely understood the war god's intentions. Before even fighting, he called it the final battle, seeking only exhilarating combat without caring about victory, even entrusting the Flugel to others. Anyone with eyes could see that rather than a deal, this was more like entrusting one's legacy. Thinking of this before even fighting was this adherence to the rule that the victor gets everything, or trust in Jibril's judgment. Jibril didn't understand what was going through Artosh's mind. But she understood that among the Flugel, there were very few with clear sight and many who were blind. Just like the one in front of her. Hearing the war god's words, Azrael rolled like a carp and climbed up from the ground, looking tearfully toward the war god's throne. What's happening? How could this be, Meow? We are all wings loyal to the Lord God. How could we possibly follow someone else's orders, Meow? As the leader of the Flugel, she desperately tried to express her loyalty. However, at this moment, after reaching the deal, the war god had withdrawn all his might and returned to staying on his throne, not even glancing in this direction. So Azrael's pleading was completely like casting flirtatious glances at a blind man. The war god didn't even look. Seeing Azrael crying pitifully, Jibril stepped forward and very gently patted her head. It's okay, Azrael. You've just been abandoned by Lord Artosh. Will you? I knew Jibril cared about me the most. Don't say such hurtful things. Hearing the first half, Azriel was still moved, but hearing the second half, she directly collapsed on the ground, feeling like her heart had been viciously stabbed. Seeing her clutching her chest and convulsing, Jibril shrugged. Since your wing's loyal to Lord Artosh, after hearing Lord Artosh's command, do you still need me, a junior, to teach you what to do? In this world, created beings must completely carry out their creator's will. That is to say, even if it meant betraying themselves, as long as it was a command from the Lord God, they couldn't refuse. Now, since Artosh had already made a deal with Ryuga, regardless of what they thought in their hearts, they had to follow the Lord God's command and serve Ryuga. Actually, during Azriel's time of distress, over 1,000 Flugel had already silently arrived before Ryuga through shift, arranging themselves neatly like a silent angel legion. They also completely couldn't understand Artosh's intentions, but the Lord God's commands must be obeyed, and the Lord God's words could never be wrong. Therefore, regardless of what they thought in their hearts, they gathered under Ryuga's command at the fastest speed, awaiting their temporary master's instructions. Under over 1,000 pairs of eyes, even Azriel couldn't continue lying on the ground without dignity. She dusted herself off and dejectedly stood in front of all the Flugel. Then, all the Flugel turned their gazes toward Ryuga. Looking at this entire Flugel legion capable of deicide before him, Ryuga nodded with satisfaction. Although the combined strength of these Flugel could only match an upper-tier old deus, that was an upper-tier old deus from the no-game no-life world. However, if placed in the Campione world, they would be sufficient to sweep through the entire divine realm. If he used them as his sword to directly sweep through the divine realm, Ryuga would be able to obtain all the primordial divine cores of every pantheon in one go. As long as the Ex Machina's computational power could keep up, Ryuga would be able to master the myths of all pantheons in the entire divine realm, becoming the lord of the divine realm. If he could accomplish this, all the mythological techniques Ryuga currently wielded would receive maximum completion, and his power would completely surpass the stars, reaching a position he couldn't currently foresee. Doing this would be much easier than Ryuga attacking each pantheon one by one. Often, the significance of subordinates lay in this. Subordinates might not necessarily be able to do things their master couldn't, but they could definitely help their master share the burden. Otherwise, there would be no need for their existence. From this perspective, it had to be said that Artosh's gift had reached Ryuga's heart. Even if Artosh was defeated later, Ryuga would continue to protect the Flugel. Of course, talking about this now was too early. Before returning to the Campione world, he had to settle all the Ex Machina and make them obey. Thinking of this, Ryuga immediately issued tasks to the Flugel before him. All Flugel, form 10-person squads and conduct grid cross searches of this planet's surface. The search target is inactive divine cores. Inactive divine cores. Hearing this request, the Flugel girls looked at each other in confusion. Even Jibril was somewhat puzzled. Master, aren't we looking for scrap metal? I mean, the Ex Machina. Others didn't dare ask, but Jibril had no such concerns. Finding the Ex Machina is simple, but conquering them is troublesome. Ryuga shook his head. The Ex Machina's structure wasn't ethereal bodies like the Flugel, but primarily material structures. Such basic structures weren't suitable for the sword's origin, and couldn't be simply subjected through techniques. Although there were thousands of ways to deal with the Ex Machina, there weren't many methods that could make them submit. Of course, the original work mentioned one method, granting the Ex Machina hearts, then using hearts to infect all Ex Machina. However, this was a pathway specifically left for the weak, simple but time-consuming. For the strong, there was no need for such trouble. Just find the deity who created the Ex Machina, then defeat it, and you can easily conquer all Ex Machina. This way is more efficient and convenient. Hearing Ryuga's words, Azriel and the other Flugel were immediately stunned. Find a deity and then defeat it, where was this convenient? Only Jibril could best understand Ryuga's thinking. Right. As expected of Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. Hearing Jibril's flattery, the Flugel looked at each other and had to admit one thing. That is, this temporary master indeed had the qualifications to be Lord Artosha's enemy. Nothing else, just this attitude of treating other deities as nothing was not something weak individuals could learn. Seeing that the Flugel girls had no objections, Ryuga continued speaking. The search technique is here. You can obtain it by signing temporary contracts. Each technique has a sensing range within 10 kilometers. There may be multiple inactive divine cores in this world, so until I confirm obtaining the target, the search work must not stop. Of course, if you encounter enemy attacks, there's no need to hold back. You're allowed to organize your combat power and counterattack. If you encounter enemies difficult to handle, directly request my assistance through the contract. Yes. Faced with Ryuga's clear instructions, the Flugel girls all accepted their orders. Although they still had some resistance in their hearts toward their Lord God's enemy, they didn't dislike Ryuga's style of doing things. The Flugel's style was as violent and straightforward as Ryuga's. In Ryuga's instructions, they only had objections to the last sentence. What did he mean by encountering enemies difficult to handle and needing to request his assistance? This temporary master seemed to underestimate the Flugel's strength too much. As servants of the war god, the Flugel in this world could be said to be tyrannical, with almost no one daring to obstruct them. With their power, would they encounter enemies they couldn't handle? What a joke! Of course, they still didn't dare voice this complaint. After signing temporary contracts and obtaining the techniques, the Flugel girls departed through shift. Regardless of what they thought in their hearts, they indeed completely followed Ryuga's orders, forming 10-person squads and beginning carpet searches of the earth. After over 1,000 winged Flugel left, the plain seemed much more spacious. Looking at the empty ground, Azrael was slightly stunned and suddenly realized something. MMPH MMPH MMPH. She began struggling violently. It wasn't until Jibril removed the rag blocking her mouth that Azrael could speak. She immediately looked at Ryuga with anticipation. Did you forget about me, Meow? After witnessing the scene of Ryuga and Artosh speaking as equals, Azrael no longer dared to be disrespectful to Ryuga. It wasn't betrayal, but because being disrespectful to an opponent acknowledged by the Lord God was equivalent to being disrespectful to the Lord God. Not to mention, she was now technically Ryuga's temporary property and had to follow Ryuga's commands. No. Ryuga shook his head. The previous task was for the other Flugel. Your task is different, you're responsible for staying with us. Hearing this, Azrael was immediately dumbfounded. She had originally wanted to sneak out and inquire about the Lord God's will. Why Meow? Why am I the only one who's different, Meow? She asked with a mournful face, worried in her heart that she was being given the cold shoulder because of what happened earlier. The answer to this question is simple. Ryuga never minded resolving others' doubts. What is it, Meow? Oh right. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to my status as the Flugel leader and want to use me to command the other Flugel, Meow? Clapping her hands, Azrael had a flash of inspiration in her mind, as if she had discovered some great secret. However, faced with this speculation, Jibril only gave her a look like she was looking at a mental patient. You're overthinking it. It's simply because the other Flugel happened to form 10-person squads perfectly, and you're the extra one. Ah! Azrael was dumbfounded. I'm the extra one, Meow. That's right. Ryuga nodded, confirming Jibril's speculation. I want to commit suicide, Meow. Azrael could no longer rise. To be continued. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Solo Subjugation of Dragonia, Jibril achieves Dragon Slayer. While the Flugel were conducting cross-searches and seeking the Ex Machina's creator worldwide, Ryuga's group wasn't idle either. Under Jibril's guidance, Ryuga began experiencing this world's local customs and culture. So, What kind of local customs and culture is this meow? Looking at the confronting Flugel and Dragonia before her, Azrael complained with all her might. Why are we at odds with this Dragonia again? Jibril just can't learn to give up meow. Before this, Jibril had challenged Dragonia multiple times, and naturally failed each time. She had thought that after finding a master she acknowledged, Jibril would settle down a bit. She didn't expect her to directly bring Ryuga here and prepare for yet another challenge. What she called local customs and culture seemed to refer to the Flugel's hunting habits. Seeing that Jibril had no intention of paying attention to her, Azrael had no choice but to turn back to look at Ryuga. Jibril's master Sama, aren't you going to stop Jibril? She's challenging a Dragonia. So what? Ryuga asked back. Azrael was stunned, completely not expecting this response. Somewhat doubting her own ears, she repeated again. That's a Dragonia, a powerful being whose individual strength matches a lower-tier old deus. Aren't you worried, meow? Although she had been instantly defeated by Jibril once, she still didn't think Jibril could be a match for Dragonia. As mentioned before, Dragonia's strength matched lower-tier old deus. Even Flugel would need at least 100-person squad to possibly subjugate the most ordinary Dragonia. Now Jibril actually wanted to challenge the opponent alone. Even if she had become much stronger, she shouldn't be able to handle a lower-tier old deus level enemy alone, right? Faced with this concern and doubt, Ryuga simply shook his head. Of course I'm not worried. With Jibril's current power, it would be strange if she lost. Question marks popped up in Azrael's head again. It wasn't until she remembered what Artosh had called Ryuga earlier that she slightly understood, and immediately explained anxiously. Ryuga-sama, you're a powerful individual from another world, so you might not know Dragonia are very special creatures. The spirit power contained in each of their scales exceeds the limit of spirit power we Flugel can manipulate, and they have hundreds of millions of such scales. Perhaps for a powerful individual like you, a Dragonia's strength isn't much, but for us individual Flugel, this power is terrifyingly strong, meow. Even an excellent Flugel like me can only shatter 1 or 2 Dragonia scales at most with a full power Heaven's Strike. Even though Jibril has become much stronger now, she couldn't possibly break through hundreds of millions of scales defense, let alone defeat the opponent. If you truly care about Jibril's safety, please definitely take action to kill this Dragonia. Otherwise, we might not be able to rescue her in time, meow. It could be seen that Azrael was truly anxious, to the point of setting aside her inner reservations to seek Ryuga's help. However, even after hearing so much intelligence, Ryuga still had no intention of taking action. On the contrary, he quite leisurely asked back. If Dragonia truly possessed hundreds of millions of times the spirit power of Flugel, how could they possibly only match lower-tier old deus? The spirit power storage of Flugel wasn't weak over 10 times that of ordinary Campioni. Multiplying this by 100 million would be at least stellar system level energy. Never mind lower-tier old deus, even the war god in his daily state didn't have this scale of energy reaction. Thinking of this, Ryuga glanced at Azrael and shook his head. No wonder Jibril said all Flugel were a bit stupid. To believe such words, they really weren't very smart. Azrael was stumped for a moment. The claim of 100 million times was indeed too exaggerated, so thinking about it, it was obviously impossible. But the Dragonia's seemingly invincible defense seemed to verify this claim, making it hard to doubt. With Ryuga putting it this way, she felt the water content of this statement even more. But still. Regardless, Dragonia's strength is indeed formidable, meow. Not to mention Jibril can't even hurt their defense. Even if she could, she'd be eliminated by Dragonia language before that, meow. She still maintained an attitude prioritizing Jibril's safety. Regarding this, Ryuga had no objections. However, I believe in Jibril. Glancing at the distant battlefield, his attitude remained unhurried. Old deus aside, if the opponent is only a dragon snake, she won't lose. But Shatter. Boom. Azrael wanted to say something more, but at this moment, accompanied by the activation of Dragonia language's word spirit, a earth-shaking explosion erupted on the battlefield. Sensing the destructive power sweeping in storm-like winds, Azrael's face paled as she immediately looked toward the explosion's center. If she hadn't sensed wrong, Jibril hadn't had time to escape and was directly hit by the Dragonia language's word spirit. Dragonia language was one of the regular powers Dragonia frequently used. Its main effect was commanding through words. It was said to be remnants of world creation power, called the omnipotent language, the creative language. It was the royal language that could command all things in the world to submit unconditionally. Although its power wasn't as great as Roar, which could only be used by sacrificing a Dragonia's life and was sufficient for deicide, with Dragonia language's power, even a casual sentence was enough to instantly kill Flugel. No matter how amazing Jibril was, being directly hit by Dragonia language would definitely be more ominous than fortunate. Jibril. Just as Azrael was about to rush in regardless to search for Jibril. Don't come over, Azrael-senpai. This is my battle. A familiar voice rang out from within the smoke and dust. If you could learn even 1/10 of Master's trust in me, you wouldn't be so surprised and show such an inexperienced appearance. But is this requirement too difficult for an idiot like you? Then, Jibril's completely unharmed figure appeared. Around her body, silver runic letters were manifesting. Steel's protection for her, who possessed god-level defensive power. Ordinary Dragonia language wasn't sufficient to break her defense. Sensing the special aura emanating from Jibril, both the White Dragonia and Azrael were stunned on the spot. They had never seen a Flugel who could withstand Dragonia language before. And what was even more surprising was the aura of a divine core. They sensed power similar to old Dias from Jibril. That's right. This is the blessing Master rewarded me with. Jibril proudly raised her head, then looked at the Dragonia before her with sharp eyes. Since you've endured one of my attacks, Big Lizard, as a return gift, you should endure one of mine, right? Before saying this, she had already raised a silver spear of light, aiming at the Dragonia before her, with no possibility of refusal. You are a dragon. No, you were originally a dragon. So take my certain victory Dragon Slayer sword. The Steel Hero God's innate restraint against dragon snakes, based on divine cores of deities like Michael, Siegfried, and Saint George, constructed the strongest special attack effect. Silver light flashed, and before the Dragonia itself had any feeling, its tail was severed. With a thud, it fell to the ground. To actually be able to break through dragon scale defense, even severing the supposedly indestructible dragon bone. Seeing the battle result, Azrael stared wide-eyed, hardly believing what she had witnessed. That was dragon bone that even gathering 100 Flugel couldn't destroy. After being shocked, she suddenly thought of something. Jibril. Be careful. A Dragonia's strongest attack wasn't Dragonia language, but the roar released by sacrificing their life, converting their entire existence into dragon breath to obtain power sufficient for deicide. If the Dragonia before them desperately used roar, even god-level defense might not remain completely unharmed. Azrael spoke to warn Jibril, but didn't expect Jibril to immediately ask back. The enemy is already dead. Be careful of what? Azrael immediately looked at the white dragon, only then noticing that this Dragonia's flesh was dispersing into light particles, leaving only the hard-to-damage dragon bones as remains. Having led teams to subjugate several Dragonia before, she understood this was the sign of a Dragonia's death. Why did it die so easily this time? Azrael showed a confused expression. Just severing its tail shouldn't count as a fatal wound, right? I don't understand either. Jibril also tilted her head, not quite comprehending. She hadn't even gotten serious yet. Hearing her say this, Azrael secretly ran behind Jibril and hugged her. Never mind all that anyway, Jibril won. Meow. Jibril became the first Flugel to solo subjugate a Dragonia. Meow. Come, let your sister hug and encourage you. Unable to think of an answer, she simply gave up thinking and focused on cuddling with Jibril. Back. 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 Faced with the clingy Azrael, Jibril slapped her away and hid behind Ryuga, asking curiously. Master, do you know what happened? It felt like that Dragonia just now died like suicide. I didn't even get to do anything. As the dragon-slaying culprit, having already cut off the opponent's tail, she still said the opponent committed suicide and she didn't do anything. If this were modern society, this kid would definitely be antisocial. Even Azrael felt Jibril's words were too much, completely disregarding the Dragonia's dignity. Fortunately, Ryuga nearby could completely understand Jibril's meaning. He nodded, confirming Jibril's speculation. That's right. In a certain sense, it indeed died by suicide. To be continued. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Divine Realm Level Genius. Suicide. Hearing Ryuga's words, Jibril showed an interested expression and looked over curiously. Azrael, on the other hand, looked completely astonished, not knowing why Ryuga would say such a thing. Didn't I mention before? The claim that Dragonia possess hundreds of millions of times the spirit power of Flugel is a lie. Since that's the case, how are they able to completely ignore ordinary Flugel's heaven's strike and possess defense power beyond reason? Ryuga posed the question. I don't know. Azrael simply shook her head. Master's meaning is that Dragonia used some special deception to achieve this. Jibril tilted her head and speculated thus. Correct. Ryuga nodded and approached the Dragonia's remains. Just as Werbeast have more acute senses, elves can see the flow of spirit power, and Flugel can see spatial folding. Dragonia possess an equally special life form. They can exist across subsidiary time. In the no-game no-life world, the differences between races were like chasms. Just from their basic life forms, there were enormous differences. Humans who couldn't observe or use spirit power being relegated to their current low status was only natural. Across subsidiary time. Azrael showed a puzzled expression, completely unable to understand. However, after being slightly stunned, Jibril's eyes lit up as she realized something. Ryuga-sama, you mean Dragonia don't just exist at this point in time, but simultaneously cover past and future? Correct. For ordinary life, only the present has meaning, because past and future cannot be controlled. But for Dragonia, this wasn't the case. If ordinary life existed as points in the river of time, only able to experience the current moment, then Dragonia existed as planes in the river of time, simultaneously covering past, present, and future. Although this plane had its length limits, Dragonia hadn't achieved the present, past, and eternal accomplishment. Even covering just a few minutes of past and future was enough to cause earth-shaking changes within. I see. Simultaneously covering past and future, so they can reflect energy from past and future time points into their bodies, achieving infinite amplification and amplifying the spirit power within their bodies to the limit. This is the source of massive spirit power. After receiving Ryuga's hint, Jibril became completely excited. She had already challenged this Dragonia multiple times before and had accumulated many doubts. Hearing Ryuga's words now, these doubts were instantly resolved. When normally hunting Dragonia, if it's just minor injuries, they can recover immediately. Thinking about it now, they probably didn't use healing methods, but overwrote their past uninjured state onto the present, directly ensuring their condition remained at peak through time convergence. Looking at it this way, their bodies are just containers used during time convergence. If this container itself develops irreparable cracks, then these injuries would be infinitely reflected and amplified like the infinitely reflected energy, eventually causing them to self-destruct. This is their innate weakness, so Ryuga-sama said they committed suicide. After comprehending everything, Jibril looked at Ryuga with extremely admiring eyes. As expected of Master, you saw through the key point I completely missed at a glance. Hearing this, Ryuga shook his head. If you didn't use protection and challenged 2 more times, you would have noticed the problem too. The reason Jibril didn't see the truth was mainly because Steel's protection was too strong. No need to find weak points or anything, just one sword for an instant kill. Although this was also taking advantage of the Dragonaya's weakness, it looked like violent crushing, which instead hindered Jibril's intelligence analysis. Looking at it this way, while Dragonia individuals matched lower-tier old deities, once they encountered deities skilled in penetrating damage who could easily break defenses, their win rate wasn't high. Master has such strong confidence in me. Jibril happily accepted Ryuga's praise. Then she looked curiously at Ryuga's actions. What are you doing? Do Dragonia also have primordial divine cores? At this moment, Ryuga's hand was placed on the Dragonia's remains. The Dragonia's body had originally been dispersing into light particles, but after Ryuga intervened, all these particles condensed in his hand, becoming some kind of blue geometric structure. This familiar scene reminded Jibril of when Ryuga had obtained Michael's primordial divine core in the divine realm. Of course not. Ryuga shook his head. Dragonia in this world were purely powerful creatures, constructed differently from dragon snakes in the Campione world, naturally having no divine cores. However, Dragonia themselves possess spiritual cores similar to divine cores. The core structure is still star particles, the same as Flugel. Or rather, Flugel, servants, and deities all had very similar core constructions, all belonged to ether constructs. The differences between the three all stemmed from differences in their cores. Divine cores were just special spiritual cores. In this regard, Dragonia were the same. So Master's meaning is that you can directly obtain Dragonia's power template now? Jibril blinked and asked in surprise. Ryuga nodded. As long as they were life forms with similar structures, he could master their construction through star particles and absorb their power into his own body. Now, he had completely mastered Dragonia language, roar, and Dragonia's most crucial ability, time convergence. From the current structure, if Dragonia didn't covet infinitely reflected amplified energy, their immortality would be stronger. Unless it's sustained attacks, it would be difficult to affect time convergence power. Makes sense. But in that case, Dragonia wouldn't have their current status. Jibril pointed this out. If they didn't possess the impression of near invincibility, Dragonia wouldn't have been so safe all these years. In a certain sense, their deception was quite effective. Disguising strength was also a means of avoiding disaster. Indeed so. Ryuga nodded. Before long, he had completely absorbed the Dragonia's power template. So where do we go next? Jibril immediately asked. With Master's power, I recommend hunting some giants or phantasma. Without needing to ask, it was obvious Jibril just wanted to help Ryuga collect power templates from all 16 species. Her guidance was leading down a bloody path. Of course, the blood would all be others. No. Ryuga shook his head. Regarding Jibril's suggestion, he wasn't unmoved, but before that, there were several other existences in this world worthy of his attention. Let's go to the elves first. If he remembered correctly, the elves at this time should possess a divine realm level genius. Although this genius's strength couldn't yet compare to the most ordinary Flugel, she could indeed develop techniques that even Flugel couldn't break through and could even threaten old Deus level beings. In the field of technique research, this genius had undoubtedly reached the divine realm level. Although for Ryuga, this genius's vision was still somewhat limited, she at least had value as an assistant and was worth examining. Elves. Azrael was somewhat puzzled. Why go to those weeds? Obviously, she felt that with Ryuga's status, there was no need to lower himself, though she had no idea what Ryuga's actual status was. Master's orders, where are all these whys coming from? To this, Jibril's response was much simpler. Then let's depart now. I remember the elves moved their capital, but it should still be on this continent. Under Jibril's guidance, the three figures disappeared from their location. Elf Kingdom. The elf who had gained praise from forest god Canas, the famous crowned lord thinks Nervalen, was walking alone on a forest path. Under Ryuga's intervention, Jibril hadn't conducted the latter two dragon hunts. Without being inexplicably struck on the head by some strange flugel using that as an excuse to unleash Heaven's strike for destructive attacks, the current elf capital was naturally peaceful. Thinks Nervalen was still a renowned genius among the elves, and hadn't yet begun researching Void Zero techniques. In most people's view, or rather, throughout the entire no-game no-life world, a vassal's loyalty to their lord god was the most natural thing. Even Jibril's rebellion could be viewed as loyalty to some degree. However, in such an environment, there was one unique exception. The only one who could insult her own lord god with the most extreme vocabulary was the crown lord with questionable loyalty. Why hasn't that idiot deity died in the toilet with the elders? I still have so many techniques to research, but he's dumping these boring tasks on me. With this kind of work efficiency, he still wants to compete for the Star Grail? These wastes couldn't catch up to hot shit if they ate it. She cursed the elders and deity above without regard for image, using extremely harsh language. If other elves heard such words, they would definitely be shocked and judge her for the great crime of blasphemy. The deity's majesty could not be violated. Fortunately, she maintained detection magic at all times, having long confirmed the area was safe with absolutely no one able to approach without her detection. So no matter what complaints she had, she could vent freely. Master, this seems to be the place. Seeing the three figures that suddenly appeared before her, thinks Nervalen's heart completely stopped. To be continued. Chapter 106, Chapter 106 Forest God Kyneth. Oh my! I didn't expect to see a weed right after arriving. How lucky I am! Looking at the elf in front of her, Jibril revealed a smile of pure joy. The smile on her face was innocent to the point of being adorable. But in Think Nervalen's eyes, this girl before her was more terrifying than demons from hell. Whether it was the geometric halo above her head or the white wings at her lower back, they clearly indicated the opponent's identity. Flugel, the war god's claws capable of easily annihilating an entire elf nation's military force. For most races, the existence of Flugel was no different from the Grim Reaper. Even though Think Nervalen was a rare genius among the elves, the only octal caster in history who could use 8 spells simultaneously, she still had absolutely no qualification to face the Flugel before her. Forget about Heavenly Smite, even a normal Flugel was an insurmountable enemy for her. Not to mention, there were 2 Flugel before her, and encountering them was equivalent to death itself. If the 2 Flugel only made her feel terrified, then the black-haired, black-eyed young man behind them was enough to make her tremble in fear. Although she had never seen him before, nor sensed the aura of an old deus, there was probably only one existence in heaven and earth who could be revered as master by the Flugel. War God. Artosh. Think's face turned pale, her whole body trembling. This was no longer a matter of her personal safety, but the possible extinction of the entire elf race. The war god's recent activities had spread throughout the world, and the elves had naturally observed his movements. Although they didn't know what the war god had been doing, the fact that he began moving after over 10,000 years of silence was enough to attract worldwide attention. Forest god Kyneth was worried that the war god would act against other old deists, which was why he had specifically convened a meeting earlier, having them develop spells to determine the war god's movements. The elders had taken on this task wholesale, ultimately assigning it all to Think. She had previously cursed those old fossils for only knowing how to delegate responsibility layer by layer. She hadn't expected that before spell development even began, she would encounter the real deal. Why you, what do you want with me? She immediately knelt down without hesitation. Whether enemy or not, one should maintain maximum respect when dealing with unreasonably powerful old deists. This wasn't to demonstrate the old deess's majesty, but purely to preserve her own life. Think lowered her head to the lowest point, her eyes hidden in shadow but gleaming with light, obviously thinking rapidly about the other party's intentions. Facing this sensible behavior, Jibril let out a light laugh. My master isn't Artosh-sama. If you call the wrong name next time, I'll kill you. The killing intent, gentle as a breeze, immediately soaked Think's back with sweat. She couldn't understand Jibril's meaning. Wasn't the Flugel's main god Artosh? She also couldn't understand Jibril's logic. Even if the other party wasn't the war god, you should at least tell me the name, right? Otherwise, how could I possibly get it right? However, she deeply understood one thing: the strong don't need to reason with the weak. So, yes, I understand. She clenched her fists, choosing to swallow her anger. Very good. It seems that among weeds, there are occasionally those whose heads can be used. I'll ask you one question. If you can answer honestly, I'll consider sparing you. Jibril nodded with satisfaction and spoke thus. Yes. Think immediately nodded, though her expression showed slight confusion. Flugel generally had no interest in elves. Even when killing, it was just casual action, like poking an ant nest they wouldn't plan carefully. So what question would be worth their special inquiry? The answer was soon revealed. Where is the elf shrine? Jibril immediately asked. Hearing this, Think's eyes widened, her expression suddenly changing. The elf shrine was built together with the royal capital. By asking this, they wanted to know the location of the elf race's capital and main base. It seemed her worst fears hadn't been wrong, they were really coming to destroy the elf race. With the Flugel's power, they could easily destroy their main base. If that happened, the entire elf race would lose over 70% of their strength and completely decline. If she told them the correct information here, the elf race's tens of thousands of years of accumulation would be destroyed in an instant. If she deceived them here, well, it seemed she couldn't deceive them. After all, the elf capital wasn't far from here. The Flugel could find it in half a minute of searching, and the old deist didn't even need to search to see it, she just didn't know why he wasn't speaking. Thinking carefully, she wasn't particularly loyal to the forest god or especially loving toward the elf race. Rather, those elders mostly gave her negative impressions. She wasn't the type to value others over herself either. So what was there to hesitate about? Just as she made up her mind but still hadn't spoken, Ryuga spoke. Tell the truth. The words of a god possessed extremely strong binding power. A human magician's will could not resist it, nor could the elves. Under this compulsory command, all of Think's previous struggles became pointless. Her body involuntarily made sounds. The elf shrine is 100 kilometers behind me. That is our elf capital. So close? It seems we came to the right place. Jibril immediately showed an excited smile. Then, Ryuga-sama, let's go. The two Flugel girls and the suspected divine being quickly disappeared from the spot. For those who could manipulate space at will, 100 kilometers was no different from being right next to them. Watching the direction the three had left, Think's face was pale. Caught off guard and exposed to the gaze of two Flugel and one old deist, the elf race's future had almost only one path: destruction with no other choice. Although she had no feelings for the elf race and even less goodwill toward forest god Kyneth, seeing that everything from her past was about to turn to ash, she finally stepped out of her genius's halo and once again recognized this cold, realistic world. Ryuga-sama, was it? She deeply remembered this name, then turned to walk in the direction she had come from. If the elf race was going to be destroyed, she should witness its destruction with her own eyes. Using multiple spells to accelerate herself, easily breaking through several times the speed of sound, Think returned to the elf nation in just a few minutes. However, what appeared before her was completely unexpected: not ruins, nor mountains of elf corpses. On the contrary, this capital was still as peaceful and prosperous as when she had left. Looking at the bustling elves, Think was somewhat bewildered. What's going on? With the Flugel's spatial transfer ability, shouldn't they have arrived here long ago? Why did this city look like nothing had happened? Not only had it not been attacked, there wasn't even a hint of panic or alertness, as if they hadn't noticed enemy invasion at all. Think Nervalen, can you explain why you used emergency authority to summon us here? A stern and aged voice rang out. The elders summoned by Think's emergency communication device all looked at this overly arrogant new generation elf with unfriendly gazes. If there's no suitable reason, even if you are the flower crown praised by Kyneth-sama, you must follow the rules for punishment. In the worst case, you'll lose the authority to directly issue emergency communications to the elders. The atmosphere of seniority was extremely severe within the elf race. Even though Think was the unique genius of all elves and had made many unimaginable contributions, she could only remain subordinate to the Elder Council, constantly under their control. Looking at these old people reeking of decay, Think's gaze was very cold. The authority to issue emergency communications? Ha! As if it were something good. Originally, these people wanted to monopolize the success of the spells she developed, which was why they gave her communication authority. Now they were acting as if she were begging them. She had long grown accustomed to these annoying attitudes, so she had no intention of getting angry at the moment. Are you certain that nothing abnormal happened just now, that you detected no signs of intrusion? She questioned them with a firm attitude. Think Nervalen, watch your tone when speaking to the elders. Outrageous! We received no signals. What do you mean? The elders had varying attitudes. Some thought she was being alarmist, others were dissatisfied with her arrogant manner. Think completely ignored these old fossils' attitudes. Tisk, that's not right. According to logic, any large-scale spirit reaction shouldn't escape the detection range of the spells she personally compiled. If those two Flugel had come, the spells should have given warning. Since the spells didn't react, it meant they indeed hadn't come. What was going on? Could they have gotten lost? Impossible, wait. Recalling the question Jibril had asked earlier, Think suddenly widened her eyes. The other party had asked about the location of the elf shrine, not the capital's location. It was only because the two places were together that she had been confused. If the enemy's target wasn't the elf capital, then what was their target? What existence would be worth a suspected old Deus-level being taking action? Realizing this, her face turned pale. She directly slammed the table hard, glaring at the other elders. Where is Kyneth? Where is Kyneth-sama? He might be in danger. Upon hearing this, the elders were all shocked. What are you saying? How is that possible? How could Kyneth-sama be in danger? Our main god is invincible. Flower Crown, can you take responsibility for your concerns? They had initially wanted to pursue Think's attitude problem, but no matter what attitude, when it came to their Divine Lord's safety, it all seemed insignificant. War god Artosh hadn't taken action for over 10,000 years. In some elders' hearts, Forest God had replaced War God as number one in the world, so they didn't believe Think's words. But in this world, there were ultimately more sensible people, especially when it came to their own lives and property. If Forest God were truly the strongest, they wouldn't be suppressed by the Flugel. So upon hearing Think's words, they all panicked. However, according to elf customs, disturbing the main god without cause was also a sin. No matter how worried they were, someone had to take responsibility before they dared to inquire about the divine being's condition. And the person to take the blame, aside from Think who had raised this concern, could be no one else. Seeing the elders' meaningful gazes, Think knew exactly what they were thinking. Normally she might have mocked them, but she didn't have time for that now. All responsibility falls on me. We'll go see Forest God right now, she said decisively. Unlike War God Artosh and Forge God Okane, Forest God Kyneth rarely appeared before the elves. Even the elders needed to gather everyone to meet him. Sometimes Think felt that the elves' problem with putting on airs probably inherited from Forest God Kyneth himself. With someone to take responsibility, their efficiency immediately improved. Before long, they arrived at the elf shrine. To Think's relief, the shrine hadn't been destroyed. Could it be that she had really worried too much, and the enemy hadn't come at all? However, without final confirmation, she still couldn't feel at ease. At her insistence, the elders took up their symbolic staffs and initiated the ritual to contact their god. Soon, a blurry light and shadow appeared above the shrine. The specific content within the light was unclear. At this moment, a vague voice rang out. This tone sounded somewhat unfamiliar to the elders, but strangely familiar to Think. Who? Chapter 107, Chapter 107 Forest God's Fall. Would you like to become the forest god? Reporting to Kyneth-sama, we are your foolish servants. Only forest god could contact through this spell. So despite hearing something unfamiliar, the elders had no doubt in their hearts and immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. After all, forest god Kyneth was naturally moody sometimes when he was in a bad mood and spoke differently. It was normal. Because Flower Crown was worried about your safety, we dared to disturb you. Since our Lord is safe and sound, please don't blame Flower Crown too harshly for her transgression. Those who had rushed over most anxiously when hearing Forest God might be in trouble were these very elders. But after confirming Forest God was fine, they immediately shifted blame, using Think as a scapegoat as previously agreed. Reporting to the main god, it was indeed I who raised the concern, but I also have sufficient reasons. Not understanding what that strangely familiar feeling was, and thinking it was just a false alarm, Think immediately began defending herself. Hearing their words, the screen's other side pondered for several seconds. Then spoke. Others withdraw. Flower Crown remains. Yes. The elders all acknowledged the command, looking at Think with somewhat schadenfreude eyes. They should never have trusted this woman. Sure enough, young people were unreliable, all rash and hasty. What, Kyneth-sama is in trouble? Kyneth-sama is a divine being, how could he be in trouble? Making them run here for nothing. Thinking this, they immediately left the shrine, leaving only Think Nervalen. At this moment, an inquiring voice came from above the light and shadow. The sufficient reason you mentioned, what is it? Dangerous enemies appeared near the elf royal capital. I was worried they might be unfavorable to Kyneth-sama. Think immediately explained. Clever as she was, she naturally wouldn't mention revealing information. Even though she had been forced to reveal information at the time, given Kyneth's petty nature, he wouldn't care about that detail. If she told the truth, she'd be dead. Oh? Dangerous enemies. The tone from the other side of the light fluctuated slightly, seeming very interested in her words. Seeing this reaction, Think was stunned, finding it somewhat incredible. He didn't get angry immediately. Could this useless god have changed his nature and finally learned tolerance? Having no time to feel strange, she immediately answered honestly. Just now I encountered 2 Flugel, and 1 suspected old Deus. Before she could finish, an extremely familiar girl's voice came from the other side of the light. Flugel, are you talking about me? Think was instantly thunderstruck. All the doubts she had previously overlooked exploded in an instant. Her body stiffened for several seconds before she slowly raised her head. That blurry light and shadow became clear at this moment, directly showing the face of the Flugel she had met earlier. Jibril waved at Think with a smile. What a coincidence, weed. Then the light's perspective widened, and the figures of Ryuga and Azrael appeared. Ryuga-sama. Think stood frozen in place, finally realizing who she had been talking with. Ignoring Azrael's dumbstruck expression that seemed overwhelmed by shock, Think swallowed and spent over 10 seconds building up her courage before finally speaking tremblingly. May I ask, Ryuga-sama, why does our spell for contacting Forest God end up contacting you? She already had an ominous premonition in her heart, but she didn't dare believe it. After all, only about 10 minutes had passed since they left. How could such a major change occur in such a short time? However, reality often goes against one's wishes. Because I am now the forest god. Ryuga answered with very simple language. Though it can't be called god slaying, Kyneth indeed no longer exists in this world. His divine essence belongs to me. As he spoke, he slightly raised his hand, an emerald divine light immediately appeared in his palm. That was the authority unique to forest god Kyneth. His divine essence carried the concept of nature. Thud. With her worst fears confirmed, Think fell directly to the ground, her face full of disbelief. In such a short time, to slay forest god Kyneth without us even noticing. Are you really not the war god himself? She had never imagined that an old deess's death could be so casual, so simple. In just the blink of an eye, her race's main god was gone. This made her deeply suspect the other party's identity. Who else but war god Artosh could do this? Facing Think's reaction, Azrael, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly nodded frantically, as if she'd found her tribe. Yes. I thought so too, Nae. No matter how you look at it, killing an old deess so quickly is too exaggerated, Nae. Little Jai insisted it was because I hadn't seen the world, and Ryuga-sama acts like god slaying is completely normal. Woo woo woo, although I can't compare to Ryuga-sama, I'm also a flugel who has achieved god slaying before, okay, Nae. Even so, Ryuga-sama's speed is too exaggerated. I saw nothing. Forest god Kyneth didn't even have time to defend before being directly slain. Speaking thus, she looked at Think with slightly more recognition. I didn't expect that despite being a weed, you still have common sense. Although I mind your race a bit, being able to maintain the same normal person thinking as me at this time is really great. I don't have to wonder if there's something wrong with my worldview, Nae. By the end, she was completely relieved. It seemed she wasn't really an idiot. Hearing Azrael's complaints, Think's mouth twitched violently. She wanted to say something but held back. What normal person thinking you're not normal either? She'd thought it was just an ordinary flugel, but it turned out to be a strong person who had also achieved god-slaying feats. How dare you call yourself ordinary? After grumbling internally, she looked at Ryuga again, having to admit Azrael's words weren't unreasonable. Leading a flugel squad to slay gods and slaying gods alone were completely different matters. Fighting an intense battle to slay gods and slaying gods in an extremely short time without any disturbance were also not the same thing. The former was merely victory between equals, the latter represented crushing with unknown limits. As an old deess, forest god Kyneth's strength in the current no-game no-life world wasn't actually weak. He could even be said to compete for the top 3 among upper-tier old deess. For such an old deess to be instantly killed, aside from the overwhelmingly powerful first-place war god Artosh, she couldn't think of other possibilities. But looking at the attitudes of the two flugel, the other party indeed didn't seem to be the war god. What was going on? There were actually 2 monsters of war god level in this world? Wasn't this really a sign of the world's end approaching? Regarding Azrael's complaints, Ryuga skillfully ignored them. As for Think's doubts, he felt no need to repeatedly explain. However, sensing the forest god's divine essence he had just mastered, Ryuga felt it necessary to say something fair. Forest god's strength wasn't weak. If he had prepared in advance, he could have lasted at least a few more seconds. Forest god Kyneth's divine essence concept was nature, but his greatest expertise was multiple spell casting. Think, as an elf genius, could deploy at most 8 spells simultaneously, while forest god Kyneth could simultaneously deploy 168 spells. Worth noting, the elf's multiple spell casting wasn't simply using different spells at the same time, but making the effects of different spells mutually amplify while using them, thus achieving maximum power with minimum spirit power. In practical terms, just as fused authorities in the Campione world could grow in power beyond their class, multiple spell casting effects could easily stack the simplest spells to power comparable to Saint-tier magic, even approaching divine authority level. With Forest God's divine essence, if he deployed all 168 spells simultaneously, the resulting power would clearly exceed ordinary old deists' authority, even temporarily gaining power comparable to the former End Dragon Hartrim. Even for current Ryuga, Forest God's divine essence brought him considerable inspiration. Whether allowing him to grasp this world's old deist divine essence structure or giving Ryuga better authority fusion techniques, both were decent gains. So he felt Forest God deserved an objective evaluation. However, last a few more seconds? Wow, is this a new way of humiliation? Worthy of master, I've noted it down. Jibril excitedly shouted, then actually pulled out a small notebook and began recording master quotes. Think also fell silent, obviously also thinking this was mockery. It's not humiliation. Ryuga shook his head again. However, his insufficient power is also fact. The gods of the no-game no-life world were powerful, but the complexity and strangeness of their divine cores were completely inferior to the gods of the Campione world. So Ryuga hadn't even used much force, he just first used curse, causality, and fate-type authorities to give him a debuff, then used the Salvation God Sword's exploitation ability against nature attributes to instantly kill him. In the end, Kyneth never understood what was happening. Until death, he couldn't comprehend what kind of divine being would have such complex authorities. Also, why was he so hated? He felt like at least dozens of different divine cores were ganging up on him. For Ryuga, who had already deduced and mastered Divine Strike, aside from Artosh, other old deists were indeed weaklings who could be instantly killed with one strike. Giving Kyneth this evaluation was already praise. Although Think didn't understand what Ryuga was thinking, she could understand this huge basic combat power difference. So after a moment of silence, she raised her head and proactively asked. Since Forest God Kyneth has been killed, Ryuga-sama, what else do you want to do to the elf race? Although she had always complained about Forest God's stupidity, only after losing him did she realize that the elf race had completely lost divine protection. Forget about the current Ryuga. Even if Ryuga didn't act against the elf race, the elves who lost their creator couldn't possibly withstand their nemesis dwarf race's power. In the end, only destruction awaited them. Facing Think's inquiry, Jibril beside them showed an interested expression. How about capturing all the elves to be slaves? Hearing this, Azrael was somewhat surprised. Nay, I thought with little Jiai's personality you'd kill all these weeds. I didn't expect you'd capture them as slaves, hey? Could it be little Jiai has that kind of interest? Nay, I do not. Jibril glared coldly at Azrael. Stupid Ril Senpai, reminder: the spirit stones on elf foreheads are precious minerals. The spirit stones on elf foreheads were the key to their high-precision spirit power control and their ability to cast multiple spells. Right. Hearing this, Azrael had an epiphany, looking at Think with glowing eyes. So many elves, the spirit stones could definitely pile up into a small mountain. If we capture them as slaves, we can get a constant supply of spirit stones. Hearing this, Think felt a chill. In the eyes of higher races, elves were probably just a bunch of walking minerals. Since both Flugel made this suggestion, their master's thoughts were easy to guess. It seemed the elf race would go extinct today. Just as she completely despaired, Ryuga's voice rang out. No. Think was slightly stunned, not daring to believe her ears. Yes, master. Regarding Ryuga's decision, Jibril naturally would never object. However, why? Does master have other plans? She still curiously asked. Azrael and Think were also very curious about this point. Such a good opportunity, why not take it? Regarding this, Ryuga's answer was simple. Life's value is greater than objects. The elves' value is also greater than their spirit stones. Sacrificing the elves' value as life for mere spirit stones is always a poor strategy, no matter when. Simply put, elf lives also matter. Compared to spirit stones, those who use spirit stones are more important. Actually, for Ryuga, neither was important, but the spell system knowledge accumulated by the elves over tens of thousands of years was very important. Hearing this, Think slightly opened her mouth, somewhat shocked. These were words forest god Kyneth would never say. Over the years, Kyneth's behavior had been extremely cowardly, often escaping dangers by sacrificing elves. She never expected that the one who could truly recognize the elf race's value would be the person who killed forest god. How ironic! Just as she felt slightly relieved, Ryuga's tone changed. However, realizing the elf's value isn't easy either. I don't have the patience to rule the elves as a god. Just leaving it alone, the elf race will inevitably go extinct. Upon hearing this, Think's heart immediately tensed, fearing Ryuga would change his mind and still want to exterminate the elves. But something she never expected happened. Ryuga's next words not only completely shocked her, but even Jibril and Azrael were thoroughly stunned. He said this. So, would you like to accept the position of forest god? The condition is serving me from now on. Ah! Except for Ryuga, everyone else's brains crashed. To be continued. Chapter 108, Chapter 108 Virtual Internal Energy Research, Flugel under attack. Let me become forest god. Think opened her mouth wide, suspecting her ears had broken. Forget whether old Deus level power could be inherited even if it could, so casually handing over divine level power to herself was too contrary to reason, right? Ryuga-sama, did I hear wrong, nay? Did you just say you want to make this weed into a god? Forget Think not understanding even Azrael, who had god-slaying achievements, couldn't understand at all. Old Deus were this world's top-tier power, always innate. How could they be granted later? The only one who, after initial surprise, could quickly regain composure was Jibril, who had spent time at Ryuga's side. With Master's power, even creating gods is just casual work, let alone granting divine status to others. In this regard, Jibril had the authority to speak. Previously, she had been using blessings, that is, using her own power to exercise divine authority, thus raising her strength to match lower-tier old Deus. If she used the most critical divine core power of mythological spells, her power would exceed her current level, completely reaching upper-tier old Deus class. So she understood that granting divine authority was the simplest thing for Ryuga. Although I don't know why Master would favor you, if it's Master's command, you can only accept. Jibril looked at Think with eyes full of determination. Master has already decided you'll be forest god. Don't tell me you want to refuse. I don't seem to have the qualifications to refuse either. Think complained sarcastically, then added. Besides, no one could refuse such conditions, right? The chance to become a god. If this news were given to other factions, they'd definitely fight over it. Although the condition was to submit to the other party, such conditions were nothing compared to divine level power. Even those elf elders might not refuse such a good opportunity. Regardless of whether to avenge the previous forest god, for the elf race to continue, they needed a divine level existence for support. It's best if you can accept. With your talent, only obtaining forest god's divine authority can maximize its potential. Seeing Think's attitude, Ryuga nodded. With her mortal body, Think could eventually create spells comparable to authority level. If she possessed divine power, her talent would only manifest stronger, even far exceeding the previous Kyneth. For Ryuga, even divine domain level geniuses could only qualify to assist him when matched with appropriate environments. My talent? Think was slightly stunned, only now realizing why the other party had kept her. Although she'd had the title of Flower Crown since childhood, this was the first time someone had valued her importance above divine beings, even thinking her talent sufficient to match divine authority. For beings in this world, this was tremendous praise. With your magnanimity, if you hadn't appeared in this manner, I would prefer to betray my race to offer my loyalty to you. She sincerely sighed. In such times, meeting such a generous superior was simply the greatest fortune. The result remains unchanged. Ryuga shook his head. Whether willing or not, given Think's personality, she had no reason to refuse him. You're right. Think had to admit this point, then asked curiously. So, having me succeed as forest god, do you have some special idea? Like unifying elf power to conquer the world? After having to accept Ryuga's request, she began thinking about Ryuga's purpose. Actually, there wasn't much to think about. During the Great War, old Deus acting had probably only one purpose: the war's prize, the Star Grail. However, given Ryuga's displayed strength, could forest god's power and elf power really help him? Think expressed doubt. No, I only need you to do one thing. Ryuga shook his head. What thing? Think asked curiously. Jibril and Azrael also cast curious glances. Research divine essence. Ryuga didn't keep them in suspense. Old Deus divine essence actually coordinates in the void. According to my previous deductions, old Deus can not only draw power from the spirit corridor but also capture power called virtual internal energy in the void. Your task is simple: stimulate different frequencies of divine essence to successfully observe traces of virtual internal energy and record it for me. As long as you could observe, you could interfere; if you could interfere, you could control. For Ryuga, what came after was simple. The initial first step of observation was purely manual labor. There's a saying in science, your life's work might just save a genius one afternoon tea time. For Ryuga, Think's value lay precisely here. Just as graduate students in university labs were mainly used for repeated experiments to capture one possible result, this kind of tedious, repetitive work was necessary but had no technical content, usually assigned to research drones. Now Think occupied this ecological niche. If she could successfully observe virtual internal energy's existence, naturally good saving Ryuga's energy. Even if she couldn't, Ryuga could improve upon her existing methods, saving some time. Virtual internal energy. Hearing Ryuga's request, Think was very surprised. She hadn't expected his goal wasn't some boring world conquest, but some unheard of power. Power outside the spirit corridor system. Interesting. I understand your meaning. As a spell genius, she immediately ignited with motivation. Very good. Ryuga nodded. The next instant, the three figures disappeared from the light, directly crossing space to arrive inside the shrine. Looking at the kneeling Think, Ryuga extended his hand and placed it on her head. A golden regular polyhedron passed from his palm into Think's body. Nature's divine essence manifested, forest god's original divine core exerted proliferating effects, directly creating a copied forest god divine core. Finally, power from the sword's original code directly transformed Think into Ryuga's subordinate god. Thus, the second forest god Think Nervalen was born. A few seconds later, Think slowly opened her eyes. Feeling the power within her body, her eyes were dazed with disbelief. She had become a god just like that? The 168-fold spells came as naturally as instinct, and forest god's divine essence drew almost infinite power from the spirit corridor. Feeling this divine might capable of easily destroying continents and moons, Think suddenly felt somewhat absurd. Clearly possessing such powerful strength, yet spending all these years hiding and doing nothing, what was that useless god thinking? She completely couldn't understand. If she had possessed this power earlier, she could have completely elevated spell development to let all elves match the Flugel. For Kyneth, this should have been no difficult task. Facing Think's question, Azrael looked at her like she was an idiot. Of course it was fear of my lord god Artosh-sama. No matter how strong forest god was, he couldn't compare to Artosh, that beyond logic level old Deus. That's right. Looking at Ryuga, Think finally calmed down. She couldn't get too carried away. Even old Deus level power wasn't much in this world. Ryuga could casually grant her this power, so he could naturally casually take it back. Feeling the master-servant contract between herself and Ryuga, she no longer had any thoughts of resistance. Besides virtual internal energy research, does Ryuga-sama have any other orders? Despite becoming a god, Think still very sensibly remained kneeling, asking about Ryuga's plans. Oh wa, this is bad, Ryuga-sama. At this moment, Azrael suddenly jumped up in alarm, looking like her tail was on fire. Stupid Ril, don't act like a monkey in front of master. Jibril reprimanded her dissatisfiedly. No, no. Don't secretly call your sister stupid, even I get hurt hearing that, nay. No, now's not the time for this. This is serious, nay. The Flugel squad sisters are in trouble, nay. Azrael looked at Ryuga with a panicked expression. She herself hadn't realized that after acknowledging Ryuga's strength, when encountering problems, her first thought was no longer her own lord but Ryuga. Trouble? What trouble could they encounter? Jibril's expression became even more puzzled. Ryuga-sama told them to organize their own defense if attacked. With their strength, aside from old Dias, who could give them trouble? Over 1,000 Flugel, this was a lineup that even old Dias would fear. Probably only those upper-tier old Dias, like forest god Kynatha's level, would be fearless against them. Think had the same thought. However, it is old Dias, nay. They found many targets Ryuga-sama wanted in the dwarf territory and were discovered by Forge God Okane. They're now in a standoff, nay. Azrael immediately clarified the situation, then looked at Ryuga with teary eyes. Ryuga-sama, please act quickly, nay. Although those ground mice aren't worth mentioning, their god is no weaker than Kynath, nay. If this drags on, I'm worried our sisters will suffer heavy losses. In the past when she led teams, even facing just lower-tier old Dias required casualties for victory. Now, although Flugel forces had strengthened, their old Dias enemies had also grown much stronger. If both sides fought, even with possible victory, the Flugel would lose at least half their number. Hearing this, Jibril also became nervous. No one knew old Dias' strength better than her. Master, please let me go support them. I will defeat the enemy and march toward victory's song. Using divine core descent spells, she was confident in fighting upper-tier old Dias and even slaying them. Master, can I also apply to participate in this war? After understanding what happened, Think also enthusiastically raised her hand, wanting to join. The hatred between elves and dwarves was long-standing. If there was a chance to slay Forge God Okane, she wouldn't want to miss it. Moreover, even in the worst case, they could devastatingly strike the dwarf race. With such an activity, she'd willingly pay to participate, let alone show loyalty to her master. Seeing the three girls' expressions, Ryuga almost instantly understood their thoughts. Thinking about the grudges between dwarves and elves, he pondered for 2 seconds and nodded. I've already understood the Flugel situation through temporary contracts. Although it's not what I wanted, it's worth a trip. Since you all want to go, we'll depart now. As his words fell, after a subtle spatial fluctuation, all 4 figures in the shrine disappeared. The outside elf nation remained prosperous, completely unaware their god had already fallen. To be continued. Chapter 109, Chapter 109. I'm waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for? As war gods' dependents, we Flugel have always been domineering in this world. How could we encounter enemies we can't handle? Recalling their previous thoughts, the Flugel girls only felt deeply embarrassed. Not only had they encountered enemies they couldn't handle, but they also had to seek help from their temporary master. For the proud Flugel, this was tremendous humiliation. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but glare angrily at the old Dias before them. Daring to obstruct our actions, even gods cannot be forgiven. Before the Flugel legion stood a robust elder with his back to the divine forge, shouldering a massive, ancient hammer, pale flames burning in his eye sockets. The dwarf race's creator, Forge God Okane. At this moment, this elder was bare-chested with bristling beard and hair, looking very angry. This was understandable. Anyone whose home was suddenly invaded by a group of bandits who brazenly discussed stealing the family's secretly hidden treasures right in front of the owner would be unable to contain their anger. Not to mention, O'Kane's temper wasn't very good to begin with. Now hearing the Flugel's victim blaming, he was even more speechlessly furious. Daring to rob my children's works right in front of me, war god's wings, didn't Artosh teach you any manners? He made such an accusation. Facing this question, the Flugel girls looked at each other. Some directly asked in confusion. Manners, what's that? O'Kane and the dwarfs all fell silent. Discussing manners with the kill-only Flugel was perhaps premature. Ahem. Seeing her companion's unreliability, number 4 individual Raphael helplessly cleared her throat and stepped forward as temporary representative. Looking at the forge god before her, having faced old Dias alongside Azrael, she showed no fear. Manners? Our Lord Artosh said, what thou desirest, kill and take heavens will made manifest. If there's any manners we Flugel must observe, this would be it. Simply translated, kill, then plunder. This was quite primitive and bloody doctrine, but combined with the Flugel's superior strength, it seemed exceptionally terrifying. If Forge God O'Kane weren't here, the entire dwarf race would probably have been completely slaughtered by now. Truly primitive people. Behind Forge God O'Kane, dwarf divine domain level genius Ronnie Dravenir muttered quietly, immediately drawing the Flugel's murderous gazes. He quickly hid behind O'Kane, looking at the Flugel defiantly. Unlike the elves, the dwarf's god would truly protect them, so they were especially confident now. No matter how strong the Flugel were, would they dare challenge an old Dias? Obviously, O'Kane thought the same. So after hearing Raphael's words, he immediately said sternly. Even so, with me here, you're destined to gain nothing today. Since heaven didn't grant it to you, I can allow you to leave. Hearing this, the dwarfs behind O'Kane stirred slightly, obviously not wanting to let these Flugel go so easily. However, Ronnie Dravenir didn't feel this way. He nodded lightly, supporting Forge God O'Kane's decision. Great Master! A mighty old Dias facing invaders of his homeland could still refrain from retaliation. This was already extreme restraint. However, facing this concession, the Flugel looked at each other with slightly uneasy but completely unyielding expressions. Impossible! Raphael immediately refused. For us to leave, there's only one possibility: hand over all the divine essences you have. Feeling the response from the detection spell Ryuga had granted her, she added. 8 divine essences total. Don't try to deceive us. The reason they clashed with the dwarfs was exactly this. Somehow, they discovered massive inactive divine essence reactions in the dwarf stronghold, proving the dwarfs were definitely hiding something. Although they didn't know if it was what Ryuga-sama wanted, it didn't matter. Ryuga's task was to recover all suspicious items. Just to avoid embarrassing Lord Artosh, they absolutely couldn't retreat now. Hearing them mention this, both Forge God O'Kane and dwarf genius Ronnie's faces darkened. Divine essence research was the dwarf's greatest secret. As a divine domain level genius, Ronnie had not only mastered artificial divine essence catalysis but could also use divine essence as bombs. Thus, he developed divine essence explosion with god-slaying level power, abbreviated as essence burst spells. Originally intended for use against the elves or war god Artosh, he hadn't expected that before preparations were complete and spells properly adjusted, these Flugel would discover them. What terrible luck! Impossible! I'll never give them to you. This time, before O'Kane could respond, Ronnie impulsively refused. Essence Burst was the dwarf's greatest weapon to end this war, their biggest trump card to push Forge God O'Kane onto the throne of Soul Deity. How could it be easily given to enemies? Even if the Flugel might not see through their plan, it would inevitably arouse suspicion later. Facing his refusal, Raphael showed no reaction. She simply raised her hand slightly, assuming an attacking stance. I'm not negotiating with you mice, this is our command. All Flugel immediately followed her lead, raising their right arms and targeting Forge God O'Kane together. Flugel felt shame at having to seek help, but when truly risking their lives, they never hesitated. As war gods' wings, dying in battle wasn't an unacceptable outcome for them. This behavior was naked provocation. Forge God O'Kane's anger flared as he also raised his giant hammer. Mere dependents dare challenge a god. Broken wings, who do you think you're threatening a divine species? As an upper-tier old deus, he didn't fear the Flugel legion before him. However, just a mere god. We've established god-slaying achievements before. Raphael sneered, her attitude even more aggressive. All units prepare heavenly smite. Yes. Times n. The Flugel's strongest technique, heavenly smite, multiplied in power when used collectively. Now, over 1,000 Flugel using heavenly smite together could amplify their power to threaten upper-tier old deus. Even O'Kane felt uncertain facing such an attack. However, before his children, he couldn't soften his stance. If you insist, I don't mind demonstrating divine might to send you all back to the spirit corridor. Hearing this, Raphael sneered. Trying to intimidate Flugel with death? How foolish! Even if we perish, war god Artosh Sama will take your lives. We absolutely won't lose. Hearing this, the originally battle-spirited dwarfs immediately cooled down. Right, Flugel had their ultimate move, calling their parent. Compared to dwarfs who had already called their parent but only held slight advantage, once war god Artosh appeared, it would be overwhelming victory. Even if O'Kane killed all Flugel now, given war god's care for his dependents, he'd definitely immediately act to eliminate both dwarfs and O'Kane. This was the Flugel's thuggish nature. No matter how you chose, targets they marked were mostly doomed. Great Master, perhaps we should step back. Understanding this, Ronnie immediately calmed down and said to O'Kane. Once they fought all Flugel, regardless of victory or defeat, they were dead. Such gambles were best not started. They couldn't afford it, but these Flugel lunatics might flip the table anytime. No. Forge God O'Kane immediately shook his head. I know your concerns, but, facing Flugel hyenas, we cannot make any concessions. No old deus in this world didn't fear Artosh O'Kane included. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so restrained, always avoiding large-scale conflicts. If dwarfs themselves killed a few Flugel, war god wouldn't care. But once he as an old deus acted against Flugel, war god might spear him to death. His status wasn't suitable for direct action, but unfortunately dwarf strength was insufficient without his protection, they'd be annihilated. Therefore, facing the Flugel Legion, he could only use divine authority to deter them, hoping to protect his people. But even retreat had techniques. If he as an old deus made unlimited concessions, his people would be disappointed, and the Flugel would become even more aggressive. So he absolutely couldn't retreat. Moreover, I am the dwarf's creator god. How can I let outside villains steal my children's proudest works? His final words were roared out, inflaming the other dwarf's blood. This was also his honest feeling. Finally having an excellent child create essence burst, how could it be taken by Flugel? Under this tense atmosphere, both sides' momentum became increasingly hostile, yet neither moved first. O'Kane wanted to claim righteousness by not striking first. Whether useful or not, it might reduce Artosh's retaliation chances. Raphael was purely praying for Ryuga's arrival. As she said, Flugel didn't fear sacrifice, but they didn't want meaningless sacrifice either. If there were methods to handle enemies without harm, they didn't want to die. Like a stalemate between two afraid wolves, the battlefield temporarily deadlocked. After dozens of seconds, Ronnie finally noticed something wrong. Not attacking for so long didn't match Flugel's violent temper. Could they also not want to fight? Thinking this, he boldly suggested. If we hand over one divine essence, could we reconcile? He felt both sides might need face-saving steps. However, no. Raphael still firmly shook her head. Ryuga-sama's command was all suspicious items, so you must hand over all divine essences. Ryuga-sama. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Ronnie was somewhat confused. Who was this? Wasn't the Fluggel's main god Artosh? Impossible. Okain firmly shook his head, also showing an uncompromising attitude. The divine essences absolutely cannot all be given to you. Those were the dwarf race's treasures and his dignity as an old deus. Otherwise, if word spread that a group of Fluggel successfully extorted him as a god, Kyneth could laugh at him for 1,000 years. Negotiations failed, and the atmosphere became menacing again. Strange. Watching both sides maintaining positions with increasingly strong momentum, Ronnie scratched his head, feeling something was off. If both sides' conflicts were so irreconcilable, why were the Fluggel still dawdling? Since they wanted divine essences, shouldn't they directly wage war? Their attitude clearly showed readiness to fight to the death, but their actions seemed like stalling for time. What did they need to stall for? Could it be Great Master? Just as an ominous guess formed in his mind and he wanted to tell Okain. Suddenly, weak spatial fluctuations occurred, and 4 figures appeared before the Fluggel Legion. Seeing the black-haired, black-eyed man, Raphael finally sighed in relief, showing joy along with all Fluggel. Looking at Okain's incomprehensible expression, this Fluggel lightly laughed mockingly. I was waiting for reinforcements. What were you waiting for? Chapter 110, Chapter 110 Divine Strike instantly killing Forge God Okain. 2 Fluggel, an elf, and human? No, this must be an old deus. Looking at the 4 people before him, Ronnie immediately analyzed. Although he couldn't sense any divine aura, no matter how he looked, the black-haired, black-eyed man was clearly the highest-ranking person. Noticing Jibral's fanatical gaze toward Ryuga, he subconsciously thought of the Fluggel's supreme leader war god Artosh. However, recalling what Raphael had said earlier and the Fluggel girl's complex expressions, this person shouldn't be that war god. Could this be the Ryuga-sama the Fluggel mentioned earlier? Thinking this wasn't a direct conflict with war god Artosh, Ronnie couldn't help but sigh in relief. Although he'd never seen war god, he didn't doubt the other's terror. If this enemy wasn't war god, their pressure would be much less. Just as Ronnie secretly relaxed, he suddenly noticed changes in Okain before him. For some reason, his main god was staring intently at the unusually busty elf, as if seeing something incredible. Great Master? Ronnie asked confusedly. Okain didn't respond, still fixing his solemn gaze on Think, his expression full of confusion. Little girl, why do you carry Forest God's divine essence aura? What's your relationship with Kyneth? At first glance, he'd almost thought Kyneth had become female. Think's current aura was identical to Forest God's. Old deus always identified each other by divine essence. If unfamiliar old deus saw her, they'd definitely think was Kyneth himself. But Okain wasn't deceived by divine essence. Besides having dealt with Kyneth many times, instinct told him the being before him absolutely couldn't be Kyneth. That coward, how could he personally appear on such a complex battlefield? First-generation forest god Kyneth-sama has fallen. I'm the second-generation forest god. Regarding Okain's questioning, Think answered with a light smile. What? Kyneth fell? Hearing this news, Okain was shocked. Not just because of this rival's death, but because of another meaning Think revealed. Once old deus died, they truly died. What was this about a second-generation forest god? Could divine positions be transferred? Before he could ask further, he saw the second-generation forest god Think turn and kneel on one knee before Ryuga with extremely reverent, expectant attitude. Master God, may I handle this ground mouse god? I'll bring you the results you want. The elf-dwarf grudge was mentioned before. With such a good opportunity to not only eliminate dwarfs but their god too, Think naturally wouldn't miss it. However, facing this request, Ryuga only shook his head. No. understood. Think didn't dare insist. Even possessing divine-level power, she was merely Ryuga's prisoner. Watching their interaction, Okain was shocked again. Regardless of how Think achieved it, she now indeed possessed Forest God's divine essence. Okain could sense her power matched Kyneth. Yet such a god, whose strength could rival his own, showed such deference to another, acting as his subordinate. How strange! Unless the Ryuga before him was like Artosh, an absolute powerhouse crushing ordinary old deists, otherwise her attitude couldn't be explained. Realizing this, Okain's gaze toward Ryuga grew much more serious. After Ryuga refused Think's request, he proactively spoke. This. Ryuga-san, did you command these Flugel to rob my children's works? Not knowing the other's character, he decided to take initiative. Hearing this question, Ryuga looked back at the Flugel Legion girls. Some looked ashamed, others high-spirited, some wanting to immediately give Okain a heavenly smite. They felt shame at being unable to handle the old deist before them, but had no regret about causing trouble. If Flugel weren't aggressive, would they still be Flugel? Most others curiously watched Ryuga, wanting to know how he'd handle this. He'd said to find him if there were problems. If he couldn't manage this, it would seriously damage their impression. Regarding the Flugel girls' thoughts, Ryuga paid little attention. After a glance, he immediately turned back to tell Okain. No, it's just a misunderstanding. The task I gave them was to search for a certain old deist, not pure divine essences. Upon hearing this, Okain finally understood the situation. This time, even he sighed in relief. Since it's a misunderstanding, could you take them away? He cautiously asked. Regardless of Ryuga's strength, he was still an old deist. Even if weak, combined with Think plus over 1,000 Flugel, Okain could hardly win. Under these circumstances, sending away these untouchable powerhouses would be best. However, I cannot. Ryuga shook his head, refusing this proposal. Okain immediately gripped his giant hammer divine tool, becoming tense. Why not? I'm not here to resolve misunderstandings, but to resolve contradictions. Ryuga answered calmly. Initially, Okain didn't understand Ryuga's meaning. Only when he raised his hand and ordered all Flugel to raise theirs together did he understand. Resolving contradictions was simple, just eliminate either side causing them. From Ryuga's meaning, he clearly wanted to eliminate him. Then let's see if you have that ability. Okain no longer held peaceful hopes. He raised his divine forge high, divine flames capable of easily forging even orichalcum blazing fiercely within. As forge god, this was his strongest flame. His divine essence was forging all things. Even gods couldn't withstand such fierce divine fire. The stiff atmosphere instantly exploded. Seeing Ryuga's decisive attitude, the Flugel's eyes lit up. They appreciated this confrontational style. Master God. Think also showed expectant eyes. Though unable to personally act was somewhat regrettable, witnessing Ryuga's power would definitely be worthwhile. She was very curious about Ryuga's abilities. What kind of powerhouse could casually elevate others to godhood? At the focus of everyone's attention, Ryuga chose not to act personally, instead looking to his right. Jibril. Present, Master. The Flugel girl immediately flew before Ryuga, awaiting his command. Sword blessing suits Flugel well, but there's another power more suitable for you. Ryuga spoke thus. More suitable for me? Could it be? Jibril was slightly stunned, immediately widening her eyes, obviously thinking of something. I'll demonstrate once. Feel carefully. Ryuga indicated for Jibril to approach. The Flugel girl realized something, immediately excitedly drawing near, looking up at her master. Under Azrael's completely dazed gaze, Ryuga slowly lowered his head, blocking Jibril's breathing, and through magic transmission, passed certain techniques he'd previously comprehended into Jibril's body. Little Jiai's first time was taken, nay. Right in front of me, and I can't even resist. Is this the legendary NTR, nay? My heart hurts so much, nay. Azrael bit her handkerchief, shedding tears of frustration. How dare you look down on me to this extent? Okain was enraged by Ryuga's dismissive attitude. Understanding his disadvantage required striking first, Okain showed no intention of waiting for Ryuga's preparation. He hurled his divine forge directly. Suddenly, towering flames burned toward Ryuga's group. Azrael, having received Flugel command authority, tensed up and was about to counterattack, but discovered the towering pale divine fire stopped at 30 meters away, as if blocked by an invisible boundary, completely unable to break through. Space-time barrier. Forge god Okain immediately recognized the obstacle's nature, so he directly raised his giant hammer and struck the space-time barrier hard. For Forge god, all space-time matter was forging material, mere spatial barriers couldn't completely stop him. However, before he could actually damage the space-time screen, Ryuga had already withdrawn this protection. Okain looked up to see Jibril, who had received her master's knowledge and taste irrigation, now eagerly raising her right hand in a heavenly smite releasing pose. Though unsure what she was doing, Okain instinctively felt crisis. Without hesitation, he launched both his giant hammer and divine forge together, wanting to interrupt Jibril's action. However, this behavior was destined to be futile. Looking at Forge God before her, at the divine tool giant hammer and divine forge, Jibril's lips curved in contemptuous smile. Pushing Sword Blessing's divine core power to its limit, she aimed her right hand at all obstacles before her. All Flugel, entrust your heavenly smites to me. With incomparable priority, absorbing the heavenly smites of the Flugel legion behind her, looking at Forge God Okain, who had sensed something, his expression incredibly disbelieving and extremely despairing. She gently called out the name of the technique Ryuga had just taught her. Divine Strike. To be continued. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, The Star Grail, Resurrected Divine Spirits. Golden light blazed as all the heavenly strikes of the Flugel converged together, rotating around the spear of light in Jibril's right hand. The power to shatter the earth, even to crush planets, gathered in her hands. God Strike. This was originally a power exclusive to Artosh, the god of war, that no one else could master except him. After being deciphered and transmitted by Ryuga, Jibril had completely learned it and was using it by catalyzing it with her divine essence. Though it certainly can't compare to Lord Artosh's true power, if the opponent isn't an entire galaxy but merely a higher-ranked divine spirit, she could win. This thought flashed through Jibril's mind without a doubt. The higher-ranked divine spirits in the no-game no-life world were basically all at the 4th tier, and among the strong ones of the 4th tier at that, at least capable of destroying continental plates, clearing the surface, and shattering moons. With the normal strength of a Flugel, it would be impossible to challenge such beings. Unlike the Dragonia, who possessed inherent weaknesses, divine spirits were generally incomparably powerful existences. However, now, feeling this power in her grasp, Jibril could finally vaguely comprehend Artosh's state of mind. Her gaze toward Okain, the god of forging, changed from serious to indifferent. The reason was simple. Too weak. Accompanied by a sigh, a strike capable of opening the heavens and splitting the earth descended. It was an incomparable power that all gods would submit to. With just one strike, Okain, the god of forging, was completely annihilated by this irresistible divine might. The aftermath of the god strike was far from exhausted, directly penetrating to the planet's core, turning the ground beneath into an abyss and leaving an extremely deep scar on the planet's surface. Even the ether corridor within the planet trembled and nearly broke apart. After the dazzling flash disappeared, all that remained in everyone's sight was Jibril with a calm expression and the massive abyss extending to the horizon. Light shone from the bottom of the abyss, not magma, but the radiance of the ether corridor. If not for the strongest core of this planet that birthed all divine spirits withstanding the aftermath, the planet itself would have been cut in half by this strike. The Flugel, who had collectively regressed to young girl forms due to releasing heavenly strikes, watched Jibril in complete silence. They looked at Jibril with incomparable awe and shock, as if seeing the main god descend in person. Since their birth, they had never seen the god of war take action. Jibril's god strike was exactly the power they had imagined, even more real and more exaggerated than what they had imagined. Jibril, did you really do this? Even Azrael, who loved Jibril the most, no longer looked at her with the indulgent gaze of a doting older sister, but with eyes containing some reverence and admiration. She spoke to Jibril tentatively, not even daring to speak loudly. Power could demonstrate majesty, and with Jibril's performance just now, she was even worthy of being treated as the god of war. Hearing Azrael's question, Jibril turned around and looked at her with the gaze one gives an idiot. Of course it was me. With Master's power, how could I lose to a mere divine spirit? After giving Azrael a disdainful look, she flashed to Ryuga's side and looked at him with equally reverent eyes. As expected of Master. To be able to modify Lord Artosh's technique to a level where even I can use it. But I don't remember the god strike's content very well, could you teach it to me once more? As she spoke, she wiped the corner of her mouth, showing an expression of reminiscence. It was hard to say whether she was savoring the transmitted knowledge or the feeling of intimate contact with Ryuga. Bonk! Hearing this request, Ryuga directly gave this perverted woman a hand chop. The effect of technique transmission has been improved by me and cannot be forgotten. He pointed this out. How disappointing! Jibril hung her head in disappointment. Her master wasn't taking the bait. Seeing her perverted behavior, the battlefield's atmosphere gradually relaxed. Phew, it's still the Jibril we know. Azrael and the other young Flugel all breathed sighs of relief. On the other side, Sink also recovered from her intense shock. One-shotting Okin, the god of forging, and it wasn't even the main god personally taking action. She looked at Ryuga with incomparable amazement. Although she had tried to estimate Ryuga's strength as highly as possible, only now did she realize her perspective was still too narrow. She had completely underestimated him. No wonder Ryuga could casually grant her the power of divine spirits. He truly didn't care about such power. Not only did he not care, but even temporarily giving some new techniques to the Flugel was enough to imitate the god of war Artosh's power and slay Okin, the god of forging here. Having witnessed this strike, Sink understood that even if she possessed 168 spells and could invoke the authority of the forest god, she would still be powerless against the god strike. That wasn't something ordinary divine spirits could handle. If Jibril could crush her, then what was Ryuga's limit? She didn't dare think about it. At this moment, the only curiosity she dared voice was this. Jibril, you said earlier that such power still couldn't compare to the god of war himself? Are you serious? She could accept that Ryuga was this strong. After all, she was already Ryuga's familiar, so the stronger Ryuga was, the better for her. What shocked her was that Artosh, the god of war, was also this strong. Jibril's strike just now could almost destroy planets, and it completely crushed ordinary divine spirits, yet she said it still couldn't compare to Jibril? Was that possible? Faced with this question, Jibril shook her head. I don't know how strong Lord Artosh really is, but he's definitely not weaker than me just now. As for how much stronger, maybe Master Ryuga knows. Sink immediately looked at Ryuga. 10 times. After pondering for 2 seconds, Ryuga spoke. What? You mean the god of war's full power would be 10 times Jibril's strike just now? Not only Sink, but the other young Flugel also showed incredulous expressions. They knew the god of war was strong, but didn't know he could be strong to this extent. This had already transcended the dimension of ordinary divine spirits. No. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Ryuga leisurely shook his head. I'm not talking about full power, but ordinary attacks. The god of war's ordinary attacks are 10 times what Jibril just exerted. According to the original author's description, God Strike could not only easily penetrate dozens of planets but was merely the god of war's basic attack. The god of war's strength was on a tear-breaking level. Hearing this evaluation, everyone present fell silent. Even the Flugel found it difficult to comprehend power on this scale. Fighting against opponents of this level, if not for your appearance, Lord, wouldn't the only possible winner of this great war be Artosh the god of war? Sink asked in a daze. With the god of war's specifications, probably all the other races plus divine spirits combined couldn't match him alone. What was the point of conducting such a one-sided game? The result was obviously predetermined. Rather, if the god of war were willing, he could end the war and obtain the Star Grail at any time, he just hasn't chosen to do so. At this point, Ryuga added. Of course, this was before I arrived. Like the heretic gods in the Campione world, the essence of gods was to manifest their divine essence. If the forest god obtained the Star Grail and became the one true god, this world would be covered by natural concepts, and the entire world would become a primeval forest. If the god of games obtained the Star Grail and became the one true god, the entire world would be covered by gaming concepts, and the entire world would become a large amusement park. But if the god of war obtained the Star Grail and became the one true god, this world would undergo no changes. Because this was already the era of Great War, the period when the divine essence of war was most thoroughly manifested. This was why Artosh had no interest in the Star Grail. Even without obtaining the Star Grail, this world state was the same as if he had obtained it, so why bother with such unnecessary actions? Hearing Ryuga's acknowledgement of Artosh the god of war, the Flugel first showed expressions of shared glory, then looked at Ryuga with strange eyes. After the young girls secretly communicated with their eyes for a while, Azrael took the initiative to speak. Master Ryuga, since you know Lord Artosh is this strong, why do you still want to challenge him? Lord Artosh never shows mercy in battle. Hearing this, Ryuga asked with considerable surprise. From your position, shouldn't you be happy about this? Why are you specifically reminding me? I am just worried that if you're not around, Jibril will commit suicide. Azrael's face stiffened, and she immediately answered. If they really had to choose sides, they would definitely still support their main god, but Ryuga had left a good impression on them, and they subconsciously felt it would be better if Ryuga survived. You don't need to worry about that. Before Ryuga could answer, Jibril came over. Because Master will definitely win. Even Lord Artosh is absolutely no match for Master. Jibril, you traitor! Hearing this statement, Azrael glared at Jibril dissatisfiedly. I'm telling the truth. Jibril took the opportunity to hug one of Ryuga's arms, then held up an index finger and gently waved it at Azrael. Besides, your statement was also a bit wrong. It's not that Master wants to challenge Lord Artosh, it's that Lord Artosh wants to challenge Master. Don't get the positions reversed. Looking at Jibril's completely serious expression, Azrael was dumbfounded. Too arrogant. To say that Artosh the god of war was in the challenger's position, didn't that mean Ryuga was stronger by default? How was that possible? Just as she was about to ask more questions, an angry voice interrupted this harmonious atmosphere. You bastards, enough! The one roaring with tears streaming down his face was the previously ignored genius of the dwarf race, Ronnie Drovnir. Like crawling up from hell, he held up a communicator and looked at his enemies with hatred. After killing our god right in front of us dwarfs, did you think we would just let this go? Behind him, dwarf floating battleships slowly rose from the distance, several golden marrow explosion devices locked onto all positions around Jibril. Marrow explosion, this immature technology was forcibly employed by him. The eyes of the other dwarfs also burned with fierce anger, clearly not minding using everyone's lives to exchange for a spectacular revenge. Even if they couldn't kill the opposing divine spirits, so many marrow explosions were enough to severely wound them and kill those Flugel who had regressed to young girl states with less than 1/10 their previous strength. Faced with this destructive power's lock-on, Jibril wasn't panicked. On the contrary, seeing the dwarf fleet, Jibril looked at them with considerable surprise. I see, so you gave up resistance earlier and chose to use all your power to protect your people. Their survival under the god strike's aftermath wasn't due to luck but because of Okin the god of forging's sacrifice of his life. It had to be said that this divine spirit was devoted to his creations. Interesting, but even so, do you think those little toys would work on me? Jibral's attitude remained very arrogant. She had released the god strike through divine essence earlier and wouldn't weaken like after a heavenly strike. The marrow explosion spells before her eyes were indeed destructive power for ordinary divine spirits, but compared to god strike, they were still lacking. Moreover, marrow explosion spells still needed mechanical operation to activate. Such redundant time was enough for Jibral to tear apart all their battleships. Hearing Jibral's statement, Roni's eyes were bloodshot. We'll use whatever we can. We absolutely cannot let the boss die for nothing. All units, prepare marrow explosion spells. Load marrow detonate fire. Without room for negotiation, and fearing the opponent would recover strength in the meantime, Roni directly used all 8 marrow cores at once. If this exploded, the planet would probably become even more tattered, but the desperate dwarfs could no longer care about such things. And just at the critical moment when the marrow explosion spells were detonating, an incomparably rough yet familiar voice suddenly rang out. Cancel activation. Stop firing. All dwarfs stand down. A series of commands actually bypassed Roni, the leader, and remotely operated the floating ships. However, Roni, whose authority had been usurped, couldn't be bothered to scold the other party. On the contrary, seeing this rough figure before him, he was immediately moved to tears, his confused eyes filled with surprise and joy. Boss! The one who appeared before him was precisely Okin the god of forging, who had just died. It's me. Okin looked at his favorite child. Then he turned around and, under the shocked gazes of all the dwarfs, knelt down toward Ryuga's position. Okin the god of forging greets Master Ryuga. Thank you for granting me destruction and rebirth. Hearing this, Jibral immediately understood. Master had molded the god of forging back to life. To be continued. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Hollow the god of suspicion, authority of space-time. After completely understanding divine essence construction, ordinary gods held no secrets for Ryuga. As long as he grasped the opponent's divine essence structure, creation or resurrection was just a matter of a thought. Just as the regenerated Michael had immediately submitted to Ryuga, Okin the god of forging also became Ryuga's supporter. The no-game no-life world was inherently one where creations must unconditionally obey their creators. As Okin the god of forging's creator, Ryuga naturally gained extreme loyalty. The dwarfs didn't understand what was happening, but under Okin's authority, they also knelt on the ground, expressing respect and submission to their creator's creator. Lord, you can actually resurrect gods. The most surprised among those present was Sink. She had personally witnessed Okin's fall and his resurrection. To be able to manipulate even the life and death of gods at will, her lord had already surpassed her imagination. Ryuga nodded and looked at her, immediately guessing what she was thinking. If you have this need, Canas the forest god can also be resurrected. I think I'll pass. After hesitating, Sink immediately shook her head, showing no intention of wanting to rescue her main god. Although Lord Canas isn't completely useless, if he were around he would interfere with my work. Even if we were to resurrect him, it should wait until I complete your task. Unlike Okin the god of forging, Canas didn't have a particularly close relationship with his forest elves, nor were his abilities outstanding. This was also why Ryuga hadn't resurrected him. Skipping this topic, Sink looked regretfully at the submissive Okin. Lord, you don't intend to take action against the dwarf race? To destroy these ugly gophers? Hearing this, both the dwarf race and Okin the god of forging glared angrily at this woman. Although submission was submission, the hatred between the two races hadn't disappeared. To make them forget their hatred would probably be harder than making them commit suicide. Faced with this contradictory situation, Ryuga wasn't surprised and had no intention of resolving it. Like you, the dwarf race also has god-tier level geniuses with considerable value. Since they've already submitted, naturally there's no reason for destruction. Hearing this, all the dwarfs breathed sighs of relief. No matter what, they had avoided complete annihilation. God-tier level genius. Oken the god of forging was slightly stunned and looked at Ronnie behind him. Lord, do you rate this kid so highly? Looking at Ryuga's attitude, it seemed he appreciated this kid even more than himself. As the creator, he felt very honored but also somewhat surprised. Not only him, but Sink also curiously looked at this genius who was actually rated by Ryuga as being on the same level as herself, then she disgustedly looked away. In the forest elves' aesthetics, dwarf race were no different from cockroaches and rats. If not for Ryuga actively speaking up, she would never acknowledge that her talent was on the same level as these rats. Compared to Oken, Roni's mind was more active. After roughly understanding the current situation, he boldly asked, Lord, is there anything we dwarfs can do to serve you? With God Oken resurrected, the great revenge was resolved. Next, he should consider the race's development. Having seen the strength Ryuga had just displayed, he knew deeply that only Ryuga could not be opposed. If you can't beat them, join them. He wanted to gain Ryuga's protection by demonstrating value. And this was precisely why Ryuga had kept them. I previously assigned Sink a task to extract cosmic energy from outside the ether corridor through Marrow, namely Void Zero. This is why she's taking over as the second forest god. Ryuga looked at Sink, then spoke to Ronnie. Now, I'm assigning you the same task. You'll conduct this research simultaneously. Hearing this, both god-tier geniuses' faces stiffened as they sensed trouble. Sure enough, the conditions Ryuga laid out next made them shiver. Whoever completes the task first can make one not too excessive demand of the slower party's race, including but not limited to making the opposing race obey their commands for a period of time. Of course, any form of harm to the opposing race's physical safety is forbidden. He spoke these rather excessive penalty clauses in a quite leisurely tone. Physical safety wasn't allowed to be harmed, which meant mental humiliation wasn't prohibited. Although the punishment applied to the race and the gods themselves were exempt from effects, they would lose the most important thing: dignity. If the forest elves won, the dwarfs might be forced to tattoo gophers or cowards on their faces, and vice versa. For other races, such punishment, though heavy, might not be comparable to mortal danger. Only for the forest elves and dwarf race was this punishment simply more unacceptable than killing them on the spot. No matter what, absolutely cannot lose. At this moment, everyone held the same conviction. Lord, I understand. Please wait patiently for news of my success. When the time comes, I will definitely make the dwarfs perform clown shows befitting their gopher status. Sink covered her mouth and laughed lightly, looking at Oken and others with hostile eyes. Lord! We dwarfs will never disappoint your expectations. Roni's pupils also ignited with divine fire, and the entire dwarf race was now united in righteous anger. Better to die than lose to the forest elves. Very good. For fairness, I'll temporarily entrust you with this power. Successfully motivating both sides' enthusiasm, Ryuga nodded satisfyingly, then casually threw a light particle toward Ronnie. The next instant, divine authority belonging to the god of forging radiated in all directions, but the possessor of this divine authority was Ronnie. God-tier geniuses naturally needed to be matched with God-tier power to exhibit their highest level. Thank you, Lord. Sensing he now possessed God-level power, Ronnie and all the dwarfs boiled with excitement. If their attitude toward Ryuga before was mostly fear and awe, now it included considerable reverence. Don't underestimate just one additional God-level combat power for the dwarf race's situation and status. This was a qualitative improvement. You should know that the neighboring forest elves currently had only one divine spirit as well. Seeing the dwarf's joyful appearance, Sink sneered. In research, Only idiots thought more people meant better results. She definitely wasn't envying how their god could cooperate so well with their genius. Definitely not. Honestly speaking, the conditions for both sides weren't equal, but Ryuga had no intention of further adjustments. Because what he wanted wasn't fairness, but results. As long as he could motivate both sides, any means would do. After successfully handling the dwarfs, Oken and Rani handed over all their marrow to Ryuga, not even keeping the marrow explosion spells. Since their trump cards weren't sufficient to change the situation, they would entrust this power to their superior. The theory based on divine essence explosion meant nothing to Ryuga, and the marrow explosion spells were even more transparent at a glance. So, after roughly understanding their method of creating marrow, he left with the flugel. To defeat the dwarfs, Sink also immediately returned to her homeland, wanting to begin her marrow research as soon as possible. So, aside from these artificial marrow, have you discovered any other targets? Looking at the more than 1,000 young flugel girls before him, Ryuga asked. The dwarf's artificial marrow obviously wasn't his target. Now that these problems were resolved, if the flugel hadn't discovered other targets, they would need to resume searching. No. None. We didn't either. The flugel all shook their heads. They had all come after receiving distress signals and indeed hadn't made any discoveries before this. Marrow was extremely rare even in the no-game no-life world. Fortunately, not everyone came up empty. Master Ryuga, I found something. A young flugel girl timidly raised her hand, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Though I'm not entirely sure if it's what you're looking for, the search spell did react. I was just about to check it when the distress call came, so I haven't looked closely yet. If the spell reacted, then it's definitely right. Ryuga said with certainty. In that case, let's go check this first. Wait, before that, let me help restore your conditions. Looking at the field of young girls before him, Ryuga suddenly felt like a kindergarten principal. Restore our condition. Hearing this, Azrael's eyes lit up, then she dejectedly hung her head. It's no use. There's nothing wrong with our condition, it's just after effects from overusing power. Even with specialized treatment facilities, it would take several years to return to our prime. Even Lord Artosh can't solve this. Master Ryuga doesn't need to waste effort. Hearing this, Ryuga shook his head and extended his right hand. Instantly, as if something had happened, yet as if nothing had happened at all. Then he casually inquired. How do you feel now? How do I feel? Wait, what's going on? I've directly returned to my prime. Noticing that her line of sight, which had been level with Jibral's pale little belly, suddenly moved to her neck, Azrael realized she had grown up. Looking back, not only her but all the flugel had returned to their prime within seconds. How is this possible? How was this accomplished? Azrael was shocked again, looking at Ryuga with shining eyes. If we flugel could recover this quickly after releasing heavenly strikes, wouldn't we be invincible? Wouldn't we be very powerful? Thinking of Ryuga, she didn't dare claim invincibility but was still very excited. Unlimited use of heavenly strikes, if they could really achieve this, she was confident in leading the flugel to take down all divine spirits except Ryuga and Artosh. Just simple application of space-time power, nothing major. Ryuga shook his head. Since Dragonia can use space-time convergence to overlay their prime state onto the present, then using it in reverse, one can also overlay your state from 10 plus minutes ago onto now. This kind of space-time convergence creating immortality could also be used to restore conditions. If the Dragonia weren't greedy for those massive amounts of spirits and didn't infinitely stack their own power, they wouldn't have collapsed from being broken through. If space-time convergence were used purely as a condition restoration method, it would be a flawless divine technique. Didn't understand, but basically only Master Ryuga can do it, right? Azrael scratched her head and made this summary. If you're willing, never mind, you can't do it. Jibril could learn it though. After carefully examining Azrael, Ryuga shook his head and turned his gaze to Jibril. Among the many gods he had slain, quite a few involved space-time authority. Similar techniques could be achieved through divine essence power. Why can't I do it? I'm not that stupid. Hearing Ryuga's evaluation, Azrael immediately started crying. She wasn't so stupid as to not understand Ryuga's subtext. Seeing her unwillingness to accept it, Raphael on the side patted her shoulder comfortingly. Don't mind it, Azrael. Even if you're stupid, you're still the Flugel's big sister. We'll take care of you. Hearing this, Azrael opened her mouth, thought for 2 seconds before understanding what she meant. She was instantly devastated. That's not comfort at all. Seeing her like this, the young Flugel girls sighed and came forward to console her. It wasn't until they reached the new area and, under the young Flugel's guidance, found the marrow sleeping in the wilderness that Azrael finally calmed down. Master, is this the target you've been looking for? Watching Ryuga begin to revive the ink bottle-shaped marrow, Jibril asked curiously. That's right. Ryuga nodded, the power he was channeling stable and clear. Under his interference, this sleeping marrow was gradually activated, and the figure of a young girl in shrine maiden attire gradually became visible. Sensing this young girl's marrow, Ryuga began converting her allegiance while awakening her. Before long, the vacant-eyed young girl opened her eyes in confusion. The first thing she saw was Ryuga's hand pressing on her head. Welcome back to this world, Hollow the God of Suspicion. To be continued. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Pet Goddess, the Submission and Upgrade of Ex Machina. Question, Hollow, who is that? The young goddess, waking up drowsily from her slumber, blinked her eyes. She didn't struggle against Ryuga's palm, nor did she show any surprise or resistance. She only wore a vacant expression as she posed a simple question. Hollow is your name? Ryuga answered thus. In comprehension, then who am I? The young goddess blinked, posing another ultimate philosophical question. To this question, Ryuga immediately gave an answer. You are my pet. At least from the divine hierarchy relationship, that's how it was. Hollow, the god of doubt, was a deity born from questions. Her existence was far more ancient than Artosh the god of war, predating all other known Flugel species. Back then, she didn't know what she was or why she was born, so she created the Ex Machina to figure out her own doubts. However, the Ex Machina couldn't fulfill her purpose. In the end, she even doubted her own existence, and with the idea that she could confirm she was alive through death, she pierced through her own divine essence and fell into inactivity. After an unknown amount of time passed, she was rediscovered by Ryuga. Hollow, who had let herself fall asleep, had no resistance during her slumber. Although her strength surpassed both Kaina's and Okan, she was easier for Ryuga to handle than either of them. He only needed to slightly interfere with her divine essence to make her subordinate, successfully capturing the young goddess. Even as vacant as she was, the young goddess realized something was wrong with this answer. Denial, I don't know you, and I'm not a pet. She shook her head. Who are you? Ryuga directly turned her question back on her. Confusion, I don't know. Hollow shook her head. She had fallen asleep because of this very question's answer, so how could she answer this inquiry? If you don't know, then I've already told you. You are my subordinate god. Ryuga repeated this answer again and directly mobilized Hollow's divine essence through the power of contract. After feeling the connection between Ryuga and her divine essence, the young goddess suddenly widened her eyes. After checking several times, she finally dared to believe this fact. Inquiry, are you really my main god? Of course. Ryuga nodded without hesitation. Upon receiving this affirmative answer, Hollow's eyes immediately lit up, and her gaze toward Ryuga became eager. Her attitude also suddenly lost its previous distance. Like like a young girl who had finally found her father. Strange. With her strength, it shouldn't be difficult for her to see that this divine contract was added by Ryuga later. Since she knew this, her attitude toward Ryuga should at most be like Oken's, more reverence for his power and status. But her expression was completely different from that. It was exactly like a chick seeing its parents for the first time upon opening its eyes, her gaze instantly becoming dependent and urgent. Confirmation complete, divine essence concept deeply bound, you are indeed my main god. Request 1, Main God, please tell me, why was I born? Request 2, Main God, please tell me, what is heart? Request 3, Main God, please tell me, what is a pet? Request 4. A series of questions were spoken in one breath without pause. The young goddess stared at Ryuga with bright eyes, waiting for answers from her main god. Seeing her like this, Ryuga finally understood why Hollow didn't question this relationship. To confirm whether she existed, she had used the method of personally piercing her own divine essence to get an answer. Since she could sleep, it meant she had been awake before, which meant she was indeed alive. Since she was alive, where did she come from? Ryuga's existence naturally gave her a stable answer, naturally from her own main god. If the previous Hollow couldn't confirm what was herself and what was others, then Ryuga's connection with her divine essence directly confirmed her identity and position in this world. That is, the subordinate god, or pet, of main god Ryuga. Hollow's fundamental confusion came from the ambiguity of her positioning of self and world, and after Ryuga, this main god, appeared, this proposition received excellent buffering. She no longer needed to study the relationship between herself and the world, she only needed to study the relationship between herself and Ryuga to solve all doubts. Ryuga was like a relay device, all her questions about the world would be solved by Ryuga, this main god. She only needed to clarify her relationship with the main god. In a sense, Ryuga indeed bore the ecological niche of a parent. Understanding this, Ryuga wasn't impatient, nor did he find the young goddess talkative. He immediately began answering her questions at high speed in divine language that Hollow could accept. Although language systems themselves have limitations, as long as these limitations are taken into account, universal answers can be obtained. First answer, the reason for the birth of God species is often wishes. This point has no known exceptions even now. Second answer, heart is the internal reflection system of external activities. This will be explained later. Third answer. Hollow's questions were numerous enough to make all Flugel collapse, but Ryuga's answers could make even Hollow's questioning speed unable to keep up. For Hollow, who doubted even the definition of concepts themselves, each of Ryuga's answers would bring more questions, but these questions would quickly be filled with more explanations, each one an answer the ex machina couldn't provide. Therefore, even though her questions grew more numerous, her eyes became brighter, and her attitude toward Ryuga became increasingly intimate. The lengthy communication lasted most of the day. At first, only Azrael blocked her ears and chose to sleep. Later, even Jibril, being a Flugel, couldn't help but yawn, feeling her head stuffed with too many things, completely numb. She couldn't understand why this god had so many endless questions, why she was so particular about those unimportant things. Were these strange concepts really important? Compared to Hollow's strange obsession, she was more impressed by Ryuga's patience. Being able to answer such messy questions for so long, truly worthy of being master. It wasn't until the sun set and red clouds filled the sky that Ryuga stopped answering questions and asked Hollow, who still wanted to continue questioning. Do you still remember the second question? Search successful, the second question is what is heart? Hollow answered without hesitation. I said I'd explain later. Now it's time to explain. Only then did Ryuga speak. Just now you asked over 100,000 questions, and I gave you over 100,000 answers, but you generated over 1 million doubts, right? Admission, yes. Hollow nodded. All the doubts, thoughts, including all forms of mental fluctuations that you still want to continue questioning now because of my answers, that is your heart. Ryuga gave a conclusive answer. Your way of asking questions might be wrong, the answers you think of might also be wrong, but the original driving force of seeking answers itself is the best proof of your heart's existence. One should abide nowhere and give rise to mind. He was also somewhat familiar with Buddhist theory. Confusion, my reactions themselves prove my existence. Even Hollow was somewhat confused at this moment. So if she didn't react, would she not exist? Seeing her confusion, Ryuga corrected. The reaction itself is just your thoughts. What determines that you will react is your heart. Neither thinking nor non-thinking. This time, Hollow was completely caught. After pondering with her head down for a long time, she looked up again, gazing at Ryuga expectantly. Understanding failed, request to explain using a simpler method. Faced with this request, Ryuga naturally wouldn't refuse. However, why should I help you? Ryuga asked thus. Alert, because I am your pet. Does the main god want to deny this relationship? Hollow immediately became nervous, looking at Ryuga like she was looking at a father who wanted to abandon her. Clearly she was a goddess who had been abducted by Ryuga, yet she looked like she was afraid Ryuga would run away. It was hard to say who was getting the better deal. Regardless, Ryuga was her main god, so he had to be responsible for her. This was her basic logic and the reason she was so close to Ryuga and unhesitatingly adopted all of Ryuga's explanations. In her eyes, everything was uncertain, except for the connection between Ryuga and her divine essence, which was absolutely certain. Very good. With this answer, Ryuga's domestication work was complete. For such a curious baby, it really wasn't easy to educate her to be obedient. However, the harvest from doing this was also great. Since you're a pet, then you should also fulfill a pet's duties, shouldn't you? Adoption, the main god's request is reasonable. What do you need me to do? Hollow quickly agreed with this logic. Do you remember the dependents you created before, the ex machina? Ryuga got straight to the point. I need you to recall them all. Adoption, accepting the order. Gods had the most basic control over their creations. For Hollow, this wasn't difficult. At Ryuga's request, a total of 13,985 ex machina, including a certain scrapped analyzer unit, all appeared before Ryuga. Unlike the death god like Flugel Legion, the ex machina legion before him was more like a steel torrent. For the ex machina, Hollow's existence was too ancient, their databases had no corresponding records. But after the main god appeared, the blessing from the deity immediately let them confirm Hollow's identity and offer their loyalty to their long overdue main god. Question: can you answer my questions now? After summoning the ex machina, Hollow immediately looked at Ryuga like a child wanting candy. No rush. Looking at the ex machina legion before him, Ryuga shook his head. Before deployment, some modifications are still needed, otherwise they can't meet the requirements. The ex machina's computational power was indeed good, but compared to the information volume of an entire divine realm, it was still far insufficient. To significantly improve Ryuga, he needed to personally modify them. Besides adapting magical compatibility, computational power needs to be improved to at least second-generation quantum computer levels. Thinking this, he beckoned to the petite analyzer unit that had been disconnected from the overall network due to errors. Come here, let me examine your body structure. Yes. This unit's designation is Analyzer Shui. She, who had been allowed to reconnect to the ex machina network, was about to give her full designation but was interrupted by Ryuga. Correction. Your name from now on will be Shui. Can you open the power core in your chest? Acknowledged. This unit is renamed Shui. Power core opened. The petite ex machina accepted the order from the main god's main god. So it's this kind of structure. The ex machina's self-evolution system actually has this structure. Ryuga, examining one for the first time, immediately became interested and began carefully investigating. To be continued. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, God of Doubt Hollow vs Wisdom Goddess Athena. Humans are a species skilled at making tools. When they need weapons, they don't need to deliberately sharpen steel fangs and sharp claws, they only need to make the most rudimentary spears and stone axes to suffice. This principle also applies to God species. The combined computational power of all ex machina far exceeds their creator Hollow. For Hollow, creating these ex machina was much simpler than self-modification. And now, under Ryuga's continuous optimization, the ex machina's computational power and algorithms underwent multiple iterations, quickly improving by several orders of magnitude. With Hollow's assistance, Ryuga modified all ex machina, greatly enhancing their computational abilities while also confirming they could adapt to the magical power of the Campione world. Thus, the evolved steel torrent was born. Campione world, divine realm. A sky-covering steel torrent appeared above the Greek divine realm. Over 10,000 ex machina appeared in this new and strange world. Sensing such terrible and unfamiliar momentum, the pitch-black giant dragon that surrounded the entire Greek divine realm and completely wrapped around Mount Olympus for protection vigilantly opened her eyes, warily watching the aura of these uninvited guests. The aura of the steel torrent before her was so terrible it shocked her. Even though she now possessed the body of the primordial mother goddess Gaia, with power that could easily destroy continents and overturn the Earth's surface, she couldn't help but feel palpitations. If her intuition was correct, each of the over 10,000 individuals in this steel torrent, even the weakest, possessed main god-level combat power, and the strong among them could even pose a threat to her current state. This was extremely frightening. You must know that in ordinary divine realms, there are generally no more than 100 main god-level existences, and those in her state are even rarer. The number before her was over 10,000. Even in direct frontal combat, this terrifying mechanical legion could sweep through entire divine realms. Even in her primordial Earth Mother Goddess state, she was definitely no match for this legion. What was more terrifying was that this steel torrent didn't seem to be the main force. After arriving above the Greek divine realm, they directly cleared the central position, as if welcoming someone of higher status. Noticing this, the black dragon protected Mount Olympus, which had been frozen into a giant ice cream. Although she didn't know whose force this power from another realm belonged to, Ryuga had given her a task before leaving, to properly preserve the remains of the gods. No matter what, the mission couldn't fail. Just as Athena was preparing to hide and contact her main god, over 1,000 pure white flugel descended in the center of the ex machina legion. They wore halo-like accessories on their heads, and their wings grew in a very special way from their lower backs. Seeing this familiar appearance, the black dragon coiled around Mount Olympus was slightly stunned, realizing something. She raised her head high, looking toward the center of the flugel legion. As expected, at the core center, she saw an incredibly familiar figure and felt a reassuring aura. Flugel Gibril, other young goddesses with strange auras, peculiar ex machina, and Master. The black dragon, several kilometers long, suddenly let out a joyful call. She flapped her wings slightly and flew directly toward the center surrounded by flugel. Seeing this massive creature suddenly approaching the great main god, the ex machina instantly locked onto her movement, with attack formula pseudocode, howling dragon ready to fire. The flugel also cast cold glances, ready for heaven's strike at any moment. If she were an attacker, she would probably be completely pulverized by both legions in an instant. However, under Ryuga's command, they stopped their actions. And this huge black dragon, as if completely oblivious to the terrifying aura of both legions, flew toward Ryuga's position without any deceleration. When locked onto by both the ex machina and flugel legions, she had no intention of defense or counterattack. On the contrary, she only adjusted her body size. By the time she reached Ryuga, the black dragon symbolizing the primordial Earth Mother Goddess had completely transformed into what appeared to be a silver-haired lowly of about 12 or 13 years old. That was how this goddess looked when they first met. "Master, you're back." Originally planning to use momentum to directly pounce into Ryuga's embrace, but seeing the strange young goddess hiding behind Ryuga and intimately holding his hand, the goddess unusually hesitated and stopped half a step away from Ryuga. She had never even had such intimate contact. The always proud goddess lady felt inexplicably timid. Regarding this small gesture, Ryuga didn't mind, because before Athena could react, he had already stepped forward and placed his hand on the silver-haired goddess's head. Well done! Although it was just a simple guarding task, Athena's initiative to seal the Greek divine realm to prevent changes in the divine realm from affecting other divine realms was a significant contribution. It would be very convenient for Ryuga's subsequent actions. "I merely relied on the power you provided." Athena shook her head, not taking credit, but it was clear her expression became much brighter. If Hestia were here, she would definitely complain that this goddess was so easy to please. Just because the other party took the initiative to step forward, she became so devoted. How could she lead the Earth Mother Goddess faction like this? Unfortunately, Athena didn't care about this. After receiving Ryuga's praise and initiative, she immediately cast aside her previous disappointment and looked curiously at the young goddess still holding onto Ryuga's clothes. The wisdom goddess and the god of doubt looked at each other. One had deep eyes, the other had innocent eyes. Question: Are you also Master's pet? Hollow spoke first, looking at Athena with curiosity. Pet. Hearing this term, the silver-haired goddess looked back at Ryuga in shock. Did Master like this kind of play? Thinking this in her heart, she immediately nodded. That's right, yes. This time it was Ryuga and Jibril who were confused. The two looked at each other, not knowing when this goddess lady had become a pet. Even for jealousy, she wouldn't lower her own status, would she? Obviously, Athena thought it was worth it. Then she was dumbfounded. Speculation: since we're both Master's pets, we should be sisters. Hollow tilted her head. After reaching this conclusion, her other hand directly took Athena's hand. Question: Do you want to be the younger sister? Learning she was also Ryuga's pet, Hollow's friendliness toward her immediately increased considerably. Although it was far from comparing to the main god, this sisterly relationship could also help her establish her own position, especially in this strange world. I don't want to. After being bewildered for several seconds, Athena flatly refused. She thought it was some new pet or something, so she specifically changed into a similar lowly form to come over. She didn't expect this guy seemed to still be a child? Understood, then you're the older sister. I am Hollow. Master says I am the god of doubt. Just call me Hollow, this is the name Master gave me. Hollow naturally introduced herself. I am the wisdom goddess Athena. No wait, why is it a sisterly relationship? The silver-haired goddess still hadn't understood the other's worldview. But at this moment, Hollow was attracted by her first half of the answer, her eyes immediately lighting up. Confirmation: the wisdom goddess must surely possess the answers I seek. Considering conditions, pets have an obligation to get along harmoniously. Speculation: you can answer Hollow's questions. Question 1, I want to know what heart is. I temporarily don't understand Master's answer. Question 2. Natural nemesis of scheming: when the most empty deity met the goddess of wisdom, it immediately became a curious baby's classroom. Although it wasn't as fervent as when pestering Ryuga before, from Athena's appearance, she was clearly also bewildered by Hollow's series of questions. It wasn't that she couldn't answer these questions, but she couldn't understand why things had developed to this point. But the phrase about pets getting along harmoniously seemed to make sense too. So, hesitating, Athena gradually fell into Hollow's sea of questions tactics. The two little ones asked and answered, really looking like two pets getting along harmoniously. For this natural exchange, Ryuga never had any intention of interfering. After letting the two goddesses cultivate their relationship, he turned back to look at the flugel and immediately noticed Jibril in young girl form. "What are you doing?" he asked in confusion. Jibril was clearly still in her prime, having not used Heaven's Strike at all. Why would she deliberately change to a regressed form? This is the battle for Master's attention. Young girl form Jibril proudly puffed out her chest. Although I'm copying Athena's tactics, it is indeed effective on Master. This is probably what they call a honey trap. Ryuga was momentarily speechless. Hehe, little Jibril in this state is indeed very cute. Can big sister give you a hug? Azrael on the side immediately fell for it. No way. Jibril firmly refused. How cruel. Although I expected this result, being rejected by little Jibril still makes me very sad. Azrael immediately wilted. After a moment, she perked up and looked at Ryuga. By the way, Ryuga-sama, what did you bring us here to do? To be continued. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Declaring War on Divine Realms, Master of Mythology. Hearing Azrael's question, the other flugel also stopped whispering and looked at Ryuga together. Artosh had them temporarily follow Ryuga until the day of their decisive battle. For the flugel, this was an unprecedented mission. Since it was the main god's order, they had no right to refuse. Plus, Ryuga's demonstrated strength indeed qualified him as a temporary master, and his behavior style was quite to their taste, so they naturally weren't too resistant. In that previous battle, all flugel had gained god-slaying achievements together, just this point alone was enough to make them happy. But what no one could have expected was that what was supposed to be just a business trip, they were directly abducted to another world by Ryuga. This world had no way to contact war god Artosh. If Ryuga had no intention of having a decisive battle with the war god, they might have to become Ryuga's subordinates for life. Regarding this point, the flugel felt deeply well, the chattering girls actually weren't too worried. After all, they were long-lived species, approaching immortality within predictable time units. Just following Ryuga for a few hundred or thousand years wasn't that long a time for them. At least now, rather than worry, they were more curious. In this peculiar other world, what did they need to do? Your mission is very simple. Ryuga surveyed the surroundings. Beside him, Shui detected his intention and immediately projected the Divine Realm map just scanned by the Ex Machina into mid-air. Norse Divine Realm, Persian Divine Realm, Celtic Divine Realm. Each mythology had very clear territorial divisions. However, these boundaries weren't impassable, it's just that very few people crossed them. Looking at the various divine realms marked before him, Ryuga glanced at the flugel girls. This is the divine realm. Each divine realm block houses an entire pantheon, including over 100 gods, as well as at least tens of thousands of divine beasts, phantasmal species, and subordinate god armies. Your mission is to start from here and completely crush all god species along the way. After a spiral circuit, Ryuga encompassed the entire divine realm. Hearing this, except for the informed Jibril, the other flugel all showed incredulous expressions. Azrael was directly stunned, and after several dozen seconds, dared to tremblingly point at herself. Us? Pantheons. She now felt quite like a carp spirit being assigned to kill the Tang monk and his disciples. Yes. Ryuga's attitude dispelled her hopes. But she still didn't want to accept reality. Ryuga-sama, aren't you mistaken about something? The god species Oken from before could only be defeated with little Jibril's help. Now you're asking us to deal with pantheons, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? If she didn't know Ryuga to some extent, she would almost suspect he wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate all flugel. Otherwise, how could he say such nonsense? Judging by the silver-haired goddess Athena's strength they saw earlier, god species in this world were still undisputed overlords. With their current flugel lineup, without Jibral's god strike assistance, dealing with even one god species would be difficult, let alone dealing with entire pantheons. Not to mention, according to Ryuga's intelligence, there were also massive armies of phantasmal species and divine beasts. In Azrael's understanding, phantasmal species were only slightly weaker than god species, stronger than ordinary giant species, and the strong among them were no weaker than god species. Such beings, assembled into armies of at least tens of thousands, how could their mere 1,000 Flugel possibly handle it? Flugel indeed weren't afraid of battle and didn't fear death. But facing missions that were clearly suicidal, they found it hard to accept willingly. Hearing this, Ryuga immediately understood the misunderstanding. These Flugel had all taken Athena as the average level of god species in this world. No explanation needed. He just glanced at Jibral, and the young Flugel girl who had been secretly holding back laughter immediately understood Ryuga's meaning and burst out laughing. Pthahaha, you don't need to worry. When has Master ever given impossible missions? Seeing Jibral's relaxed attitude, Azrael asked in confusion. Why do you say that? Don't tell me that besides that power Master gave you, little Jibral, you have some other hidden trump card you haven't shown. If not, where would Jibral get the confidence to fight entire pantheons? Of course not. Jibral shook her head with amusement at Azrael's ridiculous guess. You'll understand once you come execute the mission with me. Although the god species in this world have similar authorities and are quite dangerous, they're not the same as the god species from our side. With our current strength, sweeping through pantheons is just easy work. Really? Azrael was still skeptical. For her, who had always lived in the no-game no-life world, divine power was unquestionable. She couldn't imagine god species being swept away like weeds. Of course it's true. Jibral nodded confidently. Having suffered losses, she understood the power of gods in the Campione world best. Don't underestimate their divine power, if used properly, they could still threaten Flugel. However, that was only the worst-case scenario of single combat. If advancing as a legion, their Flugel were invincible. Not to mention, we have these metal lumps with us too. Jibral looked at the over 10,000 ex machina around them. The upgraded ex machina had become considerably stronger. Although they couldn't compare to her, they already possessed strength that could match ordinary Flugel. In terms of teamwork, ex machina were even superior to Flugel. With them there, even directly sweeping through entire divine realms would be effortless. Oh right. Azrael finally relaxed. At this time, Ryuga spoke. Ex machina can assist you in the early stages to blockade and crush pantheons, but their main task is analyzing primordial divine cores, so a squad needs to be left behind for recording and transcoding after crushing each divine realm. He hadn't forgotten his purpose. Crushing divine realms was just the means, obtaining all mythology's primordial divine cores and mythologies was the goal. No problem, I guarantee mission completion. Jibral nodded. She had full confidence in the Flugel Legion's strength. If Ex Machina could watch from the side to prevent pantheons from escaping, then Ryuga's mission would be effortless. Good, then act now. Hollow and Athena, you two assist from the side. Ryuga immediately issued commands and rescued Athena, who was suffering under Hollow's pestering. Athena immediately cast an incredibly grateful look at Ryuga. Before Hollow could react, she ran to Jibral's side, helping with support while also being responsible for directions. The divine realm was so vast that without her as a guide, Jibral might not discover many secrets. This lineup was sufficient. Ryuga didn't summon Artoria and Lancelot. Such dominating and plundering behavior probably didn't align with their chivalric code. Besides, Ryuga's targets for clearing included their Celtic pantheon. Although they wouldn't hesitate if Ryuga requested it, other worlders were more convenient for such matters. Depart, for Master. First target, Norse Divine Realm. Under Jibral's leadership, the entire Flugel Legion and half the Ex Machina Legion all rushed toward new battlefields. Ex Machina were responsible for blockading divine realms, Athena for indicating directions, and Flugel for hunting and attacking. Within minutes, crimson flames ignited atop the world tree. Ragnarok began early, but what would cause the divine realm's destruction was no longer the wolf Fenrir, but legions of Flugel and Ex Machina from another realm. After personally taking action, Azrael, who had gone all out, originally just wanted to probe, but unexpectedly killed Loki, who was trying to ambush her, with a single strike. Could it be? Am I actually super strong? Having achieved god-slaying for the third time and accomplished independent god-slaying for the first time, she was still somewhat dazed. It wasn't until she saw Jibral's grass-cutting figure that she realized what Jibral's words meant. The god species of this world really don't seem that strong. After understanding this point, the Flugel went crazy and immediately rushed forward to rack up achievements. Since even using Heaven's Strike would have their condition restored by Ryuga through temporary contracts, what was there to worry about? Thus, in less than half an hour, the Norse divine realm was completely reduced to ashes. Jibral raised the world-destroying demon sword Leviathan, like a world-destroying demon king leading the Flugel legions in their next charge. Next target, Roman divine realm. Ah! War flames instantly ignited another divine realm. And in the already destroyed Norse divine realm, 1,000 ex machina who voluntarily remained behind began preserving and transcoding the astral body information from these gods' remains according to the formula Ryuga had provided. At this time, Ryuga had already used the remaining 6,000 ex machina to master and record all primordial divine cores from the Greek divine realm into his astral body. As expected, the essence of primordial divine cores is packaged mythological fragments. Feeling the power flowing within his body, Ryuga slightly extended his hand. A golden river appeared from his palm. Above the river flowed many polyhedron shadows, information from primordial divine cores. After successfully obtaining all primordial divine cores from the Greek pantheon, the mythological information within these primordial divine cores spontaneously arranged itself, condensing into mythology in Ryuga's palm. The river of mythology gradually condensed in Ryuga's hands, finally forming the shadow of a book. This golden book had Greek written on its title page, with thick pages divided into several chapters. Theogony, Iliad, Odyssey. Just as Ryuga had expected, he was no longer a controller of Greek gods, but a controller of Greek mythology. Now he alone could represent an entire Greek pantheon. After successfully analyzing Greek divine realms mythology, Ryuga didn't look at Norse mythology, which already had ex machina handling it, but turned his gaze to the distant biblical divine realm. He still remembered that many primordial divine cores remained unabsorbed there. So, Shui, coordinate synchronization with me. Lead all ex machina in transfer together. After giving the order, Ryuga brought the ex machina legion to Eden. Before they could even land, countless angels swarmed over. Holy! 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 Lord of hosts, you have finally descended to this place. Looking down, Michael had already led all angels to welcome Ryuga, celebrating the Lord's return. Faced with this situation, the experienced Ryuga directly recruited all angels and immediately began the next round of primordial divine core absorption with over 6,000 ex machina. Whether submission or resistance, as long as they possessed primordial divine cores and were part of mythology, they couldn't hide from Ryuga's sweep. Roaring war flames quickly ignited throughout the divine realm, and the number of primordial divine cores Ryuga mastered expanded again and again. To be continued. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Mythological Cosmology, Zoroastrian Patriarch. With the advance of the Flugel legions, the Greek divine realm, Roman divine realm, Norse divine realm, Biblical divine realm, Celtic divine realm, Phoenician divine realm, Voodoo divine realm, Indian divine realm, Egyptian divine realm, Sumerian divine realm, Fuzang divine realm, numerous divine realms were successively ravaged by the flames of war, leaving only the ruins of mythology. Among them, some divine realms sensed the danger and wanted to unite to resist the enemy, but even when several divine realms joined forces, they could not withstand the heavenly strikes of the flugel. Some divine realms tried to replicate Zeus's actions, concentrating all their authorities in one deity, attempting to suppress the enemy with absolute power. However, before Jibril, who had mastered heavenly smite, such upgraded deities were completely outmatched, instantly annihilated like withered leaves before a hurricane. Like the sharpest of arrows, the flugel advanced completely according to the route Ryuga had casually drawn beforehand, pushing forward step by step. The divine realms along the way had no choice but destruction. For the ruins left behind by the flugel's conquest, the ex machina legions preserved and recorded them according to Ryuga's orders. Thousands upon thousands of deities fell, and all these deities' authorities flowed into Ryuga's body through the sword's blessing. Under these circumstances, the authorities and divine cores that Ryuga had absorbed had reached countless levels. In the end, for convenience of classification and retrieval, even Ryuga had no choice but to reorganize the primordial divine cores according to categorical classification. Fortunately, these divine realms already had clear boundaries between themselves, naturally forming territories of different mythologies. Greek, Celtic, Christianity, Buddhism, only the final corner of the divine realms remains unswept. Before Ryuga floated dozens of different golden books, each one a mythological history recording the massive deeds of countless deities and mythological scriptures. These were the cores of divine realms shaped by common mythologies across myriad worlds, and also the mythologies themselves worshipped by humans across myriad worlds. If one were to count small-scale groups like Mithraism and esoteric Buddhism, the books before Ryuga would need to increase tenfold or more. For convenient management, Ryuga unified them all into similar large-scale mythologies. With the help of the ex machina, he absorbed all the primordial divine cores bit by bit, then weaved them bit by bit into mythologies, restoring their original form. Now, not only had the power of the original mythological techniques received qualitative enhancement, but Ryuga's understanding of mythology had also achieved a qualitative leap. Although mythology records the stories between deities, these stories are not without connection. Different mythologies often have different tendencies and different understandings of the world's cognition. These different understandings are also called cosmological views. After carefully analyzing divine cores and established mythological paradigms, one inevitably reaches a conclusion. That is, the existence of cosmological views is not leftover scraps created after deities were born and their settings were added later. On the contrary, cosmological views are not only the true core of mythology but also thought paradigms that existed before the birth of deities. One could even say that the essence of deities' birth was to better present the concepts of cosmological views. Just as the birth of the most evil demon Ngramania was only to balance the scales of the good-evil dualism, the existence of this deity Varethragna represents the manifestation of the Zoroastrian supreme principle that good must triumph over evil. So, by solving you at the end, I can master the final mythological epic the Avesta, complete the final Persian mythology, perfect the good-evil dualism, and thoroughly become the lord of the divine realm. Looking at the Avesta that still lacked the final corner before him, Ryuga spoke to Varethragna before him. I've come to fulfill our appointment. I shouldn't be late, right? What do you think? Looking at the flugel legions and ex machina legions watching from the sides with hostile intent, the young war god's forehead was covered with cold sweat as he asked back helplessly. It's only been a few days. Although there's no fixed time connection between the divine realm and the mortal world, Ryuga's arrival was truly too fast. Although I believe you indeed have the ability to enter the divine realm, your strength evolution is also too absurd, right? Looking at the figure before him whose majesty was heavier than mountains, Varethragna found it hard to imagine this was the god slayer who had usurped his authority just a few days ago. Although in their previous battle in the lower world, Ryuga had also shown overwhelming superiority against him, with his strength at that time, he might not have been able to defeat an alliance of deities. Although there was the agreement of the divine realm, in Varethragna's heart, Ryuga would need at least several years to advance into the divine realm, and would need to undergo some trials before finally reaching the level where he boasted being able to single-handedly defeat divine armies. He had imagined several methods to either help or test this special human, and had also anticipated challenging for victory again when they next met. But he never imagined that when they met again, it would be like this. Never mind undergoing trials, Ryuga didn't even wait several years, taking only a few days to reach the divine realm. And even more unbelievable was that upon arrival, he directly swept through all divine armies. Note, not a single divine army, but all divine armies in the divine realm. So much so that now, when Varethragna received the news and wanted to eagerly challenge the divine armies that dared invade the divine realm, he discovered in bewilderment that except for the Persian divine realm, all other divine realms had already fallen. The vast divine realm now had only the Zoroastrian divine army left. And before long, the Zoroastrian divine army was left with only one deity. That was himself. 0 requesting flowers 0. What destroyed both good and evil without discrimination was the legions of the Flugel. Actually, if it weren't for overhearing his own murmurs, that Flugel young girl had specifically spared him, leaving him for Ryuga to personally handle, he would probably have already died under the radiance of heavenly smite like Mithra. Faced with Varethragna's lament, Ryuga simply raised his hand slightly. Are those your final words? No, if possible, I indeed have one thing I want to ask. Varethragna immediately shook his head. Having witnessed Jibral's power, he had completely abandoned the possibility of defeating Ryuga. Even though he was the war god of mythology, essentially representing victory, in the field of victory, Ryuga was already far ahead of him. Fighting meant death. Although he wasn't afraid of death, he still had some doubts he wanted to clarify beforehand. What is it? Ryuga asked. He and Varethragna's relationship was limited to meeting and stabbing once, plus the other party was just a war god. He didn't think the other could ask any puzzles worth contemplating. But unexpectedly, after receiving permission, Varethragna showed an extremely serious expression. Lord Patriarch, I want to ask, does your appearance herald the arrival of Judgment Day? Patriarch. Hearing this title, Ryuga was slightly startled and asked back. Why do you call me that? Varethragna looked at him with an expression of isn't this obvious? One who masters the good-evil dualism and possesses such unrivaled strength, who else could you be but the patriarch of our Zoroastrianism? Good must triumph over evil, conversely, the victorious must be good. So now, even though Ryuga had destroyed the entire divine realm and annihilated the entire Zoroastrian divine army, in Varethragna's view, this was all part of the good must triumph over evil cycle. Just as Archangel Michael saw Ryuga as the incarnation of the Lord and thus had no objections to all his actions, although Varethragna had not yet been killed and recreated by Ryuga, through analysis of Zoroastrian doctrine, he still regarded Ryuga as the yet-to-descend supreme good god, a Huram Mazda-type existence. Since he was the master of the good-evil dualism, he was naturally also the patriarch ruling over all of Zoroastrianism. So it's this reason. Looking at Varethragna's serious and somewhat reverential eyes, Ryuga nodded and accepted this explanation. After all, he had encountered this kind of treatment many times along the way. The divine armies had taken the concept of if you can't beat them, join them to its extreme. Now he was already the father of the Greek pantheon, master of Christian mythology, and taking on the additional role of Zoroastrian patriarch wasn't anything special. However, there was still one point he didn't quite understand, which was Judgment Day. To be continued. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Eschatology, Controlling the Divine Realm. Judgment Day is generally considered a concept from Christianity, supposedly the day when angels will blow their trumpets, all souls will be reweighed, the good will enter heaven, and the evil will fall to hell. But actually, Zoroastrianism also has this concept, and it even predates Christianity. The borrowing or fusion by Christian mythology from Zoroastrian mythology, Platonic theory, and Pythagorean schools has reached levels that need no specific explanation. However, mythology itself is part of major cultural fusion, where borrowing is the norm. Many mythologies with similar concepts of Judgment Day exist. Why suddenly bring this up? Ryuga asked curiously. If you're asking this, then it means it hasn't arrived yet. Seeing Ryuga's reaction, Varethragna showed a disappointed expression. Such a pity, it seems the time for the final battle hasn't come yet. Then, under Ryuga's urging gaze, he finally began to explain. Lord Patriarch, have you paid attention to the specific situation of the divine realm? Then have you discovered any problems? There are many problems. Which point are you referring to? Hearing this answer, Varethragna was momentarily stunned before continuing. Regarding the behavior of the gods, have you discovered any issues? You mean the reenactment of mythology? This point is indeed strange. Ryuga immediately understood what the other wanted to say. As the divine realm where gods reside, mythology here has not developed further but continues to perform content that already existed in mythology. The Greek divine realm is in the early stages of the Trojan Horse War, the Norse divine realm is preparing for Ragnarok, the biblical divine realm still has angels and demons warring against each other, the Indian divine realm has Indra still getting beaten. Even though the future is already determined, the gods remain within mythological history. Advancing along an already fixed future, this behavior is truly puzzling. Hearing Ryuga mention these, Varethragna blinked and smiled mysteriously. Do you know why the divine realm is like this? Why, despite all gods knowing the results, each divine realm continues to repeat the scenes from mythology. Hearing this, Ryuga's heart stirred. From Zeus's or Athena's situations, it was clear that although the divine realm performed repetitive dramas daily, the gods themselves were not affected by them. They were very clear about what mythology was like and had their own thoughts. Ambitious gods all wanted to transcend existing mythology and advance to become stronger beings. Given this, why were they forced to repeatedly perform mythology? What can drive life is either greed or fear. Ryuga began thus. As a representative of greed, Zeus clearly wanted to further develop mythology and enter the realm of the one true God. If this was the case, then choosing the conservative route of repeating mythology could only be for another reason. You mean the gods are fearing something, which is why they keep repeating mythology. Ryuga immediately made the judgment. And according to your earlier words, what the gods fear is Judgment Day. No, not all mythologies have this concept, but similar concepts are found in almost all divine armies. You mean the gods' repetition of mythology is resistance against eschatology? Hearing this series of analyses, Varethragna, who had originally wanted to keep some suspense, was immediately dumbfounded. You've said everything, what can I still say? He never expected that with these few clues, Ryuga could directly determine the entire divine realm's direction. What's worse, he was completely correct. Lord Patriarch, are you certain you're not here for the final judgment? He confirmed once more. Of course not. Ryuga shook his head. Eschatology is a paradigm found in many mythologies, generally centering on the arrival of the end of the world and the descent of a savior to rescue the world. This concept is most famously used in Christianity. However, other religious schools don't lack similar mythologies. Zoroastrianism's final judgment needn't be mentioned, the Abrahamic religions even more so. Norse mythology's Ragnarok is clearly also a form of eschatology. Besides these, there's Buddhism's descent of Maitreya, Taoism's purple sage. Famous mythologies basically all have elements of eschatology. Previously, Ryuga had suspicions, and now it seems the divine realm's existence might indeed serve special purposes. Seeing him deny it again, Varethragna stopped pursuing the matter. Rather than fear, it's better to say many people are actually quite expectant, like myself, or protective gods from other divine realms. Hearing this, Ryuga immediately thought of Archangel Michael. This archangel seemed extremely excited about his own existence as well. According to doctrine, we of the good camp will surely triumph, so there's no need for excessive worry. Of course, with Lord Ahura absent, many lack confidence. Therefore, the vast majority of gods aren't ready to face the end times yet. The gods' daily drills are to wait for the day the end arrives, to thoroughly defeat all evil and darkness under Lord Patriarch's leadership and achieve final peace. Virethragna's patient explanation allowed Ryuga to quickly verify his own hypothesis. The divine realm's mythological repetition isn't endless, they're all waiting for some destined conclusion. Just as most eschatologies describe, the day of conclusion will be a grand war where only the victors will be allowed peace and happiness, and the universe will embark on a completely new path on the day of conclusion. So it seems the divine realm's birth wasn't coincidental. The divine realm exists to respond to eschatological crises and complete destruction. Thinking this, Ryuga glanced around and was slightly stunned. It seems his arrival had indeed brought destruction. At least, that's how it appeared to the divine realm. No wonder Virethragna kept suspecting he had come for the final judgment. Thinking in reverse, Zeus's attempt to become the one true god, though born of ambitious desire for power, might also have contained elements of accumulating strength to resist the end times. Do you have any clues about when the final judgment will arrive? Understanding this situation, Ryuga immediately asked. As the Lord of Mythology, though eschatology might not immediately affect him, it was still a subject worthy of focused research. At any level of world, death is an eternal topic. No. Virethragna answered decisively. The only certainty is that the final judgment will definitely not arrive without warning as sudden destruction, but as an end that affects all worlds. That is the destined conclusion, inviolable and unstoppable. As long as one upholds goodness and maintains righteousness, one will surely cross this disaster and reach the most benevolent paradise. As a deity of Zoroastrianism, he naturally had absolute faith in his own cosmological view. However, Ryuga maintained a skeptical attitude toward this claim. Zoroastrianism's condition for surviving the end times is upholding pure goodness, Christianity's condition for surviving the end times is faith in God. Norse mythology gives humans no choice at all and is destined for destruction, while other pantheons have entirely different standards. If the end really does arrive one day, these methods will likely be completely useless. I understand. Nodding slightly, Ryuga kept this matter in mind. Then, he raised the Salvation God blade. Then farewell. Farewell, Lord Patriarch. Virethragna closed his eyes, offering no resistance whatsoever. The long blade pierced through his chest, slaying the final remaining god of the divine realm. With the Ex Machina's help, Virethragna's primordial divine core was quickly analyzed completely and floated to Ryuga's hand. The Zoroastrian mythological collection of Vesta before Ryuga immediately radiated brilliant light and was completely perfected. At this point, Ryuga finally completed the achievement of sweeping through the divine realm, becoming the true lord of the divine realm. After reintegrating all mythologies, Ryuga opened his eyes and looked at the ruins before him. He said, "Let there be gods." Thus, when Virethragna opened his eyes again, the entire divine realm had completely returned to its former appearance. All gods returned to their positions, the divine realm became prosperous again, and even those divine era residents returned to their original positions. The sun god Mithra, whom he had personally witnessed being pierced by Jibral's divine strike, had now reappeared on the earth. Truly worthy of Lord Patriarch's power to even revive gods. Virethragna exclaimed, then looked at the golden sword in his hand and suddenly felt somewhat regretful. I should have requested to challenge Lord Patriarch earlier. The current Lord Patriarch is probably even stronger than when we first met, right? Who knows just how strong he could become? To be continued. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Ryuga reaches 5th tier. Tosaka-rin, 3rd day without seeing Ryuga-sama, missing him. Erika, 3rd day without seeing Ryuga-sama, missing him. Madoka, Third day without seeing Ryuga-sama, missing him. Erika, wait, me missing my master is normal, but Rin, why would you miss Ryuga-sama? The fox-like girl showed a mischievous smile, deliberately teasing. Erika, tisk tisk, Rin, are you little girls from your world all so precocious? Seeing this response, the twin-tailed young girl immediately became dissatisfied. Tosaka Rin, why single me out? What about Madoka? This child might even be younger than her, probably. Madoka, sorry, Erika-ni-san, I just couldn't help but copy the message. Madoka immediately explained with a red face to avoid misunderstanding. Erika, it's fine with Madoka, I can understand that. I just don't quite understand a certain someone. Erika, having only met once, sigh, this is what they call one meeting ruins a lifetime. Tosaka Rin, it's not like that. I'm just curious about how Ryuga-sama is doing now. The twin-tailed young girl was quite stubborn, her mind racing. Tosaka Rin, don't you all want to know what Ryuga-sama has been doing these past few days? She quickly shifted to a topic everyone was interested in. Erika, why do you sisters both like asking this question? Tosaka Rin. Kane. Madoka. Tosaka Rin, Sakura? Is she doing well now? Regarding her younger sister, Tosaka Rin was still very concerned. When Ryuga was still in the Campione world, she wasn't worried about Sakura's situation with Ryuga taking care of her, no one would dare bully her. With Ryuga absent these past few days, she became somewhat worried. Although she trusted Erika's character, Erika still had many tasks from Ryuga and might not be able to take particularly detailed care. Hearing Tosaka Rin's question, Erika's expression became slightly strange. Erika, in terms of conditions, Sakura's current situation is very good, even better than mine as a child. Any magical materials that are open to Ryuga-sama, Sakura has the right to access. Erika, as the relative of the Shattering Moon Demon King and personal disciple of the goddess Pandora, even though Sakura doesn't have your personality, she can indeed walk sideways throughout the entire magical world with these two titles. They're even more useful than the title of Saint Knight. With Ryuga's reputation spreading throughout the world, people related to him were all listed in the absolutely untouchable category. As a knight, Erika was naturally like this, and so was Sakura. Because they both had black hair and black eyes, and not knowing the relationship between this little girl and Ryuga, people all speculated she was either Demon King Sama's sister or daughter. Some guessed she was his wife, but because Sakura was too young, this speculation had only minority support. Although these speculations were all wrong, Ryuga hadn't organized efforts to stop the rumors. After all, for Sakura, these rumors also served as protection. Tosaka Rin, wow! I'm suddenly so envious of Sakura. I want to receive the goddess's teaching too and be overwhelmed by various rare materials. The twin-tailed young girl showed an expression twisted with envy. The Tosaka family's magical materials combined couldn't match the level and intensity of Erika's magical materials. For a magus, Sakura was truly soaking in a honey jar now. Kane, this is probably what they call a blessing in disguise. Tosaka Rin, fortunately there's Ryuga-sama, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do. Although somewhat envious, since it was her own sister, Tosaka Rin wasn't jealous but rather felt much more at ease. Compared to the Mata family her father had found, Ryuga-sama's side was a much better destination for Sakura. Tosaka Rin, however, Erika, can you explain what not my kind of personality means? After feeling at ease, Tosaka Rin's tiger fangs glinted coldly. Tosaka Rin, do you think I have a bad personality? If I had these two titles, I'd definitely be like a crab, walking sideways everywhere, showing off. Tosaka Rin, in your heart, am I someone with such an arrogant personality? Tosaka Rin, at Madoka at Kane, you judge. She indignantly fired off a series of questions. Then, Erika, very sorry, yes. Kane, very unfortunately, yes. Madoka, very regrettably, yes. Tosaka-rin. Tosaka-rin, damn it. You betrayed me. The twin-tailed young girl nearly spat blood, feeling backstabbed by her most trusted people. Kane, although it's not exactly bad personality, if it were Rin, I feel you would indeed be a bit more boastful. Madoka, sorry, Rin-ni-san, but I do think Rin-ni-san would be more lively. Both gave very tactful conclusions, and Tosaka-rin slapped the table but found she couldn't actually refute them. Tosaka-rin, damn. Hearing you say that, I feel like I would become arrogant myself. Getting carried away and dropping the ball at crucial moments were both hereditary traits of the Tosaka family. Erika, having self-awareness is wonderful. Fox laugh.jpg. Erika, anyway, Sakura's personality is also very gentle. Everyone in our magical association likes her very much, plus she has Pandora-sama's constant attention. Rest assured, absolutely no one dares bully her. Tosaka-rin, I'm very relieved. Tosaka-rin, also, thank you, Erika. After hesitating for a moment, she still expressed her gratitude to Erika. Although Erika didn't say it, she knew Erika must have especially looked after Sakura. Erika, tisk tisk, never thought I'd receive thanks from Rin someday. Suddenly feel like I've cleared the tsundere route. The Golden Knight Princess squinted her eyes, enjoying the pleasure of bullying a child. Hearing this praise, the twin-tailed young girl's face turned red as she reacted intensely. Tosaka-rin, you're the tsundere. Your whole family are tsunderes. I'm taking back what I just said. Erika, yes, Rinachou-sama is definitely not tsundere. By the way, I screenshot the message above, so retracting it won't work. Erika, screenshot.jpg. Tosaka-rin, damn it. You vixen. Believe it or not, I'll stop talking to you. Erika, don't believe it. The twin-tailed young girl was shaking with anger. Even through the screen, Erika could guess how angry Rin looked, which made her smile with satisfaction. Then she spoke again. Erika, but speaking of which, although Sakura is good in other areas, there's one thing I think needs attention. Tosaka-rin, what? Erika, weren't you just saying you wouldn't talk to me? Like a cat playing with a mouse, watching Tosaka-rin's reaction, Erika's face was full of mischievous amusement. Tosaka-rin, talk. About serious matters. The twin-tailed young girl was about to explode with anger. Erika, all right, you really can't take a joke. Erika, what I wanted to say is, Sakura has been studying magic with Pandora-sama, right? Tosaka-rin, that's right. Erika, I'm worried about this. I feel Sakura has been too deeply influenced by Pandora-sama. Tosaka-rin, what's wrong with that? The twin-tailed young girl tilted her head, not understanding why Erika would worry about this. With Sakura's current situation, Pandora was probably both teacher and mother figure. Being influenced was normal. Since she was Ryuga-sama's personal teacher, there shouldn't be any problems. Erika, It's not that it's bad. The Golden Knight Princess showed a somewhat troubled expression. She didn't like talking about others behind their backs, but Rin had the right to know Sakura's situation. Erika, it's mainly that Pandora-sama's feelings for Ryuga-sama are very fervent, and this seems to have affected Sakura too. She carefully chose her words. Putting it nicely, it was fervent, putting it less nicely, it was obsessive. Erika had no opinion about Pandora. With her master's charm, having a goddess like him was normal. It's just that if this fervent attitude infected a child, it seemed somewhat inappropriate. She hadn't paid much attention to this before, until recently when Sakura suddenly asked her how to marry Ryuga-sama, which made Erika realize this problem. If Sakura's attitude was just a child's naive decision, that would be fine, no need to take it seriously. But looking at her determined eyes at the time, she was completely serious, even more serious than many adults. This left Erika dumbfounded. Although she was only 16 herself, in her view, such things should at least be considered after age 14, right? You're only 5 or 6 years old, isn't deciding this a bit too early? Even if her master isn't bound by law, this is still too exaggerated. When asked this question, Erika had promised Sakura she'd keep it secret, so she couldn't reveal the truth now and could only hint. However, faced with this problem, Tosaka-rin's attitude was very casual. Tosaka-rin, just that. Tosaka-rin, if it's Ryuga-sama, there's nothing to worry about, right? Kane agreed. If it were Shinobu being very devoted to Ryuga-sama, I wouldn't think there's anything wrong. Being fervent about other things might risk losing oneself in obsession, but Ryuga was different. In the chat group members' hearts, his image was very reliable, nothing to worry about. Erika, is that so? Hearing this response, Erika began to doubt herself. Was she being too much of a worrywart? Tosaka-rin, of course. Which of us in the chat group isn't fervent about Ryuga-sama? Erika, you make a good point. I was overthinking it. Thinking about it, Tosaka-rin as an older sister had similar feelings for her master, and she was only 1 year older than Sakura. This issue indeed didn't seem worth worrying about. It looks like she wouldn't need to beat around the bush next time they met, she could just openly encourage it. Tosaka-rin, anyway, thank you for caring. Although it was a false alarm, Tosaka-rin still appreciated Erika's attention. However, to prevent Erika from teasing her again, after thanking her, she immediately changed the topic. Tosaka-rin, speaking of which, have you noticed Ryuga-sama's strength? Tosaka-rin, he's reached 5th tier. To be continued.